Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Statements on the significant matter of Bangarra Dance Theatre, Venice Biennale Golden Line.
I have a call to the Leader of the House and the Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The Golden Lion at the Venice Biennale is an arts award of the highest international esteem. Bangarra Dance Theatre has been recognised with the prestigious Golden Lion for lifetime achievement in dance by the Dance Division of the Venice Biennale. This marks Australia's 3rd Golden Lion win after Archie Moore's 2024 Golden Lion for Best National Participation with Kith and Kin and Back to Back Theatre's 2024 Golden Lion for Lifetime Achievement in Theatre. The Golden Lion Awards have existed for 77 years. Australia had never won one, and now we've had 3 in 3 years. Bangarra's recognition is historic, as the first company to receive the Golden Lion for dance. Traditionally awarded to individual dancers and choreographers, this decision recognises the collective power of First Nations storytelling at the highest level of international dance. The award speaks volumes about the power of Bangarra, not simply as a dance company, but as an ensemble, grounded in collective storytelling, cultural leadership and artistic excellence. A group whose very name looms like a magnificent giant on our artistic landscape, wrapped in an ever-evolving aura of excitement and expectation. The award is a tribute to an exceptional company. At the heart of Bangarra's success is its commitment to cultural integrity and genuine collaboration with First Nations communities, a commitment that is as powerful as it is entire. Every single new work begins on country. It begins with elders. It begins with cultural exchange that's grounded in trust, truth and respect, long before a single movement reaches the stage. Drawing on years of living culture that goes back to the first sunrise, Bangarra creates powerful works of theatre that integrate dance, music, poetry and design. Stories that cross lands and rivers, generations and time. Each performance is deeply connected to country and to the living cultures from which the dance emerges. It is also where each final work is returned. The award will be presented later this year in Venice, where Bangarra will present its European premiere of Terrain. Choreographed by Bangarra's Artistic Director and Co-Chief Executive Officer, meaning woman Frances Rings, Terrain evokes a convergence of body and land, drawing spirit into place. It reconnects audiences with the energy of country and the enduring strength of the people who care for its future. Through work such as Terrain, Bangarra is taking First Nations stories to the world. As these works are shared across Europe, they demonstrate what Revive, our national cultural policy, puts it in that first pillar of First Nations First. Here we have stories at the heart of Australia's cultural life, carried internationally through artistic excellence and cultural leadership. But Bangarra's contribution does not begin and end on the stage. It grows ever outwards, nurturing the very environment that is its wellspring. Indeed, Bangara's commitment to dance education, community engagement, youth outreach and the development of the next generation of dancers, choreographers and storytellers is the very heartbeat of its legacy. The Albanese Labor government's proud to support Bangara through Creative Australia. Its contribution to First Nations cultural preservation, artistic development, collaboration and innovation is immense. My sincere congratulations on behalf of all the Parliament to all the dancers, choreographers, executive, artistic and production staff and supporters. Over 3 decades, they have built Bangara Dance Theatre into a national treasure, one that lights up every stage it touches and blazes brightly in our hearts. It is a glow with which they have enveloped the world. And now, with this golden lion at the Venice Biennale, one of the greatest honours that can be bestowed in the arts, especially dance, they've done all Australia proud. This is not simply Bangara appearing on the world stage, this is Bangara owning it.
I'm going to call to the honourable member for Moncrieff to respond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and fine words from the Minister for the Arts, and perhaps he should consider a career post-politics as a writer with such wonderful words, and his contribution this morning. As an author myself, I'll try and do my best, but I don't think I can match that poetic speech that the Minister's just delivered. But Australians are indeed known for punching above their weight on the world stage in the arts. We've seen it time and again across the different subsectors of the arts, including our Australian actors like Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi, for example, being household names, but many, many artists across all the different disciplines within the arts. But now we can add another extraordinary achievement on the global stage, an achievement that every Australian can indeed be proud of. The internationally acclaimed Bangara Dance Theatre has been awarded the prestigious Golden Lion for Lifetime Achievement at the Venice Biennale. One of the highest honours in the world of arts and culture, this is indeed an historic achievement and an historic moment. Bangara has become not only the first Australian dance company to receive this honour, but the first company ever to be awarded the Golden Lion in this category. It's an award traditionally reserved for individual choreographers and dancers. For more than 3 decades, Bangara has stood as a pillar of Australian cultural expression, bringing together contemporary performance with the oldest continuous cultures on earth. Through powerful choreography, music and storytelling, Bangara has shared the stories of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And now that contribution has been recognised at the highest international level. The Golden Lion is awarded to those who have reshaped the language of dance, those who have expanded its boundaries and brought new meaning to the art form. That is precisely what Bangara has done. And under the leadership of Artistic Director Francis Rings, the company continues to innovate while remaining deeply grounded in culture, country and community. Their work is not only artistically exceptional, but also profoundly meaningful. It carries with it tens of thousands of years of storytelling, of knowledge, tradition, shared through movement in a way that resonates with audiences across cultures and indeed continents. This recognition is also a reminder of the strength of Australian culture on the world stage. At a time when Australian artists are increasingly being recognised internationally, Bangara's success demonstrates what is possible when talent, discipline and cultural integrity come together. It's a moment indeed of national pride. But it's a moment to reflect, because achievements like this do not happen by accident. They are built indeed over decades through commitment, resilience, lots of sweat and lots of tears, no doubt, by the Bangara Dance Company, and the support of institutions and communities who believe in the value of the arts. Bangara was founded in 1989 and has spent over 35 years developing a unique and powerful artistic voice, one that blends ancient knowledge with contemporary expression. This award recognises that lifetime of work. It recognises the generation of dancers, choreographers and cultural leaders who have contributed to Bangara's journey. And it recognises the importance of ensuring these stories continue to be told, both here in Australia and around the world. And Bangara's achievement is excellence of the highest order. It shows that when we support our cultural institutions, we invest not only in the arts, but in Australia's story. To everyone at Bangarra Dance Theatre, congratulations. To the dancers, the creatives, the cultural leaders, thank you for the work that you do. And to all Australians, this is a moment to celebrate because this achievement belongs to all of us. It's a reminder that our stories and your stories matter, that our shared culture matters, and that when those stories are delivered with authenticity and pride, the world indeed does listen.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I thank the Shadow Minister, and I move that further statements on the Bangarra Dance Theatre Venice Biennale Golden Lion be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Fair Work Amendment, Fairer Fuel Bill 2026.
I'll give a call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I present the Fair Work Amendment, Fairer Fuel Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
I'll call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. And I move that this bill be now read a second time. Our road transport industry is vital to keeping our national economy moving. Without trucks and their drivers, the movement of essential supplies across Australia stops. And the ongoing conflict in the Middle East has led to a sharp spike in the price of fuel. Anyone who's filled up their car recently knows how much of a financial strain that this is causing. These surging costs are being felt by many Australians, but they are particularly being felt by truckies to deliver the goods that Australian households and businesses depend on. Drivers are the backbone of our economy. Drivers like Justin, who I met earlier this week, halfway through his overnight shift, showing that food and goods are delivered where they needed to go. The Albanese government has already taken a stand to give hard-working truckies like Justin a fair go. And that's why, in our first term, our government delivered landmark workplace relations reforms with a clear goal of fair minimum standards for employee-like work and the road transport industry. These were significant changes which responded to unsustainable practices in the road transport industry, putting businesses, workers and their families under immense financial pressure. And our government fought hard to deliver them. And the Fair Work Commission and the parties are doing their part carefully, working through a number of applications under the new regulated worker provisions. We are also looking after our trucking industry by cracking down on sham contracting with stronger protections against sham contracting and compliance action from the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Australian Taxation Office. There are also increased penalties for employers who dodge their obligations to their employees. The Albanese government is building on these changes to ensure greater fairness, sustainability and resilience through our road transport contract chains amid global fuel challenges. This bill is about making sure hard-working truckies and small road transport businesses are not pushed to the brink by severe cost shocks. Under the current legislation, the Fair Work Commission must consult when setting a contractual chain order for a minimum of 6 months. As our country experiences the impact of the war in the Middle East, the government recognises the need to establish an urgent pathway for truckies and road transport businesses to argue for their fair share in the Fair Work Commission. This bill will amend the Fair Work Act to enable the Commission to respond more quickly to contractual chain order applications in time-sensitive circumstances. The amendments will now allow me as Minister to determine that an application can be dealt with more quickly when there is a significant national negative impact on the road transport sector and it is in the public interest to act quickly. In doing so, the Minister will need to consider the road transport objective, which requires balancing the interests of businesses and drivers with a focus on the sustainability of the sector. Once a determination is made, the Commission will be able to make contractual chain orders without the usual 6-month minimum timeframe, so that truckies and small road transport businesses aren't left to worry about managing rising costs on their own. The requirement on the Commission to consult with the parties and step through its processes will remain. It will still be up to the Commission, in consultation with affected parties, to determine the terms of the order, which must be limited to the issues that have triggered the Minister's declaration. But this reform means it will be able to act more quickly, helping to maintain business viability in the current volatile environment. As this bill is about establishing a new pathway to respond to issues urgently, a 6-month limit applies to orders made under the new urgent pathway. After this period, the normal mandatory timeframes will again apply to any ongoing applications made to the Commission. These are complex issues affecting people across the globe. Solutions are not simple, which is why we've given the Commission jurisdiction to work these issues through in a way that recognises the need to act quickly to protect the livelihood of truck drivers and keep essential supplies flowing across Australia. The strong safeguards we legislated with the closing loopholes reform will continue to apply to the Commission's decision-making. This includes ensuring that industry is adequately consulted and being satisfied that the order will not unduly impact business viability and competitiveness. But we also built in a fail-safe mechanism allowing parties to apply for an order to be suspended while the Commission considers whether to vary or revoke it. Taken together, these safeguards ensure the Commission can address systemic issues that arise in complex contractual chains while maintaining confidence that reforms will improve fairness and safety without imposing unreasonable burdens on business or undermining industry sustainability. The government's announcement of this measure has been widely supported by the road transport industry, including the Australian Road Transport Industrial Association, the Australian Road Freighters Association, the Transport Workers Union and Australian Trucking Association, whose CEO, Matt Munro, said this week that the ATA stands with the government in full support of its announcement. Ultimately, Speaker, this bill is about fairness, resilience and sustainability in contract chains. It's about ensuring that the road transport workers, operators and drivers like Justin are not left to shoulder global shocks on their own. These are people who keep food on the supermarket shelves, materials moving to construction sites and essential supplies flowing to communities across Australia. This bill ensures that our workplace relations framework can respond when it needs to, quickly, responsibly and in the public interest, and I urge all across this chamber to join the government in supporting this bill. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Give a call to the member for Groom.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Groom. The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, Combating Illicit Tobacco Bill 2026.
The call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Combating Illicit Tobacco Bill 2026 in the explanatory memorandum.
Give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the proceeds of crime, telecommunications, interception, customs, excise and taxation and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Combating Illicit Tobacco Bill 2026 will increase the consequences for criminal actors involved in the illicit tobacco market and enhance law enforcement's powers to investigate. These reforms are part of broader efforts by the Australian Government and states and territories to strengthen the fight against illicit tobacco. Illicit tobacco poses significant risks to Australia's public health and community safety. Cheap smokes are everywhere, with a now ridiculously ubiquitous retail distribution network. You'd have to have your eyes glued shut not to recognise that this is a problem. And anyone who says otherwise is either deluded or lying. The latest official estimates in the ITEC Commissioner's 2024-25 annual report are sobering. Between 50% and 60% of all tobacco products sold in Australia are now illicit, and this may get worse before it gets better. Organised crime groups are estimated to be earning between $4.1 billion and $6.9 billion profit from this trade, which can be reinvested into other nefarious businesses, including trafficking, scams and money laundering. Almost every vape purchased in Australia was illegal. About 95.7% of all e-cigarette products sold with a market value of around $1.6 billion. What used to be seen as a health and revenue issue has now morphed into a serious and organised crime problem. A massive global surplus of cheap supply of tobacco has been weaponised by transnational and serious and organised crime groups across the Middle East, Southeast Asia and the Pacific, operating like multinational businesses investing capital in what they perceive as a high-profit and low-risk situation. This equation needs to be reversed to make illegal tobacco less profitable and more risky for the criminals involved. This bill is a critical step to strengthen Commonwealth laws and increase penalties to make the consequences much greater for criminals, target unexplained wealth and activate enhanced law enforcement techniques like wiretaps and other powerful tools to track and disrupt criminal networks. This fight really matters. Mr. Speaker, smoking still kills on average 66 Australians every day and accounts for 20% of the nation's cancer disease burden. 2 out of every 3 long-term smokers will die of a tobacco-related illness. If our society does not turn the tide on this illicit market, then we risk a new generation of Australians getting hooked on tobacco. A costly public health disaster for all Australians, as billions of dollars would then get diverted in the health system to deal with the consequences. Australians are rightly sick to death of the sleazy illegal shop fronts that now litter every high street in every city and every town. Brazen criminals must not be allowed to operate in plain sight, and the government is working with and supporting the states and territories to shut down the illegal shops and disrupt the trade. Let me turn to the specifics of this bill, which will amend the Customs Act 1901, the Excise Act 1901, the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, the Tax Administration Act 1953 and the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979, to ensure that the penalties reflect the severity of the harm caused by the illicit tobacco trade on the Australian community and economy, and provide an even stronger deterrent from engaging in unlawful dealings that threaten our communities and public health. Law enforcement will gain consistent and expanded powers to target proceeds of crime, unexplained wealth and tainted property. There are 2 overarching elements to these reforms. First, rebalancing of the risk-to-reward calculation for the criminal actors involved in the illicit tobacco market by increasing the consequences. This will be achieved through amendments to the Customs Act, the Excise Act and the Tax Administration Act and the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act. These amendments increase the penalties for offences relating to the importation, possession, buying, selling, supply, production or manufacture of illicit tobacco. Increasing penalties will also enable more effective investigatory powers to be used in a broader range of illicit tobacco offences, including computer access and surveillance device capabilities under the Surveillance Devices Act 2004. Additional amendments will also enable telecommunications interception powers to be used by listing tobacco as serious offences under Section 5D of the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act. This will enable law enforcement and intelligence agencies to seek telecommunications interception warrants for investigation of these offences. Second, the reforms will ensure Australia's proceeds of crime regime provides law enforcement with more techniques to prevent offenders from benefiting from the criminal profits generated from illicit tobacco, empowering law enforcement to hit criminals where it hurts. Prosecutions, Mr. Speaker, remain important, but they can be slow and expensive. And what really hurts the criminals is taking their houses, their cars, their cash, their boats and their toys. The bill will clarify, streamline and strengthen existing information gathering and confiscation mechanisms to increase the effectiveness of law enforcement outcomes. The reforms will enable information obtained through the Proceeds of Crime Act investigations to be shared with other Commonwealth regulators, ensuring that our regulatory bodies can identify and take action against professional facilitators that continue to assist criminals. This recognises the important role of our regulatory bodies and acknowledges the need for a coordinated whole-of-government response to combat illicit tobacco markets. The work that AUSTRAC and the banks are doing to shut down the money flows that keep illicit tobacco profitable is critical to disrupt the trade. Hundreds of high-risk bank accounts have already been reviewed and closed, along with the merchant services and private ATMs withdrawn, alongside a sharp increase in suspicious transaction reporting and strengthened controls. The provision of the Proceeds of Crime Act investigation information to bodies like AUSTRAC and ASIC and APRA for a regulatory purpose will see further results. Similarly, law enforcement will benefit from the modernisation of the Proceeds of Crime Act search warrant framework. When the Proceeds of Crime Act was enacted in 2002, its search warrant framework mirrored the Crimes Act at that point. However, since then, the Crimes Act has evolved, leading to inefficiencies and inconsistent powers for the federal police. The bill will recalibrate and realign our legislation, ensuring that law enforcement has the same powers and can focus on their job to seize the proceeds of crime. Amendments will also be made to the Proceeds of Crime Act to enable law enforcement to effectively target unexplained wealth. These amendments recognise the importance of cross-border cooperation and will ensure that national efforts to confiscate the proceeds of crime see equitable sharing across all states and territories. These amendments will strengthen our law enforcement partnerships in the national response to combat illicit tobacco. The nature of organised crime, Mr Speaker, and the sophistication of cross-border networks is increasingly challenging. Reforms will be introduced to ensure that law enforcement can serve documents under the Proceeds of Crime Act across Australia in a consistent manner, instead of having to satisfy, as they currently do, the individual requirements and differing requirements of each state and territory. Further, additional grounds for making a non-publication order will be enacted into the Proceeds of Crime Act. These amendments will ensure national consistency when protecting information related to restraining orders, enabling law enforcement to target criminal networks across Australia while protecting the integrity of each individual proceeding. This bill comes at a critical time in Australia's fight to contain and reverse the growth of the illicit tobacco market. Every seizure, every prosecution, every licence suspension and every dollar seized from a criminal under the Proceeds of Crime powers adds friction and puts the illicit market under further pressure. Increasing penalties and strengthening Commonwealth laws are critical to ensure that Australia continue to deter, disrupt and prevent the further growth of the illicit tobacco market, which will support the health and the well-being of Australian communities. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Groom. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call to the honourable member, the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. And I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring immediately. 1. The Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026 being called on immediately and having precedence over all other business. Debate on the second reading of the bill proceeding without interruption, with the time for each speech limited to 5 minutes. Questions then being immediately put on any amendments moved to the motion for the second reading and on the second reading of the bill. If required, a consideration in detail stage of the bill, with any detail amendments to be moved together with one question to be put on all government amendments, one question to be put on all opposition amendments, and separate questions then to be put on any sets of amendments moved by crossbench members. And D, one question to be put that the bill as amended be agreed to. 5, any remaining questions required to conclude consideration in detail being put from no later than 1 p.m. When the bill has been agreed to, the question being put immediately on the third reading of the bill. And 7, any variation to these arrangements being made only on a motion moved by the manager of opposition business. And I present copies of that. Speaker, standing and sessional orders must be suspended because the opposition is being forced to do the government's job for it during this national fuel crisis. Yeah. Now, the government made a big deal about this ACCC bill, said that it was urgent. We had the minister saying that it was urgent. Yet here we are on Thursday of this parliamentary sitting week in the middle of a national fuel crisis, and all we've had is this bill introduced. They've made no efforts to come to the opposition and say this is what's in it. We want to get it done quickly. There's been no briefings for the Shadow Treasurer. And all this is happening while diesel and petrol prices are going through the roof. I've just had a report in Warrnambool in my electorate. The diesel price has just hit $3.20. Wow. Now, Deputy Speaker, it gives me no joy to be in here doing the government's job for them. As a matter of fact, I find it quite sad because there doesn't seem to be an understanding on the government benches of what is actually occurring out in Australia at the moment. They seem to be just caught in some sort of bubble where they don't have any realisation about what is happening in Australia right across the nation. At the moment, families are sitting at their kitchen table saying, are we going to be able to afford to go on Easter holidays? That's right. Are we going to be able to travel to where we normally go, and is there going to be fuel there for us to be able to get home with? And all they're getting from the government is, and we saw this, there was 5 senior cabinet ministers out there yesterday saying we've got more fuel than when the Iran war started. More fuel than when the Iran war started. Delusional. Where is it? Where is it? And we've been saying to the Minister for Energy, why don't you do your job? Find out where the fuel shortages are and get the fuel to where the shortages are. Yet we've had nothing. They've said that they're going to make this big impact on anyone that's gouging. We're going to double the fines. Where's the legislation? It's not here. It is not here. Where is the urgency in dealing with the national fuel crisis? You have to remember, this is the minister who made changes because there was fuel being exported out of Australia, so he made changes to say, oh, that will stay here. He basically changed the sulphur requirements. Guess how long the paperwork sat on his desk for him to do that? Over 5 days. 5 days for the paperwork. This is in a national fuel crisis. Guess what we said to him 2 weeks ago? There's more changes that you could make around the fuel standards. Guess what the minister did? It took him till yesterday to do it. That was 2 weeks. And he accuses us of not being positive, not offering solutions during a national fuel crisis. Well, here is another one, right? This ACCC bill, we've been through it. The Shadow Treasurer spent all night last night going through it because he wants to make sure it's fine. He wants to make sure that we can bring it on and bring it on immediately, and that is exactly why we are suspending standing and sessional orders so that we can do this. Now, if the government wants to sit on its hands and pretend there is nothing happening out in our country at the moment, why not be honest with the Australian people and just come out and say that? Because everything that we're hearing on our side shows there are real issues and real problems everywhere. And yet we've got a government which seems hapless and helpless about trying to do anything. Just to give you a sense what's happening in Western Australia, there's a cyclone that's coming through. Now, hopefully that won't do too much damage, but that's going to bring rain with it. And we've got the Agriculture Minister here. That means as soon as that rain goes through, all those grain growers in Western Australia are going to be wanting to get on their tractors and start getting sowing. But if they don't have the diesel, they're not going to be able to do it. Then you go to a family in Tasmania, they might be thinking we might go over to the mainland for the Easter school holidays. But they're worried. They're worried about the cost of petrol. It's hit $2.60. Cost of diesel has hit $3.20. And they're worried that they'll get over there and they won't be able to get fuel to put in the car to get back. This is what people are dealing with. This weekend, there will be mums and dads across Australia who will be doing the drop-off to sport. That's right. And they will be sitting there as they go to netball, as they go to soccer, as they go to football, as they go to gymnastics. They'll be sitting there thinking, gee, this is costing me a lot, this is costing me a lot. We probably have to limit the Easter eggs that we buy for Easter Sunday. We're probably going to have to think about, OK, are we able to get those pair of soccer boots? Are we going to be able to get those runners for netball? That's the sort of things that they will be thinking about. What's the government thinking about? They're not thinking about anything. I mean, there is no urgency whatsoever, and it's going to be an absolute insight into this government's dealing with this issue of this national fuel crisis. And remember, the only reason we got it called a national fuel crisis was because Minister Bowen, finally, under enormous pressure, had to admit that that's what it was. But this is going to be the biggest test yet, because here's the opposition offering bipartisanship. We've got this motion, let's just suspend everything else to do with the parliament and let's bring the ACCC bill on. Now, guess what I think the leader of business in the House is going to do? Guess what I think he's going to do? I reckon he's going to gag us. I reckon he's going to gag us. And so this will be a real test. This will be a real test. Here is a genuine offer of bipartisanship. So will you agree to our suspension and will you bring the bill on? Will you let us debate it? Will you let it pass, go into the Senate, and hopefully then it will be a little bit of reassurance. I mean, they're going to need, the Australian people, a lot more reassurance. I mean, because nothing else that's being done is being done with any sort of urgency. But this will be a test for the government. Because if you're serious, here we have bipartisanship being offered to bring this on, and away we go. Let's whip it through the parliament. And if there's any other legislation, here's the offering to the government from the opposition. We understand how people are hurting. We understand how people are hurting. We understand the importance of this. So if you're genuine, we will work in a bipartisan way with you, with any legislation that we think will make this better. As a matter of fact, we're happy to go and sit in the minister's office when the paperwork comes up so that he doesn't sit there for 4 or 5 days while fuel's being exported out of this country. That's the type of offerings that we are making to you, because we want you to understand how serious this issue is, and we want the government to understand that they are asleep at the wheel. They are asleep at the wheel. They're sitting on their hands. They're not acting with the immediacy that this requires, and that's why we're bringing on this motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome the...
Might just say I second the motion.
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome the motion being put forward by the member for Wannon and Shadow Minister for Energy. Australia is facing a national crisis right now. If every member goes and looks at the cost of petrol or diesel in the petrol stations across their electorates, they will see the consequences of this crisis and, more importantly, how their constituents are doing it tough. Before I came to the dispatch box today, the price of petrol a litre is now about $2.50 in the Goldstein electorate. It's about $3.20 for diesel. And as the Shadow Minister correctly pointed out, there are going to be so many families driving between soccer and various other sports on this Saturday and questioning whether they can afford to do it and keep supporting their kids. But more importantly, they're going to increasingly be carpooling to see how it is that they can save a buck, particularly in the lead up to Easter. And in the lead up to Easter, it's so important to understand habitually how important it is that families connect, and when they can't even afford to drive to see their family, or the holiday that they have booked and had booked for months at a caravan park or somewhere where they're driving, and that is increasingly being put at jeopardy because of soaring energy prices and fuel prices. This is something that Australians are fixated on right now. And what do they expect of their government? They expect leadership. They expect action. But instead, what they're hearing is silence. And this is what is so terrifying for so many Australians. We've gone through a situation where within 1 week we've had the Minister for Energy saying that there is no problem, we've got plenty of abundant fuel, to 3 days later declaring a national crisis, to now already having our second national cabinet on the national energy crisis. What this government has been caught is not just flat-footed, not just asleep at the wheel, though they have been, but in a state of denial about the scale of the challenge that is being faced to our country, the challenge and the cost impact it's having on Australian farmers, manufacturers, the freight industry, and of course all of that gets picked up by Australian consumers and also Australian small businesses. Think about it, Deputy Speaker. Right now, we have small businesses who are already living with the consequences of industrial relations inflation, monetary inflation, stoked by pouring petrol on the inflation fire, because under the Albanese government there's always fuel for inflation, just not for farmers or families. And all of the other costs and taxes and charges are going up. And now those that are holiday destinations as part of the tourism industry are getting cancellations for Easter because families are saying, we can't make ends meet under the Albanese government. We can't make ends meet when you add on the extra cost of fuel, and Australian households are the ones that are living the consequences of this government. But it will cascade, and this is always the worry about these sorts of events. The first tremor can often be the sign of a bigger earthquake that is to come, and the economic earthquake that is going to happen under the Albanese government if we don't take prompt, immediate action to stand with consumers to make sure they can get the fuel at the pump so they can be in the position they need to be is a central thing this parliament should be focused on this week. But instead, what we've had is a government that has dithered. They introduced this bill, they have not brought it to vote, to drive it through legislatively, to increase the penalties for those who seek to price gouge or take advantage of vulnerable Australians at this time. I've written to the Treasurer and asked for a briefing on the legislation. He hasn't even bothered to respond. It's quite simple. We need action and we need it immediately. We should expect the Treasurer and the Minister for Energy to step up to the plate, let alone the dispatch box, and do their job. But instead, they have not worked with us in a bipartisan fashion in the way that we have wanted. They are not seeking to bring out a sense of urgency about the importance of this legislation, and the only people who are going to pay the price are going to be Australian families, Australian small businesses, and of course particularly rural and regional communities, because we've had this consistent delusion from the government there is no problem, this denial from this government there is no problem around fuel, yet after the initial saying there's no problem, the Minister for Energy has had to come into this parliament every single day and answer simple questions in question time, and he's had to read out the number of petrol stations that are going dry. Australians are living that, and increasingly I'm hearing stories in urban areas of Australia, including in Melbourne, where people are parking cars deliberately to stop people accessing petrol pumps. This is urgent. It is real. Can the Albanese government please act?
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Giving the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And the opposition have decided to progress the agenda of the government, and I thank them for that. And I would remind the opposition I'd remind the opposition of two things. First of all, the government is always ready for our legislation to go through the parliament the moment we introduce it. Always. The reason that we wait to the following week is as a request of the opposition to allow them to have their party room meeting. But I take it that the House of Reps Tactics Committee for the opposition have met and have decided they're ready to progress, and I take the Manager of Opposition Business at his word with any legislation that will help in the current circumstance with respect to fuel. With any legislation. That was the commitment that he made, and I will be moving an amendment to this to make that true, because there is another relevant bill, an amendment to the Fair Work Act, that was introduced today, and we will be taking him at his word that that will go through the House today as well. That will go through the House.
Just a moment.
Not until I move it.
Yeah, just sit down, please. Resume your seat. And a little less interjections. We might get through this debate in an orderly, efficient manner and get the end result. The Leader of the House has a call.
Thanks very much. But I just also wish that this position that their House of Representatives Tactics Committee has taken was the same position that their Senate Committee Tactics had taken. Because right now, as I understand it, their Senate Tactics Committee are indicating in the other place that they want this bill to go off to a Senate inquiry, not to be put through straight away. So, if the members of the House have decided that this is urgent, can I just ask, can you tell your colleagues, because nothing makes any difference out there into the rest of Australia until it's gone through both houses and is able to become law. And if their position is, let's push it through here today, but they couldn't care less whether it becomes law, then that actually gets us nowhere. I think part of the challenge here for those opposite is the fact that their leadership construction, if we call it, is something that we have never seen before in the history of Federation. The Deputy Leader of the Liberals is no longer in this House. They looked throughout the whole of the Parliament. They couldn't find a single person to be their Deputy Leader. So the Deputy Leader of the Liberals is a senator.
Member for Casey.
But the Leader of the Liberals in the Senate is not... Sorry, the Deputy Leader of the Liberals, who is a senator, does not lead the Liberals in the Senate. There's another person who leads the Liberals in the Senate. In fact, also the Deputy Leader of the Liberals in the Senate is still not the Deputy Leader of the Liberals. And the Nationals have managed to have a Leader of the Nationals who is in the Senate, but is not the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate. So I can sort of see why they've ended up jumbled with all of this. So my request is simple. If they have decided that they want to be constructive, and if they have looked across all the policy ideas that are out there and realised the way to be constructive is to back government legislation, then we welcome that. But we take the Manager of Opposition Business at his word when he said that the legislation, any legislation that was dealing with the current circumstance of the fuel crisis, that the opposition stood ready to support. And for that reason, I move the following amendment. To clause 1 in their resolution, after it says doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026, insert the words "and the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill," being called on immediately, to be debated concurrently and having precedence over all other business. That the subsequent references to bill all be changed to bills. That the reference in clause 4 to the detail stage refer to the in detail stage of each of the bills. As I said, it becomes the plural in clause 6 when the bills have been agreed to, the question being put immediately on the third reading of each of the bills. And for paragraph 7 to be deleted, because I don't think we need any variation of these amendments being moved by the Manager of Opposition Business, because we will be giving him what he wants. And I am really pleased that they are willing to support the changes to the Fair Work Act, because when those principles to give decent conditions and to secure the future of the trucking industry were put in the Fair Work Act, they opposed them. They opposed them. But apparently they only opposed the six-month consultation period.
I will give you the call.
Okay. Sorry.
Excuse me.
If I can explain it.
Just resume your seat, Manager of Opposition. Resume your seat. That is exactly the same point of order you raised with me only minutes ago. I asked you to resume your seat.
Okay.
Let's just proceed in an orderly manner according to the standing orders, shall we? Leader of the House.
The weekend. 2 suggestions for weekend reading for the Manager of Opposition Business. There's a little book and there's a big book. They're both green and they tell you the rules. Now, when it comes to an amendment, there are 2 ways you can move an amendment in the House. The first way you move an amendment is you have the amendment circulated, in which case you then say, I move the amendment which has been circulated in my name. I respect that the Manager of Opposition Business is very new to being a member of this House and hasn't seen this done before. And the second option, if you have not circulated it, and the Shadow Treasurer knows this rule, so you can explain it to him, because we made the Shadow Treasurer do this when he didn't have one of his amendments circulated, is you read out every word of the amendment to the House. I just read out every word of the amendment to the House. I checked those words before I read them out to the House with the clerk to make sure that they were in order. When every word is read out, it doesn't need to be circulated. That's why when someone moves that the question be put, they don't need to have a piece of paper that says the words that the question be put. That's why when a whole lot of motions are moved in this House, if you say it out loud, you don't need to have circulated it. The concept here from the Manager of the Opposition Business is he seems to have developed this concept that if he occasionally stands up and says as slowly as possible, Standing Order 104A, that people think that means he knows the whole rule book. No, it means he knows one paragraph on one page where he can stand up regularly and still get it wrong. So for the Manager of Opposition Business, I simply say we're taking the opposition at their word. If you've come in here and said that you've done the about face, that you now want to be constructive, and you have recognised that the way to be constructive is to back the agenda of this government in making sure that we're looking after Australians, in making sure that we're dealing with people who might be engaging in price gouging, and in making sure, absolutely, that we are securing a fair deal for the trucking industry at the current time, and that everything those opposites said last term is no longer true, then we welcome that, we support it. Let's get it done before question time today, and without writing it on a piece of paper, but you can just hear me say the words, I will then, once the amendment is stated, we'll move that the question be put.
So the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the. You've already spoken on this. Sorry. So the time. Excuse me. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Everybody, a little bit of hush. The time for this debate has actually now expired. So the question before the House is that the motion as amended be agreed to. That's what we're now voting on. That's the question I'm putting, so everyone is clear. All those of that opinion say aye. Oh, sorry, I've got to move the actual amendment first. Now, as read. I'm moving the amendment as read just a moment ago. Putting that question first. Well, that has now been putting that to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Please, a bit of order. Order, order, order. Order. Just yelling at me doesn't work. Okay? Manager for Opposition Business, I just tried to bring order in the House, so yelling back at me is not a great tactic. So, just so we are all clear, I called for the noes. Now you can take your chance of talking respectfully to me.
You don't stand up. No, I'm not.
It's just...
Just, Deputy Speaker, the only reason I was trying to make it that the noes have it was because the wall of noise over
sit
there.
Down. Sit down. For goodness sake, is a division required? That's all the simple response I require at this point. Right, well, let's ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the Leader of the House to the motion by the Manager of Opposition Business be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 94, noes 46. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the suspension as amended be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. All right. All right. Members just need to show some restraint. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes. Division required. Ring the bells for order. Order. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the suspension as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Monash and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 94, noes 46, and so it was resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. Members can resume their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Or just Order. I will now call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Treasury Laws Amendment, doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, we're very happy to see that this legislation is debated, though we're very disappointed that the government has gone through a shamble process to introduce the Fair Work Amendment Bill this morning and has then gone through to try and force it through to the Parliament before anyone in the entire country has read it. The entire country has read it. The member, the manager of Leader of Opposition Business, Leader of the House, understands full well this full scale of the legislation he has tried to introduce and is now trying to ram through the Parliament on the basis that he has no interest in anyone outside this Parliament scrutinising it, and of course the opposition scrutinising it. It's a very dangerous precedent in comparison to the schedules that are being updated in the context of the Competition and Consumer Act, which is focused very squarely on making sure penalties are imposed on those who seek to price gouge or harm Australians, a straightforward exercise that they have dawdled on every step of the way. And the response from the Minister has been not to bring the legislation to the House, bring it to a vote, to resolve the matter, to up the penalties. Instead has allowed time to drift. We are simply asking that that matter, which is simple, straightforward and clear, be resolved. Instead, what the government is now doing is a shambolic process to try and shut down parliamentary scrutiny, shut down parliamentary accountability, and the consequences of the Fair Work legislation, which I'll just remind for the House, it was introduced this morning. A copy has not even, as far as I am aware, been available to the opposition, or if it is, I certainly haven't had a chance to read it yet. And when you're making such substantial changes to industrial relations legislation, I know the Labor Party works for the trade union movement, it doesn't work for Australians, but at some point you actually have to factor in Australians in the conversation, Deputy Speaker. So we hope and pray sanity prevails and that the government is proportionate and reasonable. They announced the changes to the ACCC bill well over a week ago. There was a lot of fanfare from the Treasurer. I understand why there was a lot of fanfare from the Treasurer, because they need to see to be taking action at a context and a time. We have been waiting patiently for the legislation. It finally arrived. It is straightforward and simple, and that's why we have no issue debating it. We do have a problem when the government announces legislation, essentially gives no real insight into its detail, and its detail matters. They then staple it on to another motion, force the debate on it, and as a consequence, it's not that the opposition will just not have the chance to scrutinise it, Deputy Speaker, it's the Australian people won't have the chance to scrutinise it. And, of course, we won't have the chance for those people who understand this legislation to step through it one by one. But let's deal with the legislation now at hand, particularly in the context of the Treasury laws, ACCC penalties. There is a simple reality out there in Australia. Australians are desperately trying to find a pathway forward for them to be able to afford fuel. What we know is that we have gone in this House from multiple stages of crisis, from complete denial that there is a problem by the Minister for Energy on a Monday to Thursday declaring a national crisis in this nation's parliament. As a consequence, Australians are now living the full consequences of a fuel crisis that stems from government denial. If they had have taken it more seriously with a sense of urgency and prudence, we wouldn't be in a situation where residents in the electorate are now paying somewhere between $2.50 for unleaded and up to $3.50 for diesel. This is a huge problem that Australians will be living with now in the lead up to Easter, over Saturday and for sport, and to drive around the electorates of the country. And the challenge for Australian households right now is they do not want to see price gouging as an impact on them. Now, just Deputy Speaker, in the lead up to the motion being tabled for the Parliament, I understand that we unintentionally misled the House, because I understand that the Treasurer did offer a briefing to the office, but it was not relayed to me. This is a simple error, and so I want to correct the record.
Thank the member. Just a reminder to the House that this is a cognate debate in conjunction with the Fair Work Amendment, Fairer Fuel Bill 2026. The question is that bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Maribyrnong on.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What we have just heard from those opposite is not a genuine attempt to help struggling Australians. It is a blatant political tactic dressed up as concern. Shame. The Coalition comes into this place claiming to stand for households under pressure, claiming to speak for families doing it tough. But when it matters, where have they been over the last 3 years? They have consistently voted against every single cost of living relief measure that we have put through this Parliament. Shame. Because when there is real opportunity to act in the national interest, they always abandon responsibility and reach straight for fear, distortion and political gain. Shame. They want Australians to believe that they're on their side, but Australians can see right through it. Instead, what we see in this opposition is that they are more interested in the headlines than outcomes, more interested in exploiting a global crisis than responding to it responsibly. And, Deputy Speaker, we see that plainly in the way that they have approached this very debate. Because there is well-established convention in this place, government legislation is introduced and then time is provided, typically around a week, before the second reading debate proceeds. That time exists for a reason. It allows the opposition to properly scrutinise legislation, to consult stakeholders and to engage in good faith consideration of detail. That is how this Parliament is supposed to work. Right. They have rushed into this debate to manufacture outrage and urgency rather than to do the work responsibly. That's right. This is just a stunt. It is not about helping Australians, it is about politics, plain and simple. Shame. But at a time when there is conflict unfolding in the Middle East, when global energy markets are under pressure and when Australians are understandably watching closely, leadership matters. Australians deserve calm, clear, factual information. They do not deserve an opposition trying to manufacture fear for their own political gain. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has introduced both this legislation to up penalties at the petrol pump, and as well as making it better and easier and fairer for our trucking industry, for a very clear reason: to help consumers get a fair go and to support our trucking industry. The conflict overseas should never be used as an excuse to profit off Australians. That is why we're putting petrol companies on notice. We will not let big corporations treat Australian consumers like mugs. And we are calling on the opposition to support this bill because this is about holding companies to account when they do the wrong thing. This bill, the doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 26, doubles the maximum penalties for serious breaches of competition and consumer law from $50 million to $100 million per offence for false or misleading conduct or cartel behaviour across the country. We have already acted in this space. We increased penalties fivefold to up to $50 million and strengthened the powers of the ACCC, including extending petrol price monitoring, enabling on-the-spot fines. But this legislation goes further. It ensures that even bigger penalties for servos and suppliers who are ripping off Australian motorists. And it sits alongside a broader package of action we are taking to address fuel affordability and security. We are boosting fuel supply by releasing 20% of the baseline minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel. We are getting more fuel into the market by temporarily amending fuel standards. We are working with the ACCC to ensure fuel gets where it is needed, particularly in regional communities, and ramping up fuel price monitoring. And we are engaging with our international partners to strengthen supply chains and fuel security. This is a comprehensive, practical response to a challenging global environment. Because the recent conflict in the Middle East has increased uncertainty. Australians are not immune to it. Our job, though, is to respond responsibly, to protect consumers, to ensure that volatility is not used as a cover for misconduct. And that's what this legislation does. Deputy Speaker, the government's priorities are clear. We are focused on addressing inflation, lifting productivity and navigating global uncertainty. Ensuring fairer petrol prices and stronger fuel supply chains and fairer deals for our trucking industry is a key part of this work. These bills are about fairness. It is about accountability and it's about making sure Australians get a fair go. Those opposite can continue their political games, but this government will continue doing what Australians expect, acting in the national interest, protecting consumers and delivering real practical outcomes. I commend the bills to the House.
The question is that bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wannon.
Well, Deputy Speaker, we've seen this morning what this government is all about when it comes to dealing with the national fuel crisis. It is all about politics and it's not about real solutions for the Australian people. We put forward a motion this morning about bringing forward the ACCC enforcement bill. Now, the government has been saying for over 2 weeks that they wanted that bill passed and they wanted that bill passed quickly. So we offered true bipartisanship to be able to get that bill on the papers and get it debated and passed through this House today. Now, what did the government do in response? It attaches another bill to this motion which was only introduced into the parliament this morning. What? So, i.e. they do not want any scrutiny of it whatsoever. Just pure political game scoring, pure political game playing. And this is the problem with this government in a national fuel crisis. It's all about the politics. It's not about what's happening out in the community at the moment. So why did we want to bring on the ACCC bill? Because we saw the bill introduced, the Shadow Treasurer spent all last night looking at it. It is a very simple bill. It increases fines. We checked it, we double-checked it, and we thought, OK, there's nothing complex about this bill. It's a very simple bill, nothing sneaky in it. Let's just get it through the parliament. But the government just cannot operate in a bipartisan way. It always has to play politics. So what's it do? You get the Leader of the House come in and say, all right, I'm going to attach this very complex bill to it as well. And no one, it was introduced this morning. No briefings, no nothing. Why is it that you want to play politics during a national fuel crisis? I say this, and I'm sure the people in the gallery will understand this. The people in the community at the moment are deeply, deeply concerned with what is happening with this national fuel crisis. They're seeing bombs being dropped. They're seeing energy infrastructure being damaged. They've seen the price of diesel in this country hit $3.20. They've seen the price of petrol hit $2.60. They've seen the government say there's more fuel in the Australian economy than there was before the start of the war. And they just want to know why then isn't the fuel getting to where it needs to get to, and why has the fuel price gone through the roof? And one of the things that's really important, a part of this process, is that if people are price gouging, if people are hoarding fuel, then we need the ACCC to be able to look at it, and if there's increased penalties to stop that happen, that's critically important, because mums and dads then won't be facing the choice about, OK, how many Easter eggs do I get versus, can I afford that roast lamb to have for Easter Sunday? This is what we're talking about here. And we had an offer of bipartisanship to say ACCC bill, very simple, let's get it through the House, into the Senate, yet what do we get? Once again, all you want to do is play politics. I ask you, please remember what is happening out there in the community. People are hurting. People are concerned. People are worried. They're worried about the secondary impacts of this fuel crisis. They're wondering about what it's going to mean for when they go into the supermarket and what it's going to mean for vegetable prices, what it's going to mean for meat prices. They're worried about every time they go and fill the car up is, you know, that $100 note or that $50 note, how many litres is it now going to get me? It won't get me enough. So I say, you know, you have the Leader of the House come in here and say, oh, aren't I clever? I'll attach this bill I've introduced today to yours, and we won't let anyone be able to scrutinise it. You know, that's clever politically, isn't it? Ha ha, aren't I great? Well, I say this to the government, you know, that's not what the Australian people want to see at this time. There's a simple bill which will make a difference. Let's pass that. Then let's look at the other bill, let's have briefings, let's look at that one properly. But this game playing is treating the Australian people with contempt, and you should be ashamed.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill and the Fair Work Amendment Bill. Global conflict is disrupting fuel supply chains, and this government is acting. We've released a fifth of our fuel from our reserves, changed export rules to keep more fuel at home, and are supporting Australian refineries to produce more domestically. Our new Fuel Supply Task Force is working directly with states and territories to make sure fuel gets to where it's needed most. This bill cracks down on petrol price gouging, doubling penalties for companies that try to profit at the expense of Australian families. The bills also change the law so that the Fair Work Commission can demand companies pay truckies when fuel prices spike. There's simply no excuse for price gouging, and our consumer watchdog will hold offenders fully accountable. There's also no excuse really, and that's why we're acting quickly for leaving truckies in the lurch in an international crisis. Australians are doing it tough. The cost of living is real. The pressures on household budgets are real too. And when working families in my electorate are making choices between filling up the tank or putting food on the table, they deserve to know that their government has their back, and we're taking urgent action. That the companies selling them fuel are playing by the rules, and that if they're not, there are actually real consequences. That is exactly what this legislation delivers. The bill doubles the maximum penalties for false or misleading conduct and cartel behaviour to $100 million per offence. $100 million. That's not a slap on the wrist, that's actual consequences. We'd already increased penalties fivefold under this government to $50 million because we understood that weak penalties are no deterrent for big corporations turning over billions of dollars. Our bill goes further still because the Albanese government is serious about accountability. The Iran war has introduced genuine volatility into global oil markets. What happens in the Middle East affects what Australians pay at the bowser. That is a reality that we must acknowledge, and those opposite know this, despite what they are saying. We're putting fuel companies on notice today, and this government will not cop price gouging. This legislation sits alongside a comprehensive package of action the Albanese Labor government is taking on fuel affordability and security. We've boosted fuel supply by releasing 20% of the baseline minimum stock holding obligation for petrol and diesel, and specifically directing that to the regions. We've temporarily amended fuel standards to get more fuel into the market, petrol and diesel. This has allowed an extra 100 million litres of fuel that was destined for export into the Aussie market. We're working with the ACCC to get fuel to where it's needed, and we are ensuring that truckies get fairly compensated for fuel increases. We're strengthening our international partnerships to protect our supply chains for the long term. We've also given the ACCC more tools to do its job, including extending petrol pricing monitoring powers. We're in a good position to deal with this international crisis, and I dread to think where we would be right now if those opposite were in charge. Your record on fuel security is absolutely appalling. Fuel reserves in Texas, in the United States, not Australia. Fuel reserves overseas. Could you imagine trying to get them here in this crisis? You also shut down 4 of 6 fuel refineries, making storage so much more difficult. That's your record. Now, I call on those opposite to support this bill. If you genuinely believe in a fair go, if you genuinely stand with Australian consumers and Australian truckers, then you will support these bills. We are taking real action. Unlike those opposite who are just playing games, we're actually delivering.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we are debating these 2 bills together right now because of some ridiculous point-scoring shenanigans. And this is at a time when Australians would like to see their politicians acting like adults and focusing on where we can actually make a difference. The Coalition wants to say that the government is not moving fast enough, and so has brought on the government's own idea and said we need to do this faster, in the absence of any better ideas, I might say. The government has responded by outsmarting the Coalition using procedure and taking a double or nothing approach on moving fast. Fine, if you want us to move fast, we'll move fast on this other thing too. And this is making an absolute mockery of the idea that this House is meant to be providing scrutiny to bills. These bills were introduced yesterday or this morning. We have not had time to really consider these and their implications. And it does not do the Australian people any good to push these bills through without proper scrutiny, and both sides are to blame for this. On the substance of the bills themselves, the first one is about doubling penalties, giving the ACCC the ability to double penalties for price gouging. Now, I don't think that this will change anything, actually. I don't think there are many companies in the country who say, well, if it's a $50 million penalty, we're going to go for broke, but if it's a $100 million penalty, that gives us pause for thought. I think in reality, this is a performative move to be seen to be actually doing something. It will not in any way change the ACCC's ability to actually prosecute price fixes. It just means the numbers are different at the end of that prosecution. I think we do need to do more to make sure that the ACCC can appropriately prosecute price fixes. I also think that everyone's looking for a dog to kick when prices go up, and it's easy to say this is price gouging. We have a legal framework to determine if it is or not, and that should be followed through as per the legal process, and doubling the penalties is not really going to change anything. The second bill is more complicated, and it is effectively enabling faster regulatory relief for truck drivers and transport operators during fuel price shocks without permanently changing the framework that's put there. Now, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, because this was introduced yesterday and I've not had adequate time to actually review it. I'll give you some of the questions that I would have been asking had we actually had time to look at this in a reasonable time frame with the sober approach that I think Australian communities want us to have. I would be asking, how narrowly defined are the imminent and significant negative effects, and what objective criteria must be met before the Minister can reduce the consultation period? I would have been asking, what transparency or accountability mechanisms apply to the Minister's authorisation decision, and will reasons be published? I'd be asking, how does the government ensure this emergency mechanism doesn't become a de facto shortcut used in non-exceptional circumstances? I'd be asking, how will the Commission ensure expedited orders don't unintentionally disadvantage small transport businesses or sole operators higher up the chain? I would have asked, with reduced timeframes, how will genuine engagement with industry stakeholders be assessed and enforced in practice? I would have been asking, how will orders made under expedited timeframes be time-limited or subject to automatic review once market conditions stabilise? I would ask, is the intent of the amendment strictly limited to fuel price shocks, or could it be applied to other cost pressures such as insurance or tolls or other compliance costs? I would have asked, has consideration been given to how contractual chain orders may affect competition, freight pricing and downstream consumers? I would have asked what evidence from existing contractual chain orders shows that cost-sharing mechanisms actually improve safety, sustainability and viability for drivers. And I would have asked, how does this emergency measure align with longer-term reforms aimed at improving resilience, sustainability and fairness in the road transport supply chain? Now, I don't have time to ask any of these questions. There may well be reasonable answers to these questions, and I would have been open to hearing those answers. But because these are being rushed through the Parliament in an exercise of point scoring and outsmarting using parliamentary procedure, none of these questions can actually be answered before I'm required to vote on behalf of the people of Curtin on these two pieces of legislation, and I think that's ridiculous.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill, doubling penalties for ACC enforcement. Speaker, in the electorate of Bullwinkle, our community spans from the hills to the valleys and out into the regional hubs. So for my constituents, the cost of living isn't a theoretical debate, it's a daily reality for them, and particularly so every time they pull up to a petrol pump. They deserve a fair go, and they deserve to know that the laws of this land are strong enough to protect them from corporate misconduct. This bill is very simple. The punishment must fit the crime. Fines act as a deterrent. If a corporation decides to put its profits above the law, the penalty should not be seen as a mere cost of doing business. It should be a significant deterrent that stops them in their tracks. Schedule 1 of this bill gives effect to the announcement made by the Treasurer and the Assistant Minister 2 weeks ago on the 11th of March. It is straightforward but powerful. We are doubling the ACCC enforcement penalties. Under this measure, maximum penalties for anti-competitive conduct, including false and misleading claims and cartel behaviour, will rise from $50 million to $100 million. This applies across the entire economy, ensuring that the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission has the teeth it needs to bite back against those who would seek to exploit Australian families. We are introducing these changes at a time of significant global instability. As the world deals with the challenges posed by the conflict in the Middle East, our energy and fuel sectors are under immense pressure. But global pressure is no excuse for local misconduct. This measure is a part of a broader suite of measures implemented by the Albanese Labor government and designed to ensure that Australians get a fair deal at the pump. We're increasing scrutiny, ramping up surveillance of the fuel sector and taking action to shore up our fuel supply, particularly in regional areas like mine in Bullwinkle. When a car isn't a luxury, it's a necessity for work, school, life and, of course, farmers. It is particularly timely to note that on the 19th of March, the ACCC announced an enforcement investigation into allegations of anti-competitive conduct by major fuel suppliers, Ampol, BP, Mobil and Viva Energy. And while that process must take its course, it highlights exactly why we need higher penalties. We cannot have a business-as-usual approach when it comes to the essential needs of our citizens.
That's right.
Speaker, this isn't just tough on crime stance for the sake of it. It's backed by evidence. The OECD's 2026 Economic Survey of Australia found that our penalties for competition law, that our breaches were low by international standards. They explicitly recommended an increase to ensure appropriate deterrence. Now, in 2022, when penalties by our government were increased from $10 million to $50 million, the opposition supported us, and we hope again that they will see reason and support us as we increase these deterrent fines from $50 million to $100 million. To be clear, this bill does not change the offences themselves. It doesn't move the goalposts for business, and for businesses that are doing the right thing, they have nothing to fear. But if you engage in cartel behaviour, if you mislead the public, if you coordinate to keep prices artificially high, the stakes will just double. These new maximums will apply from the day after royal assent to this bill, providing the urgency that our environment demands. This bill sends a clear message from this government that we are on the side of the consumer. We are on the side of the families in Bullwinkle, and we will not hesitate to hold the biggest players in our economy to account. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call a member for Warringah.
Mr Deputy Speaker, well, I have to start by just calling out how ridiculous the situation is that we find ourselves in this morning. The Coalition thought they would be clever, moved a suspension of standing order motion to bring on urgent debate on legislation to increase the penalties under the ACCC in relation to a number of offences, but in particular to address the concerns around fuel gouging. Of course, as the gamemanship between the major parties always is in play, the government responded by agreeing to that motion but amending it to include for debate, urgent debate, and another piece of legislation being the Fair Fuel Amendment in relation to truckies. I will get to the substance of those. It's ridiculous, but as we are so often put in this position in this place, we have to weigh up the question of proper process over the substance of an issue. And where so often these measures are done and used for issues that are not genuinely urgent, I do, in this situation, agree that at the end of the day, if you're going to have game playing by both sides, you all end up with the same mess. But Australians actually want some certainty, and they want some action to happen when it comes to fuel prices. So despite the Coalition and the government's poor parliamentary practice seen this morning, I agreed to hasten the debate on action on fuel prices because there is urgency on this issue. It's not a hypothetical risk or talking point for tomorrow. Australians are already paying more at the Bowser, and hundreds of service stations across the country have been without at least one fuel type this week. In New South Wales alone, the federal government said on 24 March that there is 164 stations without diesel and 289 without at least one fuel type. It's exactly why action matters now. The lesson is brutally simple. When global oil markets are shocked, Australians get hit at home through fuel, freight, food and inflation. We need to understand that genuine resilience is renewable energy resilience. Real national resilience does not come from staying hooked on imported fuel and hoping the next global shock is kinder. What is occurring in the Strait of Hormuz is a brutal reminder that overseas fuel shocks flow directly into household costs, freight costs, food prices and inflation here at home. And the stakes are high. In Warringah, I'm being told that many people are opting for public transport, but public transport is at capacity, trying to save on fuel use, but we do not have the public transport infrastructure or the numbers of buses to cope with the demand. So, in the short term, we need transparency, enforcement and targeted relief. Stronger penalties for misleading conduct and market abuse are part of that, and our direct support is better than blunt political gimmicks that can worsen shortages. Economists quoted today warned that cutting fuel excise would increase demand into an already strained market. So, it's clear we need to electrify the economy, electrify transport, expand charging infrastructure, modernise the grid and make it easier, not harder, for households and businesses to move away from oil dependence. Now, what we're seeing around these two legislations is the first piece of legislation is to ensure that there is greater consequences. A major part of laws and consequences for breach for poor conduct is ultimately deterrence. The penalties must be significant to outweigh the benefits gained by those price gouging. So where we need to build on that and make sure that, and that's part of this legislation, the ACCC amendment, the doubling penalties enforcement. So that legislation, of course, I would have liked much more time to analyse it and properly question it, is designed to double the maximum penalties for false and misleading conduct and cartel behaviour, lifting the top penalty to $100 million per offence, while leaving the existing alternative penalty formulas in place, such as 3 times the value of the benefit obtained or 30% of adjusted turnover where applicable. So, while it's been sold politically in the context of the fuel price spike and the action of some retailers, it does sit alongside the broader package of a stronger ACCC, which I think is desperately needed to ensure Australians are properly protected. The other piece of legislation proposes to enable the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations to authorise the reduction of the minimum 6 months consultation period required before the Commission can make road transport contractual chain orders in circumstances where there are imminent and significant negative impacts on the road transport industry nationally and where it's in the public interest to reduce this timeframe. In the context of what is currently occurring in our transport sector with fuel prices spiking, I accept that there is a need for this to be acted upon urgently, but I ask the major parties, please behave better and give us proper scrutiny of legislation.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call a member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for the ACCC Enforcement Bill and the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill of 2026. When I think of the list of issues in which the Liberal and National parties really hate, I think the number 1 thing would be unions, the number 2 thing would be Medicare, and the number 3 thing would be the transport industry. They really, really can't stand the transport industry whatsoever. And once again, they've never supported good legislation in the transport industry. Now, the legislation we've got before the chamber today is in the great history of Labor governments. It was the Whitlam government in 1974 that brought in trade practices legislation for the first time. Nothing done under the 23 years of inertia of the Menzies and the subsequent Prime Ministers of the Liberal and National parties. Nothing done. Well, we brought in trade practices legislation in 1974. Lionel Murphy, the Attorney-General, did that in 1974 and set up the Trade Practices Commission, which was the predecessor to the ACCC. And during their nearly decade, by the way, in government, they did nothing about penalties in relation to cartel behaviour. And we came in and what did we do? We increased it to $10 million, from $10 million to $50 million. We did it. We did it. And the coalition government did nothing about it. And now we're going to double it to $100 million. And the coalition government, until this morning, weren't sure whether they're going to support it. And now, by the way, in this omni-shambles of a coalition opposition, they've changed the leader, but they're still a mess. And even this morning we can see with the way they voted, they didn't have a clue what they were doing. No one was more embarrassed than the member for Wannon. I think the member for Mitchell should come back. I want to bring back Alex. I think he'd be a better manager of opposition business. Now, the legislation before the chamber is really important for Australian consumers because no new ideas and no constructive suggestions have happened by those opposite in the fuel issues that we're challenged and the challenges we're facing from the war in the Middle East. Nothing from those opposite at whinging and moaning and carping all the time. The conflict overseas has had an impact, and it's not an excuse to rip off Australians at service stations and at bowsers. It is simply not. And we need to clamp down, and I'm pleased the ACCC in March this year has investigated a number of companies in relation to this issue. We need these higher penalties for petrol companies to do the wrong thing, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. It's no excuse to jack up prices and rip off Australians. But the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill is important as well. It allows the government to amend the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and the road transport businesses to make an emergency application for a contract chain order to deal with the current spike in fuel prices caused by the war in the Middle East. And I wonder whether the coalition is going to vote against what the Trucking Association says, vote against what the Transport Workers Union says. What are they going to do today? It's going to be really interesting to see how they vote. Are they on the side of the consumers those with cars, or are they on the side of the transport industry, the truck drivers who get the food and groceries into our stores each and every day? Under the Fair Work Act, the Fair Work Commission can require transport clients, including retailers, mining companies and manufacturers, to offer fair contract terms, ensuring that truckies and transport operators are paid a fair enough to cover the cost of fuel. But currently, that minimum of 6 months is required for a contract chain order, and our amendment will remove that waiting time, and the industry and the union support it. But those opposite, we wait to see whether they'll support this legislation. This is about more support for truck drivers who keep the country going. And during COVID, we saw the benefit of the trucking industry. Those in transport, warehouse, logistics, retail, they are absolutely vital. So these new powers will ensure that truckies are paid fairer and on time, and it will help cover the high cost of fuel at the moment. So we're backing our truck drivers to get a fair go so costs can be shared fairly through the supply chain. So these two pieces of legislation today come on top of all the action we've undertaken in relation to addressing affordability and security, and not one idea from those opposite, not one single thing that we've come up with to support the industry and consumers, not one single thing has been offered by those opposite. Nothing. Where's their plan? They've got no plan. Once again, an opposition bereft of ideas. They were in 2022, all through the last parliament under the member for Dixon, and they continue under the member for Farrer and the current opposition leader.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What we just heard in that diatribe is so far from convention of this place. It is disgraceful that members of the government come in here to give speeches to say, why won't you vote on a bill that we haven't given to you? Why won't we vote on a bill that we haven't shown the Australian people and we haven't been honest with this parliament? Why won't you do that? Because it's bad governance. It is ridiculous to have government ministers who want to be all tricky and go, oh, well, we'll just add this in at the last minute. We haven't been able to go through the Fair Work Amendment Bill. It was introduced this morning, and now you want to somehow try and ram it through and say, trust us, we're the Labor government. I don't, and neither does the majority of the Australian people. Because as we've seen continually under this government, we have seen them hoodwink them, we've seen things hidden in bills, and that's what's about to happen, or trying to happen, under this government. The Coalition supports the ACCC enforcement bill. We support it. Got it yesterday, spent last night going through it, looked for all where the sneaky bylines normally are. We support it. Came in today and we offered the government an olive branch and said we want to bring it on quickly, earlier, for debate, so we can get passed through here, go to the Senate, and also go out into the community to make sure that big business and those fuel companies aren't ripping off the consumer. That's what we did. And as the manager of opposition business was doing that, the Leader of the House saw an opportunity to play politics with a national crisis. And he added a little part, an amendment that said he wants to ram through the Fair Work Amendment Bill. That was introduced this morning, that we haven't had the ability to go through, that the Australian public hasn't been able to look at, to scrutinise, to then give their feedback. So we are reserving our right, as the shadow ministers right now are quickly rushing through this bill as quick as they can. But it's just politics after politics with this government. Now, the real concern isn't about what happens in the bubble, it's what's happening around the country. People can't afford to put fuel in their car. We heard from the minister. He stood in here, I think it was yesterday, and he said we have the same amount of fuel as we did before the war in the Middle East. Well, if that was the case, then why are petrol stations and fuel supply running low? Why are fuel and petrol stations closed down. Why are people drilling into farmers' fuel tanks and draining their fuel? Because what he said is not true. And then we heard from the Prime Minister previously say, well, if it's the Australian people should only take what they need. Well, if you can't afford it a week ago, you're not going to be able to afford it in 2 weeks when it goes from $3 in Townsville up to $4. People are trying to live their lives and now they can't afford fuel. And these petrol stations who are jacking prices up need to be held accountable. I absolutely agree with it. I absolutely agree that has to happen. And it should be right now where this parliament is working together. It should be right now where elected members are putting together the plan to make sure that people can afford fuel at the bowser, so that this isn't an extra cost on them and it doesn't impact the cost of living crisis that they're already facing. Because right now around the country, the real discussion is going to happen when parents are waking up on Easter and saying, the Easter Bunny didn't come today. Because they can't afford to buy that little bit of extra that they used to, can't afford to drive to the shops to get it, can't afford to buy the groceries because everything goes up. Now, if you listened to the member for Wright, Scotty Buckles, he's in the transport industry. He's the only truckie in this parliament, but no one's reached over and said, what do you think we should do? How can we make this better? All we're seeing is politics from this Labor government instead of action, and it's a shame.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, the member for Herbert's speech in this place is interesting because this morning the opposition got up, they got out of bed, and they decided that they'd try and be a little bit tricky. They decided that they would try on some more politics in this place, and they've got form because we have seen them the last time we were in this chamber talking to the Australian people irresponsibly and using a crisis in the Middle East for their own political advantage. And, Deputy Speaker, all that the opposition found out today is that this government, the Albanese Labor government, is dead serious. We are dead serious about tackling cost of living. We are dead serious about making sure that the Australian people get the relief that they need, not just at the bowser, but also in terms of their grocery bills, in terms of their medical costs, and that is what we focus on every single day in this place. This House is here to act in the best interests of everyday Australians. This House is here to act in the national interest. This House is here to step in when people need that help, and we take that responsibility incredibly seriously. Because right now people are doing it tough. Right now, when people pull up to that bowser, they're worried about the impact that it will have on their hip pocket. And we need to do something about that. And we need to do something about that now. That is what the government is focused on. That is what the government is doing when it comes to these two bills before us here today. And, Deputy Speaker, what Australians need now is not talk. What Australians need now is not politicking from those across the chamber. What Australians need now is action, and that is what the Albanese Labor government is doing. Because there are two key pieces of legislation that we are talking about today. The first is doubling penalties, because no one should be taking advantage on a commercial basis of people who are struggling to put fuel in their cars. And what this does is it gives effect to what the Treasurer and the Assistant Minister announced on the 11th of March to double the ACCC's enforcement penalties, including for false and misleading conduct and for cartel behaviour, to a maximum of $100 million per offence. The second thing that these bills do is that they give truckies a fair go. They make sure that our truck drivers aren't disadvantaged by a significant issue in our community. And our road transport industry is vital to keeping our nation moving, to keeping our economy running, and that's what this bill does. Because without trucks and without their drivers, the movement of essential supplies across Australia stops. And we can't have that. We need to look after our drivers, we need to give them a fair go. And both these bills take the next step in our laser-like focus on cost of living. They take the next step in making sure that we are taking action so that mums and dads and families are not taken down by what is a crisis in the Middle East. Because we've already increased supply by releasing 20% of our reserves that are now held in this country because of a Labor government, and reserves that couldn't have been released if we were under a coalition government, with their reserves being in Texas. We've temporarily amended the fuel standards to release more supply. And Deputy Speaker, we are leading a task force, bringing together people from across the country, bringing together experts, bringing together leaders, so that there can be a coordinated response to give Australians the relief they need. Deputy Speaker, a crisis in the Middle East should never be exploited for commercial gains, should never be exploited for political gains, and the Albanese Labor government is acting for Australians.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I come from Australia's largest inland city, a beautiful part of the world, a place I know that you know well, Speaker. And for weeks now, this fuel supply crisis has been hurting our community. On the border out at Dalby, we saw petrol stations run dry. I heard from farmers in that area, Speaker, who had to stop their harvest midway through because they did not have the fuel available to them. At Wairima, we saw the pumps run dry. I heard from families who could not afford the extra fuel costs, driving out to see elderly parents. Those trips were cancelled for the weekend at Speaker in Toowoomba. 2 petrol stations on Taylor Street were closed down, ran out of gas. And this has impacted our community terribly. And at the start of this, Speaker, Labor pretended there was no supply issue. They pretended there was no problem. It was only late on Thursday of the last sitting week that Minister Bowen admitted that Australia had a crisis. That word slipped out, I think, accidentally out of his mouth. That wasn't the plan. He was forced into admitting that after the pressure we applied to him. And since then, he's been talking very tough about what he was going to do to those who were price gouging, who were using this opportunity to hurt others. And he's been boasting for 2 weeks about the ACCC enforcement bill that he was going to bring, and he was going to crack down on these people, but he sat on it for 2 weeks. So this morning, Speaker, we called on the government to bring that legislation forward. But just before that, Speaker, at 9:15 this morning, less than 2 hours ago, another bill was introduced to this place, the Fair Work Amendment. And it was introduced with 7 minutes of a speech describing it. 7 minutes by the government describing that bill. That's all we got. We had no opportunity to debate it. This hasn't been through any level of scrutiny whatsoever. That's the usual process, by the way. You introduce a bill and then we go through debate later on. But what have Labor tried to do when we've asked them to bring forward this bill that they've been boasting about, beating their chests about how strong they were going to be to crack down on these people who are taking advantage of Australians? What did they do? They've used the most disgusting, cunning political techniques to try and ram through a bill that has nothing to do with this. It might be a good bill, Speaker. There might be things in it that we like. We might agree to it. But, Speaker, we would like the opportunity to debate that bill, for it to go through the proper process.
Shame.
That's what we're calling for. That's what we're brought to this place to do, to debate bills and hopefully create a better set of rules for Australia to work within. And instead of that opportunity to be given to representatives of communities like mine, this government has decided to ram that bill through underneath the ACCC enforcement bill, which we support, Speaker, which we support. We came here, moved a suspension of standing orders to bring this legislation forward that they'd been sitting on, that they'd been boasting on. It was their only talking point that they could give, Speaker, when they were put under pressure and asked what they were going to do about the fuel supply crisis. We're going to crack down. So we said, bring it on, bring it on. And their response has been absolutely disgusting from a government whose integrity has been called into question time and time again, who refuse to stand and be held to account to the normal practices of Parliament. And we've watched it here today. And I go back to this point. The reason that we called for the ACCC enforcement bill to be brought forward was because we come from communities where we're seeing these problems. We're talking to these people. We're hearing from business owners who simply cannot afford the additional cash flow that $1 per litre extra is putting on them. That's why we called to bring this forward, because we're trying to look after our communities. We have a government who won't do anything. I'm going to finish on this last point. The Fair Work Amendment that they've brought forward may be the best thing they've ever done. Who knows? They could be struck by a fit of composure and put something on the table that's actually worthwhile. Who knows, Speaker? And we've heard all about how they care about truckies. The only truckie in this place is over there. Yeah. I care about that bloke. And I care about his democratic rights to be able to scrutinise and debate a bill that's been put before the Parliament. There's been an absolute disgrace, Speaker, an absolute disgrace from this government.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What we are dealing with right now is global in nature and scale, but is being felt domestically right here at home. The war in the Middle East is seriously impacting supply chains and pushing up the cost of fuel around the world. Australia is not immune to that volatility, and higher fuel prices, we know, are putting real pressure on households, small businesses, farmers and transport workers across the country. We recognise that, and that is exactly why the Albanese Labor government is taking decisive, coordinated action. At the centre of that response is protecting consumers from being ripped off. So we've introduced the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for ACCC enforcement bill, which operates to double penalties for serious misconduct, lifting maximum penalties for false or misleading conduct to $100 million per offence. Let me be clear, the conflict overseas is not an excuse to profit from Australians. So we're putting the fuel sector on notice. We'll not accept big corporates treating Australian motorists unfairly, and that's why we're empowering the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines. And we are calling on those opposite to support this legislation and stand with Australian consumers. But accountability is only one part of the picture. The government is also taking strong action to secure fuel supply during a period of global instability. The Prime Minister convened National Cabinet to deliver a truly national response so states and territories can distribute fuel to where it's needed most, particularly regional Australia, while the Commonwealth focuses on supply. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator. We've begun releasing 20% of Australia's fuel reserves, courtesy of our minimum stock holding obligation. We've changed petrol and diesel standards to get more fuel flowing quickly, and we've backed Australia's oil refineries so they can keep producing fuel here at home. And we've made sure that all the fuel we are making in Australia is used in Australia, and we're engaging in closely with our international trading partners to keep supply chains open. This coordinated national leadership began when this war began, and Australia was better prepared because we had already strengthened our fuel security settings. We will continue to act in the national interest because delivering for Australians is our priority. But these global events also point to a bigger truth. Every global fuel shock reminds us why Australia must become less reliant on imported fuels that are vulnerable to conflict and international volatility. And the long-term answer to that is energy self-resilience. That means continuing the transition to cleaner, more secure energy made here in Australia. Renewables, electrification, batteries and cleaner fuels that reduce exposure to global shocks and put downward pressure on costs over time. This includes sustainable aviation fuel, which has an important role to play in decarbonising aviation while strengthening fuel security. In a world of fuel shocks and price spikes, sustainable aviation fuel is no longer just an environmental choice, it's an increasingly economic proposition. In my role as Chair of Parliamentary Friends of Aviation, I recently attended the Green Skies Sustainability Summit at Qantas headquarters in Sydney. That summit brought together leaders from the aviation industry, businesses and academia, all focused on the future of sustainable aviation. A clear message came through. The aviation sector sees the benefit of sustainable aviation fuel and is already moving in that direction. Discussions focused on scaling up research and development, building domestic capability and the importance of strong partnerships between government, industry and universities to turn innovation into reality at the same time as reducing the cost of production and all costs throughout the supply chain, which is critical if sustainable aviation fuel is to be feasible. Importantly, industry understands that decarbonisation and economic growth go hand in hand. Sustainable aviation fuel supports regional connectivity, national productivity and supply resilience while reducing emissions and reliance on imported fuel. This is exactly what a future made in Australia looks like. More energy and manufacturing sovereignty, stronger industries and a more resilient economy. This is an Albanese Labor government key priority.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today on Thursday, being the last sitting day of this parliamentary week, and I do so knowing that when I head home tonight to the Gold Coast, the expectation of my community is that we've done something constructive while we've been down here in Canberra. They don't like the talk fests, they don't like the attacking of each other. They just want problems that they're facing in their day-to-day lives solved. So this morning, the Coalition came in to this place and offered that we bring forward this ACCC legislation in order for this week to not be lost entirely with what it could achieve. Because outside of this legislation this week, what is it that the Albanese Labor government can put their hand on heart and say, we've done to try and fix this fuel crisis? Not much. So we came in here and said, let's bring this forward. Now, it's a fair question. Why would you bring it forward at this point in time? I'll tell you why. Because the Treasurer and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy actually announced this initiative back on the 11th of March. Today's the 26th of March. So for 15 days, the fuel crisis rages in suburbs, country towns and farms all over this country, and we didn't even have legislation until yesterday. Now, I think the Australian people deserve better than that from their government. I'm very, very disappointed for the Australian people that this Labor government seemed to have lost control of this crisis. There's no comprehensive plan. There's no ideas that are coming in a package. They are dealing with this in a haphazard and panicked fashion. And it's the people of Australia who are paying the price. Now, every Australian is feeling this. And I walked into my office this morning, pretty early, on the front page of The Australian, epidemic of empty. Now, I just don't know at what point the penny is going to drop to this Labor government that Australians are expecting, and they deserve real action to be taken. because I started getting text messages this morning from people in my electorate heading down Bayview Street who have said, holy smokes, diesel, $3.15. An urban area, $3.15. But what everyone wants you to believe is that diesel is just some sort of choice of SUV that you drive around the city. It's not. You see, diesel is what puts the food on the table. It's what the farmers use in their equipment. It's what the truckies use in their trucks. It's what industry uses to manufacture. This is not a choice. The majority of use of fuel in Australia is diesel. So if my local community are paying $3.15 and they've got the benefit of being able to get some of it, imagine how the farmers feeling in Western Queensland, where they can't even get it, let alone pay a higher price for it. Now, this is the tragedy of what is unfolding, is that we had a media announcement 15 days ago, and that legislation only just turned up this week. And it was the coalition who decided to be the adults in the room and say, let's get this done today. Because when I go home tonight, I really want to be able to say to my community, we did something in Canberra this week. We actually tried to help. And there's been some mentions of the politicking on the other side. There's no politics in this. This is about the people of Australia. And the minister at the table scoffs in a disgraceful fashion, showing an absolute, complete disregard for the pain that people are feeling right across Australia. So I'm proud to have stood here today as a member of the coalition to get this done.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Jagajaga.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this is a government that is serious about protecting consumers in communities like mine in Jagajaga and right around this country. We do understand that when prices go up, people feel it at the supermarket, in their bills, and of course at the moment they are feeling it at the petrol pump. At this time of global uncertainty, people in my community do want to know, am I getting a fair go here? And that is what this legislation is about. It is about a fair go, about making sure Australians are not taken for a ride. We do all understand that global events at the moment are impacting fuel prices. We know that conflict is creating volatility. There is uncertainty in global supply chains, and we are feeling the effects of those here in Australia. But let's be very clear, and what this legislation is very clear about, is those global pressures are not an excuse for misconduct. They are not an excuse for misleading conduct, for price manipulation. And they're certainly not an excuse for big corporations to treat Australian consumers like mugs. And that's why this bill doubles penalties for those who do the wrong thing, lifting maximum penalties to $100 million per offence. Because if you're looking to rip off Australians, there should be real consequences for it. And I'm certain that in my community, people expect nothing less. I really understand that at the moment, households in my community and others are doing all they can to manage their costs. People are shopping around, they are budgeting carefully. And so when they are doing this, the least they can expect is that the system is fair and that companies are playing by the rules. And that is what we are achieving with this bill. With the Fair Work, Fairer Fuel bill, we are also making sure that hard-working truckies and smaller road transport businesses are not pushed to the brink by severe cost shocks. We know that truck drivers and businesses are a critical part of Australia's daily economy. They're the people ensuring that food and goods are delivered where they're needed, and this government has got their backs. We know that truckies and transport operators need to be protected from fuel price rises, and it is important that costs are shared fairly through the supply chain. So this is making sure that the Independent Fair Work Commission can act quickly to deal with these issues, As I said, recognising that this is a critical part of Australia's daily economy. The truck drivers, these businesses are ensuring food and goods are delivered where they're needed. And as they're doing it, this government is with them. We have their back. This, of course, builds on action we've already taken, and we've heard some posturing from those opposite about how this government has done nothing. Nothing could be further from the truth, in fact. This government has already increased penalties significantly, strengthened the powers of the ACCC, including expanding petrol price monitoring, on-the-spot fines to crack down on bad behaviour. We have appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator. We've begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol standards to get more fuel flowing. So I would invite those opposite to keep up to date, pay attention. I do want to be very clear for them. This is a moment. We came in this morning and we saw a stunt from the opposition. Not a very well thought through stunt, but nonetheless, it was in fact a stunt. And I think what communities like mine see from that is that those opposite actually have a disregard for what they are feeling at the moment. Those opposite come in here to pull stunts, but we come in here to do the work for the Australian people. We come in here also knowing their record when they were in government, which I'm afraid to say was appalling. They talked tough, but they didn't act for communities like mine and across the country. They let penalties sit at levels that big corporations could treat as the cost of doing business. They failed to properly empower regulators to crack down on misconduct, and Australians paid the price for that. People in my community paid the price for that. There was less accountability and a growing sense for people that the system just wasn't working in their favour. Well, that's the difference here. This government wants to ensure that the system works for Australians. We want to make sure that people are getting a fair go. We understand that this is a difficult time, that global events are putting pressures into our system. And as a government, we take that seriously, we take our responsibility seriously, and we are acting.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for who have we got? Fisher, that's right. You were not on my list, unfortunately. No. Member for Fisher has the call.
He's jumped in, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of urgency in this country that we are debating these bills. This is urgent. It's very urgent. And Australians are suffering like never before. A fuel crisis that is hitting families, small businesses and entire communities across this country. I am getting phone calls and text messages and emails the whole time I am down here from trucking companies, from farmers, from fishers, telling me if they can get fuel, diesel is now north of $3.15 a litre. My fishermen are telling me that there is now no point going to sea because whatever they catch, if they can actually afford to put the fuel in their tanks, whatever they catch will be so expensive that the punters won't pay for it. So my fishermen are tying up their boats. They're going to have to put staff off because if you're not catching fish, you can't process the fish, you can't sell the fish. This is very real. And I sat here during the MPI yesterday. This is the thing that the other side just does not get. I sat here in the MPI yesterday and listened to the member for Wills talk about how horrible it was that a person was filling up a jerry can. Now, that's the thing with the other side. They have no concept of reality. How many businesses out there require fuel to be placed in jerry cans to be able to use it on their compactors, on their petrol-driven concrete mixers, their generators? This mob over here have got no idea. Why? Because they've never run a business before. It's school, uni, union, parliament. Never run a business, never had a trade, no concept of how the real world operates. And when we have a situation where this country could very well be on its knees because this government, not only did it not plan for these contingencies, it's still sticking its head in the sand. Those members opposite in government are still kidding themselves that there's no problem to see here. If only the Australians would not panic. They're too busy blaming Australians than trying to do their job. They're in government, Mr Deputy Speaker. They're in government. They're not an opposition in exile. They pull the strings. They control the policies and the settings which enable them, us as a country, to be able to deal with these crises. Government is hard. So they need to come to the party. They need to actually be honest with the Australian people. Don't stick your heads in the sand and say, it's all good. It's all good. If it's all good, why are there more than 500 petrol stations in this country with no fuel today? Why? It is not good enough. Deputy Speaker, this is not just about price. This issue is not just about price, it's about supply. We're seeing reports of fuel stations running dry, access being restricted. Regional urban communities like mine are being hit the hardest. Sunshine Coast, as I said, fishermen are telling me that they are struggling. They are having to put people off. This is not theoretical, this is happening now. This parliament needs to focus on getting fuel flowing and getting prices under control, and these bills...
The member's time has expired. The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Boothby.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for ACCC enforcement and the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill. This legislative amendment will allow the Minister to streamline emergency applications in relation to a road transport contractual chain if it is viewed to be in the national interest and will have impacts on the road transport industry. Truckers, who perform a crucial role in our supply chain economy, should not have to pay exorbitant sums to be able to do their basic job. We know that the Middle East has drastically changed the provision of fuel in this country and around the world, and hikes in petrol prices are to be expected. But it was on the very day that the conflict started in Iran that petrol retailers began to increase their prices, and this is wrong. The situation had not changed in Australia. Australia's fuel supply remained secure, and certainly international fuel prices and standards can influence domestic prices, but these ordinarily bear on Australia's domestic prices 2 weeks after the fact, not on the very day or the day after. Petrol companies are making hay in the conflict in the Middle East and exploiting their customers, Australians. Constituents in my electorate of Boothby are now having to pay more at the pump because of this anti-competitive behaviour. Currently, we're paying around $2.38, an increase of 20 cents, and we know that in the regions it is much, much higher. Understandably, my constituents feel there is no end in sight as prices rise steadily and interminably, and we see what is happening overseas. I, as has the Treasurer, have written to the Chair of the ACCC to ensure that they are properly monitoring this behaviour. The Albanese Labor government is on the side of hard-working Australians who should not have to pay inflated prices to get to their job in order to make ends meet. The Albanese Labor government is working to ensure that all Australians will be able to fill up their tank at market standard prices. And indeed, the Albanese Labor government is introducing this legislation to double penalties for price manipulation at the Bowser. We have convened a national cabinet so that federal, state and territory governments are able to coordinate a comprehensive and substantive response to the fuel crisis. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator who will coordinate the government's and the state and territory governments' responses to fuel security and supply chain resilience, and engage with overseas partners to ensure that we can keep supply coming. Australia has begun to release 20% of its fuel reserves, reinforcing our already fuel-secure status. And luckily, those reserves are actually onshore in Australia, not in Texas, where those opposite thought they should be. We've also relaxed petrol and diesel standards in order to increase our fuel supply. And this legislation to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging to $100 million per offence, this is about giving Australia a fair go. So while those opposite play political games, stunts, calling on this legislation to be urgently passed, very urgent, we heard from the last speaker, those in the other place, on their side, were referring it to a committee. And then when we put it to a vote here, they voted against it anyway. Those opposite are playing stunts, very badly strategically planned stunts, while this government has the back of all Australians. And I'd call on those opposite to stop the stunts, stop the games. This is urgent. We need to get it through. You need to vote for it. You need to tell those in the other place that they need to vote for it as well. Deputy Speaker, this is an urgent thing and we really need all of us. We're elected to look after Australians. We all need to do what is right for our constituents and get this legislation through. Thank you.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To those in the gallery and my fellow Australians, can I say be wary of a bill that comes to this House rushed. Be wary of a bill that comes here at the pace that this has. Before being elected, being given the privilege to represent the people of Wright, I was a transport operator. I had 14 transport depots around the state of Queensland. I employed over 100 people. So it galls me when those on the other side come in here and say no one understands transport, that the Liberal Party, that the LNP despise unions and they despise the transport sector. That gets under my gut. Now, I don't profess to be a good politician, but I do represent my people well. And I know what we are debating here at the moment does little to affect my farmers, my transport operators, my growers. The time remaining on this bill, what we should be talking about as a government, as an opposition, we should be talking about fuel excise. We should be talking about the levers that we can pull now. For every litre of fuel, there's 52.6 cents in fuel excise. We should be discussing, what should we be doing that? We should be having that conversation as mature politicians, but they won't come to the party on it. They won't have that discussion. We should be discussing fuel excise, whether or not we trim it, we freeze it all together, give an instant 52.6 cents off the Bowser price as of this afternoon. And if we're going to have that conversation, then we need to be asking the next responsible question, well, what's the opportunity cost? If we've committed to road infrastructure where that money was ear-tagged to go and pay, what are the unintended consequences of road construction having to halt as a result of that fuel excise money not flowing? I don't know what the answer is, but let's have that conversation. Let's have the conversation about maybe even halving the excise and staging it over a period of time. None of us know how long this conflict is going to go on for. The only thing I know is that no one on the other side is going to bring a solution. And I can assure you that the doubling of penalties will do little or nothing to change the Bowser price of fuel in this country if you can get a litre of fuel. We heard yesterday in the chamber here the Prime Minister or the Energy Minister unashamedly say how many service stations are out of fuel.
Now, I don't say that that's the blame of anyone other than the conflict in the Middle East. I'm not here to play the politics. Like I said, I'm not good at this. But I am good at fixing problems. I'm good at getting stuff from A to B. I made a lot of money out of it. And I reckon I could fix this. And I invite the Parliament to engage with us, either on the floor of Parliament or behind the scenes. I don't care where we have the conversation. But let's start having a conversation about what fuel excise looks like. Because we heard member after member on the other side come into this Parliament, and I quote, "We step in when people need help." Well, that's not help. Doubling the penalties is not help. Won't change the price at all. We need to do something. I'm suggesting the fuel excise has got far more ramification, far more sense of instant relief at the Bowser, instant relief for my growers. I mean, I've got a distributor up in my electorate. He normally picks up about 9 B-double loads from the terminal of Brisbane every week. 450 farmers, 2 shire councils, 3 bus companies, 6 servos. Last week, he had 2 B-double loads. This week, he's been told there's none. So the flow-on effects into our community are horrendous. And if you think we've got problems today, come back in a month's time when we don't have fuel. They're going to be a lot worse then. Mr. Speaker, I invite the Prime Minister, the Energy Minister, anyone who's got carriage of these bills. I will talk to you about a genuine conversation around fuel excise, which helps the punter this afternoon.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fuel keeps my community moving. In suburbs like Menai, Hammondville, Warrenora Heights, Macquarie Links, Bangor, Alfords Point and Bonnet Bay, there is no train station. In suburbs like that, the car is essential. Families rely on supply of fuel from petrol stations to live their lives, to take the kids to soccer training, to pick up their groceries for dinner, to check in on their elderly parents. It's part of getting to work early in the morning, picking up the kids in the afternoon. It keeps small businesses moving and allows us to stay connected to services and our community when it is often some distance away. Fuel companies know this. And there are so many patriotic Australians in the fuel sector who take that responsibility seriously. But what this bill does is ensure that the bad actors who are seeking to make a quick buck off the volatility that international conflict has brought to 2026 are held accountable for their responsibilities. When petrol prices move, households feel it immediately. When prices spike without explanation, people notice. And when they suspect they are being taken advantage of, trust in the system erodes quickly. This legislation is about restoring and protecting that trust. This bill speaks directly to the everyday experience of people in my electorate in southern Sydney. Global instability has created volatility in oil and fuel markets. My community understands that international events can affect prices here at home. What they expect, however, is honesty, transparency and fair conduct from companies operating in Australia. And we agree. That expectation is reasonable, and it's exactly what this bill reinforces. For my community, petrol isn't an optional extra. It's how people get to work, run their businesses and keep family life moving. When prices jump without clear reason, people feel it straight away. We know that fuel prices are susceptible to international pressures. We know that we can't control the international price of oil. But this bill makes one thing clear. International conflict is not an excuse to rip off Australians. If petrol companies mislead customers or rip off people, the penalties will be serious. We're backing strong rules, real enforcement and fair prices at the pump because Australians deserve a fair go. This bill builds on reforms already delivered by the Albanese Labor government. Penalties were increased to $50 million, the ACCC was given stronger powers, including petrol price monitoring, and the ability to issue on-the-spot fines. Those changes strengthened oversight, This legislation ensures enforcement remains effective and credible as markets evolved. For the fuel sector, that credibility is critical. Petrol is an essential cost. Trades rely on it, small business rely on it, families rely on it. Strong enforcement helps ensure fair conduct across the market. This bill builds on practical action taken by this government to maintain supply security and improve fuel accessibility. We are boosting supply by releasing 20% of the baseline minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel. We are temporarily amending fuel standards to increase supply. We are working with the ACCC to ensure fuel can move to where it's needed most, while strengthening price monitoring and transparency. We are engaging internationally to protect Australia's fuel supply chains in an increasingly uncertain global environment. And in addition to that, we've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator, Anthea Harris, to ensure that fuel is getting where it's needed most. Recent global events have added pressure to fuel markets. Australia cannot control global volatility, but we can control how strongly we protect consumers at home. This bill strengthens accountability, it reinforces deterrence, and it ensures the consequences for wrongdoing reflect the harm caused to real people and real businesses. This should be a shared priority across the parliament. I note that the member for Wright has said that we should be wary of the rush. Well, my community can't wait. My community can't wait for reliability of fuel price. And those opposite need to get on board and support a real measure that will make a tangible difference in the lives of Australians who are paying for fuel. The Albanese Labor government's priorities are clear. We're addressing inflation, we're supporting productivity, and we're protecting Australians through global uncertainty. Those opposite really need to get on board for the sake of Australians right across the country. Ensuring fairer petrol prices and stronger enforcement is essential to the task of looking after Australians in a time of international uncertainty.
The question is that the bill's been now read a second time, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I will speak to this doubling the penalties for the ACCC enforcement amendment from the Treasury's laws. But I am a little bit confused about this, because my question is, where did this come from? Where did this come from? This just shows how this government is struggling. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has stood up here and said there's no fuel supply issues. There's no fuel supply issues. As a matter of fact, he even got up and said that Australia has more fuel supply in the country now than what we did before the Iran incidents. So that is absolutely amazing. So if we don't have a supply issue, we must have a distribution issue. So doubling the penalties for the ACCC enforcement, my question would be, how much enforcement has been had by the ACCC so far? Can anybody point to me how many people have been prosecuted? Anybody?
Crickets.
I just don't think it's happening. So then all of a sudden, that we're going to double the penalties for something that is actually not even happening. That's why the coalition has put in place and launched yesterday the No Fuel Here. So you can go on to www.nofuelhere.com.au. Now that is a live reporting tool that everybody can jump on and say what service stations are out of fuel. Now we've been told by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy yesterday that there was over 500 service stations that didn't have fuel. So again, I think there's definitely a distribution problem if we don't have a supply problem, but I believe it's both. But by launching the www.nofuelhere.com.au, this will put the power into the constituents who can then report, and it will be a live tool. Because, Deputy Speaker, the residents in Dawson, they're struggling. They're struggling under the Albanese Labor-created cost of living crisis, and now the extra price gouging that's happening from fuel is just adding insult to injury. So we're seeing price increases of up to 40 cents in a day, and it keeps going. We're seeing fuel on the outskirts of Mackay now at $3.25 per litre, and that is simply not sustainable. And here talks about from those opposite that potentially there's going to be some rationing. There might be some rationing. Well, rationing in rural and regional Australia just simply will not work. If you put $40 in the tank, then that's not going to get you very far. And in my electorate that's over 400 kilometres long, they'll be chasing fuel station to fuel station to fuel station. People will be driving around burning diesel or burning petrol just looking for where they can buy their next bit of petrol. It just simply does not work. It's so important that the fuel flows to the regions because that's where the royalties come from, that's where the food comes from, and that is the heart of Australia. So, Deputy Speaker, what we're witnessing here is a fundamental failure of logic and leadership from this government. They've dumped an amendment to the legislation on the desk and demanded that we blindly support two bills. This is a government that expects this House to rubber stamp their agenda without even a single second of proper scrutiny. It is an insult to the Australian people. We're facing a national emergency, yet we're being forced to debate these bills together or double or nothing else legislative gamble. This is mafia tactics of a government that's clearly taken their tips from the CFMEU. Speed over substance, people, power over people. The Australian people deserve a parliament that acts with transparency instead. We're being blindsided by a government that refuses to allow time for consultation. How are we meant to speak with the independent fuel providers when the government rushes legislation through in the dark of night? It is a fundamental truth that we cannot have a functioning democracy without scrutiny. But this government seems to believe they have the numbers and can just shake us down. Folks, doubling the penalties for the ACCC is not going to be a success. Let's make sure the government enforces what's there.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, our government, the Albanese government, has introduced new legislation to help consumers get a fair go at the petrol pump with bigger penalties for misconduct, including in the fuel sector. Now, the conflict, the war currently overseas, shouldn't be an excuse for profiteering from Australians. We have to support our truckies, and we won't cop big corporates treating Australian consumers like mugs. The Albanese government is helping Australia's trucking industry manage the impacts of the war in the Middle East, ensuring truckies and transport operators are better protected from fuel price rises. So we want to change the law so that the Fair Work Commission can demand that companies pay truckies fairly when fuel prices spike. And with global uncertainty leading to significant impacts on our transport industry, our government is taking practical action to support the truckies and transport operators who keep the Australian economy moving. The government will amend the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and road transport businesses to make an emergency application for a contract chain order to deal with the current spike in fuel prices caused by the war in the Middle East. And under the Fair Work Act, the Fair Work Commission can require transport clients, including retailers, mining companies and manufacturers, to offer fair contract terms, ensuring that truckies and transport operators are paid enough to cover the cost of fuel. Currently, a minimum of 6 months is required for a contract chain order, and our amendment will remove that wait time so truckies and transport operators aren't left to worry about managing rising costs on their own. I want to provide some context on the importance of retailers, wholesalers, everyone doing the right thing. Louise Bilardo, CEO of the Northern Territory Road Transport Association, said, and I quote, "A sizable portion of the NT road transport fleet is comprised of owner-drivers and small trucking businesses. These family businesses are already experiencing financial strain, and their financial circumstances will worsen in the next month as they are forced to pay exorbitant prices for diesel. there is high likelihood that some transport operators may be forced into administration or bankruptcy without the sort of action that is required to make sure that people are doing the right thing. Now, we're calling on the Liberals and Nationals to vote for this bill that will legislate higher penalties for petrol companies that do the wrong thing by transport operators and by all Australians. Now, this is on top of all the other action we're taking to address fuel affordability and security. We've introduced new laws to double penalties for petrol companies from price gouging that this bill has been discussing as well. We began the release of the 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol standards temporarily to get more fuel flowing, changed diesel standards so Australia's refineries can supply more diesel, tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring, issuing on-the-spot fines. We've engaged with international partners to keep supply flowing. We've convened National Cabinet with states and territories. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator. We've engaged with the states and territories on supply and distribution, including holding a special energy ministers meeting, activating the National Coordination Mechanism, which has already met twice, convening the National Oil Supplies Emergency Committee 6 times, unlocking $2 million in financial counselling funding for impacted farmers, and changing the law in order to make it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to our fairer fuel bill, doubling penalties for ACCC enforcement, it is essential that in order to support our trucking companies, in order to support everyday Territorians and everyday Aussies, that these companies are held to account, and maximising the fines will provide an effective disincentive. And despite what some opposite have said, there have been huge fines handed out to petrol companies that have done the wrong thing, and that will continue and be much harsher now.
The question is that the bill's been now read a second time, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just last weekend, I'd run the tank dry. I went to my local servo in Gymea Bay and I filled up. And I watched it go higher and higher and higher, and before I knew it, I was over $200. And I made a video about it straight after that, just because I could not believe, only filling up a couple of weeks earlier, it was basically half the price. Now, this isn't a luxury. This wasn't for a road trip. This wasn't for a getaway. This is to get the family around the town. Now, this isn't a future problem. It's happening right now. And when fuel prices hit this level, everything changes. Families start doing maths about everyday life. They say, do we drive to sport this weekend? Can we go away this Easter? Can we afford a holiday? Do we go away at all? Do we stay at home? Do we start cutting back on groceries? Can we afford next month's school fees? Well, that's the reality everyday families are living right across Australia. And yes, while the war on Iran may not have been foreseeable, what is foreseeable is how quickly you react and how you get across your brief. And unfortunately, for all everyday Australians, they are having to adjust their way of life faster than this government has been able to adjust to a fuel crisis. You can't tell everyone everything is fine on a Monday and then on Friday call it a national crisis. As soon as this started, it was absolutely foreseeable what would happen. This government was caught flat-footed and still are. And while we welcome the doubling of penalties for the ACCC, there's more the government should be looking at. How should we heard from Scotty Buckholz earlier in here, a man who has dedicated a huge proportion of his life to trucking, who owned 14 depots right across this country, who understands this industry. For him, this isn't policy, it's not a piece of legislation, it's not words on a paper. He knows the people in this industry who are going to go bankrupt without adequate help. And when they go bankrupt and food gets stops delivering to supermarket shelves, when crops stop getting sowed, it's everyday Australians that'll pay, and we risk stagflation. And what he raised is, should we be looking at adjusting the fuel excise? Why is the government not having discussions on these topics that would provide relief overnight to truck drivers on road user charging, on fuel excise right across the country? Yes, we support doubling these penalties, but the ACCC takes time. They have to investigate cases, they have to create litigation, Australians need relief now. They need relief urgently. They are doing the maths right now on how they will get through Easter. I personally spoke to 2 trucking companies this week who are worried about going insolvent. And when they go insolvent, they have customers who they deliver to. They go to Bunnings, they go to Woolies, they go to Coles. It's not just a bush issue. Right now it may be. People in the cities might say the worst thing that's happening to me is paying $200 for a tank, and that's pretty bad. But it could soon get very worse. When you start having road transport break down, you get shortages on supermarket shelves, you get unemployment spiking, and you get inflation going through the roof. And the truth is, Australia already was experiencing the highest inflation of any advanced economy in the world. What should the federal government be doing? They should be protecting everyday Australians from international shocks. Instead, this government and Treasurer Chalmers had Australians flailing in the wind with the highest inflation in the advanced world. So when this international shock came through, it hit us like a freight train. Yes, you'd much rather be in the US, you'd much rather be in the UK, Japan, any other advanced country in the world you would much rather be, because they had lower inflation to begin with, lower interest rates, and because they were not caught as flat-footed as Australia, petrol prices have gone up less in those countries than Australia. So yes, while the trigger for this event may not have been foreseeable, how you react, how you prepare, and how you get across your brief is. And unfortunately, disappointingly, for Australians all across, working in the suburbs of Gymea and Cronulla and Caringbah, you are bearing the price for this. You're paying it at the Bowser, you may soon be paying it at the supermarket, and we will do what we can to work with this government to give you relief.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time. I call the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, as a new member to this place, there's still so much that I have to learn, including one thing I've learned over the last few days is when members of the opposition are talking from the dispatch box, they don't generally look around the room. They like looking in that direction, which I guess is so that they get themselves on camera, because actually all they're doing is really making a social media video. They're not really contributing to the debate that takes place in this parliament, because not all of them, of course, not all of them. But I think that what we've seen here is a complete abrogation of their responsibility to take part seriously in this debate. And so to that end, I would implore them to support this legislation. Because, you know, the member for Cook talked about the urgency of all of this, but yet they're not prepared to act urgently. And in fact, I remembered during those crises of that term to be alert but not alarmed, whereas the opposition actually seems to have the other way around. They're being alarmed but not alert. Otherwise, they wouldn't be coming in here asking ridiculous questions of the government, such as, you know, will they coordinate a national response after they've already had a national cabinet meeting? They would actually be on top of what's going on rather than trying to score political points, because you know, I have got to say, in my short 53 years on this earth, there have really only been one national crisis that I have lived through, which was COVID. And you know what the Labor Party did on that? They worked with the government at the time in the nation's best interest. And you know what? To give a little bit of free political advice to the opposition, you know what happened to the Labor Party after we worked with the government? We won an election, because actually the smart thing to do politically is to put differences aside and act in the national interest. You know what Australians hate most of all? They hate division in this place. And at a moment of national crisis, I've got to say this. I realise this is free advice, which is unsolicited, but you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay out there in the electorate for the stance that you're taking. Mark my words, and it is exactly the sort of behaviour that has seen your party become a total irrelevance. It gets to the point where it's not worth talking so much about what this opposition is doing, because they have now got themselves into such a position that actually out there in the community they aren't even the real opposition. So please take heed of that advice and act in the national interest. Act like the sort of responsible adults that the people in our community expect us all to act like. And you know what? It will pay political dividends as well as national dividends. This legislation is exactly designed for the moment. It is designed to do two things. These two bills are designed to do two things. And as the member for Cork indicated earlier, the Deputy Speaker himself, heavily involved in trucking. My neighbour. Like I know firsthand from working in construction and running a construction business how important those fuel costs are, how important it is that we get those deliveries on time. And so this legislation, these pieces of legislation deal with that. They give certainty to truckies that they're going to be able to negotiate a fair deal that's going to be able to keep their trucks moving and get those materials delivered to site or goods delivered to supermarkets. And the other thing it does as well is it gives powers to the government and the ACCC to actually properly prosecute companies that are profiteering out of this. We know, as if the member for Cook was telling us something we don't know. We know what is going on out there. But the difference between us and the opposition, Deputy Speaker, is that we're acting on it, they're point scoring. That we're out there taking effective measures, they're out there collecting data, asking for people's emails. That we're out there acting in the national interest, they're out there acting what they think is in their very narrow political interest. And so I would appeal on them to support this legislation. This needs to happen quickly, it needs to happen urgently, and all of the urgency that the other side have been talking about needs to be more than words. They need to stop making social media videos. They need to start acting in the national interest, and the best thing they could do would be start by supporting these bills.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question before the House now is that the bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what we have heard from the Labor Party for the last 2 weeks is that people should stop panic buying. It's apparently Australia's fault that we, don't have the fuel that we need. Should stop panic buying. What we are actually seeing today is the Labor government under Prime Minister Albanese panic legislating. That's what they're doing. They're panic legislating because they have been left flat-footed. People in Australia are going through a cost of living crisis. They have had energy bills go through the roof. Inflation continues to rise. Interest rates on mortgages continue to rise. Rents continue to rise. And now we have trucks who cannot deliver and are at risk of folding their small businesses. This is absolutely lays at the feet of the Albanese government. It is not Australia's fault that this is happening. It is not the panic buying that has caused this. Today I've just got off the phone from one of the farmers, and he happens to have a small fuel depot in Robinvale. He has just told me that he's talked to citrus growers in my electorate who are literally in process of deciding whether they will take the fruit off that tree to deliver to market or not. We hear today that 1 in 5 farmers are making the decision not to sow a crop. What is this Labor government doing about it? Well, you know what? They're panic legislating. They're panic legislating, finally getting the ACCC to do their job, and they're allowing truckies to put their prices up according to the fuel they're paying. Great! Guess what? There is a flow-on effect, Labor. Prime Minister Albanese needs to understand that if people cannot afford their groceries, they cannot afford vegetables, they won't buy them. And guess what happens when Australians don't eat fresh vegetables and fruit? You know what? They get sick. They get sick. And so our health prices will also go up. The amount of trouble that people in the regions have trying to get health services now, and many of them having to drive to get to those health services. I had a woman write to me this week who said that she cancelled her health appointment because she couldn't get fuel to put in her car to get to see her doctor. Great, just fantastic, all under the Labor government. The Labor government need to stop blaming Australians and they need to take responsibility. What we have now is a panicked government who is making last-minute decisions to throw in legislation, of course, in an omnibus fashion. Oh, always. Let's throw this in and let's throw that in. And if the opposition, if we don't approve it, then, you know, it's all on us. Well, you know what? The previous speaker just blamed the coalition for the mess that Australia is in. No, we will not accept that. This is absolutely Prime Minister Albanese's problem to fix. And as for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, where do I start? Where do I start? Last week, no problem with supply. No problem at all with supply. 3 days later, oh, suddenly we've got a fuel crisis. Did we see that coming?
Only people were telling you.
If only somebody had told him. So now we are trying to mop up the mess that Labor have created. I don't think that we can overestimate the poor decision-making and the poor processes that this government have put in place. They are late to come to the table, late to call the meetings. Pretty fond of meetings, got to say. They love having the round table to have the discussions and what decisions are being made. Oh, we'd better rush and make some legislation that looks like we're doing something. Australians are going to wear the cost of the failures of this government into the future. And who knows long how into the future. I am deeply worried about farmers who are choosing not to pick fruit, farmers who will not grow crops. Everyday Australians, families trying to put food on their table will be wearing the cost of the incompetence of this government.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the bill be read a second time. And before I give the call to the member, I'll remind members of the House that the agreed Treasury Law Amendment doubling penalties for the ACCC Enforcement Bill and the Fairer Work Amendment Bill be called on together to be debated concurrently. The question before the House is that these bills now be read a second time. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, whether you're a teacher commuting from the mountains to a school on the plains, a disability worker driving a client you support, a turf farmer, construction worker or truckie operating diesel vehicles, a family just trying to keep the wheels turning, the price at the pump is hurting and availability has been hard. I know we've had petrol stations in my electorate out of one or more fuels. It's constantly changing and in flux as the supply continues to flow through. So these bills are designed to add to the work we've already done to respond very promptly to the world environment that we're seeing. And they're designed to do two things. One is to protect consumers from petrol price gouging, and the second is to provide the trucking industry with a way to respond and manage the impacts of the war. We are less interested in blaming someone for what's happened and more interested in solutions, and I really urge those opposite to support the solutions, and these being two key parts of the things that we can do in this unprecedented situation. All they seem to be saying is you're doing it too fast and you should have done it before. So I'm really not interested in debating that rhetoric. Let's look at the practical things that the Albanese government is doing. And one is the new legislation to help consumers get a fair go at the petrol pump so that there are bigger penalties for misconduct in the fuel sector. You know, the conflict overseas should never be an excuse to profit off Australians. We're putting petrol companies on notice, and this Treasury Laws amendment to double the penalties does literally that, doubles the penalties for false or misleading conduct and cartel behaviour to a maximum of $100 million per offence across the economy. We'd already increased penalties to $50 million. That's 5 times higher than what they were when we came to government. And we've given the ACCC more tools like extending petrol price monitoring powers and the ability to issue on-the-spot fines. So this is a really important step, and it comes on top of the other action we're taking to address fuel affordability and security. We're boosting the fuel supply by releasing 20% of the baseline minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel, and that is already beginning. We're getting more fuels into the market by temporarily amending the fuel standards, and we're engaging international partners to strengthen the supply chains and fuel security. And the work we've done with Singapore in the last couple of days is a very good example of that. So that is one side of this legislation that is about making a practical difference. The second is around truckies. Now, my electorate has truck drivers all over the place in every possible sector. And what we know is that they haven't been able to have the tools to respond. So this is an amendment to the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and road transport businesses to make an emergency application for a contract chain order to deal with the current spike in fuel prices. Instead of something that would normally take more than 6 months, we want this to be done fast. The minimum 6 months will no longer apply when there is an emergency declaration made, and this gives the Minister the powers to do that. As the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations says, that this is about us stepping up to help create fairness through the supply chain and manage the impacts of global fuel challenges, and helping truckies and transport operators be protected from fuel price rises. So this is a second really important piece of legislation being put to the Parliament, and we are asking those opposite to get on with it and allow this to go through the Parliament in a very prompt way. It adds to multiple announcements we've made to support getting more diesel flowing, and one of those I just want to focus on is the minor adjustment to diesel standards. And this is going to support truckies in my community. The 6-month adjustment lowers what's known as the flash point for diesel from 61.5 degrees Celsius to 60.5 degrees Celsius. And what it means is that we can increase the diesel supply options from refiners and from international sources. It's about having more flexibility, and that's exactly what's needed here. Flexibility by a government that's going, right, what are the things we can quickly put in place to support our industries adapt and be flexible to the conditions they're facing? I commend the bill.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. I'll go to the member for Hinkler and then I'll come to you, honourable member. The question before the House now is that the bill be read a second time, and with that I'll give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Right now the cost of diesel in my regional Queensland electorate of Hinkler is sitting at a high of $3.15 per litre. Unleaded, upwards of $2.50 a litre. Those opposite keep telling Australians that we are in a good position to deal with this crisis. Mr Speaker, tell that to Brian from Bundaberg, who called my office this morning. He's wondering how he will afford to visit his grandchildren in Brisbane during the upcoming Easter holidays. Tell the farmers and producers of Hinkler that we are in a good position. They are already changing the way they do business. They're busily reconsidering who they can viably supply and how they do it. And what about the truckies taking our produce to market from Hinkler and delivering essential supplies to our region? What about the tour boat operators taking visitors to the southern Great Barrier Reef, with fuel costs now skyrocketing by upwards of $2,000 every day? and the Harvey Bay retirees changing their driving behaviour, too afraid to leave their home because they simply can't afford it. Australia is facing a genuine national emergency and fuel crisis, and this is being felt everywhere, especially in regional Australia. Prices are visibly hitting households in real time. Work from home, it's not an option for so many in their regions. So what about the bills before us here today? Yes, the Coalition is backing the doubling of penalties for the ACCC. This is tangible, increasing the maximum penalty for anti-competitive behaviour and ensuring the price of misconduct is high and high enough to deter unfair activity is good. We must ensure consumers retain a robust level of protection. Yes, we support tougher penalties for those doing wrong, but the Commission must also prosecute. We won't cop fuel gouging, but let's not forget to give confidence to the independent fuel retailers who don't know when their next order is coming from, or where the next order is coming from, or when. Doubling penalties won't help the supply. Deputy Speaker, this government needs to do more. It needs to do better. How about acting for regional Australia too? Don't put the blame on Australians. Speaking of confidence, it's worth pointing out that consumer confidence has now fallen to its lowest since records began, stretching back over 50 years since 1972, even below the COVID-19 pandemic low of 2020. As for the Fair Work Amendment Bill, well, we on this side of the House are weighing up what that means. It was brought in here at 9:15 this morning, and I'm sure those on the other side are still reading their talking points as they're in here speaking as well, Deputy Speaker. It'd be nice and, more importantly, appropriate to have the opportunity to properly understand and scrutinise. But right now, all we are seeing is a game of politics. Regional Australians don't have the luxury of jumping on a bus or working from home. Fuel is how we get to work, how we get our kids to school, how our businesses and our farms keep running. When the pumps are empty, our communities grind to a halt. The Parliament should be focused on getting fuel flowing and prices under control now. Be wary of bills that are this rushed. Should we be talking about fuel excise? Can we reduce the excise? The government should be looking at every option to take pressure off, including temporary and targeted relief, because already so much damage has been done. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. I think I've got to go to the opposite side, the honourable member. The question before the House now is that the bill be read a second time, and I need to give the call to the honourable member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise today to support both pieces of legislation before us in this cognated debate, and it's worth a few comments, I suppose, for those at home, particularly the people I represent in Melbourne's West, to understand why it is that we're talking about two pieces of legislation this morning. And of course, it's because those opposite came in this morning to demand a debate on one piece of legislation, and in the process said that they would support any legislation that was going to assist Australians in this in the situation we find ourselves as a result of the war in the Middle East. And of course, there's another piece of legislation before us, the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill, that we've therefore called on this morning for debate so that we can get both of these pieces of legislation passed through the Parliament as quickly as possible to support Australians. And I want to start with that second piece of legislation, if you like, which is about supporting truckies across Australia, and something that's close to my heart, who had truck drivers in the family, and something that's really close to my electorate's heart, where many transport workers, many work in transport and logistics, and every conversation we have here in this place about that system, whether it be for truck drivers or for those doing the loading and the unloading, it means individuals, hundreds of individuals in my community who work in this space. In fact, a conversation I was having with a next-door neighbour as late as Friday evening. The Albanese government is helping Australia's trucking industry manage the impacts of the war in the Middle East by ensuring that truckies and transport operators are better protected from fuel price rises. And this is incredibly important, and this legislation goes to the heart of that. It sees the government again stepping up to help create fairness through the supply chain and manage the impacts of the global fuel challenges. It, in fact, in short, means that rather than wait 6 months to be allowed to respond to things, that the minister will be able to give people permission to do that quickly and easily and be more responsive. So it's a very important piece of legislation, and I'm pleased that we're bringing it in today for discussion and to pass. The other piece, of course, is the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for the ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026, and this allows penalties of up to $100 million for those who are found to be in breach of the Treasury Laws Amendment Act by the ACCC. It works, I suppose, quite simply as a deterrent to stop businesses from price gouging Australian citizens. Obviously, everyone in this chamber supports the ACCC in pursuing anyone found to be doing these things. And in response to this, the fuel price increases, we have raised this to $50 million and now again in here for $100 million to ensure that we've got legislation and that the ACCC is empowered to support Australians and support them and prevent them from being taken advantage of by companies who want to do these things. And I just want to go to a couple of points here. The first is those opposite claiming that the government is acting too slowly, and in the next breath that the government is acting too quickly, a theme we have seen in recent times, I must say, since January, but also as someone who was here and who remembers very clearly news of the pandemic breaking in this parliament, sitting on the opposite side, I can attest that the Labor Party in opposition was supportive of government because Australians needed us to be supportive of government. And I ask those opposite to put down their weapons and be supportive of Australians in this instance. I note some jocularity coming from the other side. You don't get to call something a crisis and then play politics with it. You can't do both things, not and be perceived to be reasonable. The government has already introduced new laws to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging. We've convened National Cabinet. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator. We've begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol standards to get more fuel flowing. We've changed diesel standards so Australia's refinery can supply more diesel. The list goes on and on of the actions that this government has taken. I would call on those opposite to support both of these bills and support a government and support Australians.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. The question now that the bills be read a second time, and to that I give the call to the most honourable member for Ryan. Patient member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. The Greens will be supporting this Treasury Laws Amendment, doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026 in the House and reserving our position in the Senate. We also intend to support the passage of the Fairer Fuels Bill in the House, but we'll reserve our position in the Senate. Labor's actually lying to you that they're tackling price gouging. All this ACCC bill does is increase penalties on existing offences, offences which have never in their history been used to crack down on fuel.
Do I can just interrupt the member? The minister's seeking the call.
Well, I think there was some unparliamentary language just used.
To assist the House, could I ask the member for Ryan to withdraw?
I withdraw.
Thank you. The member and the member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you. All this ACCC bill does is increase penalties on existing offences, offences which have never in their history been used to crack down on fuel price gouging. They can still put up prices as much as they want. They just can't lie about it, so they just won't say anything at all. Under pressure from the Greens, Labor has finally done something about price gouging in supermarkets, so why not across the whole economy? Was that because Coles and Woolies happened to be catching a bit of flack recently? There's no reason not to do the same across the whole economy. Maybe they're not doing it because they actually know that it's corporate profiteering that is actually causing inflation, not everyday people. They want you to pay for the crisis. The prices of everything go up, then interest rates go up, and you're paying more for your mortgage and more on your rent. Politicians, the media, the billionaires, they want to make you think that this is just inevitable, but it's not. Inflation is not caused by everyday people spending what they need to get by. You can't decide to sort of opt out of putting a roof over your head or buying food for your family. Wages have hardly moved. When you pay more, someone else gets more money. It's actually pretty simple. The money has to go somewhere, and it's going to the top. When Russia invaded Ukraine, it caused an enormous transfer of wealth from regular people to the top 1%. Publicly listed oil and gas companies worldwide tripled their income from previous years to $916 billion in 2022, enriching their wealthy owners. This includes Santos. Santos actually tripled its net income from 2021 to 2022. Santos has never paid corporate tax in Australia since the ATO started reporting it. It's inflation for you and profits for the 1%. Billionaires worldwide have increased their total wealth by 81% since the pandemic, according to Oxfam, to $18.3 trillion. It's not like the weather. It's not inevitable. Your living standards have gone down while the super yacht business for the ultra-wealthy booms. And this latest oil crisis, which will increase the cost of food, diesel, fertiliser and everything downstream from those goods, will only accelerate that trickle up to the price gouging corporations and their billionaire owners.
I thank the honourable member. Is the amendment seconded?
Yes, it is. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time to this. The honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is now that the amendment be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This matter goes to the very heart of fairness. Fairness for everyday Australians, fairness for families doing their best, and fairness for the workers who quite literally keep this country moving. The Albanese government has been clear from day one. Our focus is simple: to build an economy that works for people, not the other way around. That means standing up when markets fail, stepping in when big corporations overreach, and making sure Australians are never taken for granted. Because across this country, from our major ports to the smallest rural towns, there is a workforce that never stops. Transport workers, truckies, logistics operators, the people behind the wheel at all hours of the day and night, connecting communities, delivering goods, keeping shelves stocked. These workers, not just part of the economy, they are the backbone of it, and they deserve our protection. They deserve fairness in pricing, fairness in conditions, and a system that does not allow them to be squeezed while others profit. Because when price gouging occurs in fuel markets, it does not just hurt motorists in the suburbs, it flows through the entire supply chain. That is why legislation like this is important. Supply chains are the lifeblood of the nation, and when they come under pressure like this because of global uncertainty, they need good government to step up. They ensure food reaches our tables, medicine reaches our hospitals, and goods reach our every corner of this country. When those chains are strained, when transport is not supported, everything slows, everything costs more, and everything becomes harder. Let us be clear. If truckies cannot afford to keep moving, food does not get delivered. If fuel prices are manipulated, regional communities feel it first and worst. And if supply chains stall, the economy does not just stumble, it risks grinding to a halt. And I'm sure no one in this House and no Australian out there wants to see that happen. I've seen the impact of on the transport workforce firsthand through my time working alongside the Transport Workers Union of Australia, but more broadly, over more than 22 years in the transport industry. When you support truck drivers, warehouse workers and those at the front line of our supply chains, you understand just how quickly something like unfair fuel prices and market behaviour hits their livelihoods. These are workers already operating on tight margins, long hours and immense responsibility. So legislation like this is practical protection, ensuring that people who keep Australia moving are not the ones paying the price for corporate misconduct. And it should never be tolerated by any government that claims to stand for fairness. That is why we are putting petrol companies on notice. We will not cop big corporates treating Australian consumers like mugs. We will not accept behaviour that undermines trust, distorts markets and drives up the cost of living. The Treasury Laws Amendment, doubling penalties for ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026, is a clear statement of intent. It doubles penalties for false or misleading conduct and for cartel behaviour to a maximum of $100 million per offence. Our job is to act in the best interest of Australians, and that is what we are doing here today. We know people are doing it tough, we know it's a hard slog, and these bills are our work to improve the lives of everyone in this country. I want to say to those opposite, when times are tough, when crises are on our shores, there is a time for real leadership in this place. That's why we've been elected here. We need to stand up as one collective force in this place at this time for our country and ensure that our truckies are treated with respect and dignity and that our system is not taken advantage of. It is reprehensible that those opposite continue to politicise this crisis. It is time for the Leader of the Opposition to stand up and show some leadership on this very issue and stop politicising it. We need to act as one. We need to act in the best interest of every single Australian, and it is time to support these bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak today for many people across my electorate who are struggling with fuel supply. Let me be clear, though, about what is happening here. The Coalition recognise the urgency of the first part of this cognate bill, the doubling penalties for ACCC enforcement. And we recognise the urgency of it, but what's also happening is that in the purest form of arrogance that has long characterised this Albanese Labor government, they've bundled it up with another piece of legislation that we only received earlier today. Now, petrol we're seeing and petrol and diesel are rising across the country. I spoke recently to John and Sharon, who own a family crane company in my electorate, and they have seen a considerable rise in the cost of fuel. Now, this is a company that purchases between 7,000 to 10,000 litres at a time, and just between the 28th of February and the 18th of March, they've seen an increase of their costs from $1.63 a litre to $2.73 per litre. Now, this cost is being passed on, as you'd expect, to their clients, and that is in turn being passed on to builders and to construction, because many of the people and the companies who use these cranes actually engage in the construction of both commercial and residential housing as well. The impact on families that we're seeing from rising fuel costs is multifaceted, and it's compounding, because we're already seeing a government that has presided over an incredible cost of living crisis. We're seeing inflation that is out of control, and we are seeing now families having to add to their already growing burden the cost of increased fuel. I'd like to also acknowledge and take this opportunity to acknowledge the federal member for Wright, my colleague, who is somebody who is very familiar with the transport industry. He's someone who has worked as a transport operator, and he spoke very passionately about this topic earlier in this debate. The country is at breaking point. We are not seeing any sort of meaningful action here. There's no talk about solutions, no talk about adjustments to, for example, the fuel excise. There's no talk about what the government is actually doing, but instead the talk that we have seen has been confusing and conflated, especially when it comes to the presentations by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy over question time over the last couple of days. We've seen the government contradicting itself. We've gone from there being no fuel problem to there being a national crisis declared. We've seen multiple national cabinet meetings. We've seen a government that has ultimately been caught flat-footed and asleep at the wheel. And it's not only individuals that are hurting, it's small businesses, and those on this side of the House, many of us have been involved in and run small businesses. And it's those people who are really, really struggling at the moment. These are the ones who are wanting to make sure that they have a future for their business, for the people that they employ, and there is no guarantee that is being given by this government. As the Coalition, we will definitely scrutinise, especially in the Senate, the opportunity, or scrutinise this legislation. But the way it has been put through today is something that is characteristic of this government. And we're approaching Easter, which is a time that is very special to Australians. It's very special to Australians. But what are we going to actually see? We're going to see an increase in holiday cancellations. We're seeing families who have probably been looking forward to travel after, working very hard, not being able to travel and to take their time with their families. And I think, Deputy Speaker, that what needs to be done is we need a situation where we've got a government who's not only prepared to act, but is prepared to act in a way that we can work with them. And we've been very constructive in the sense that we've said, in relation to the first part of this legislation, that we're happy to provide some support. But the way it's been rushed, again, is characteristic of a government that is arrogant and out of touch.
Thank you. And I call the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And look, I just want to counter the assertion that the government has been found flat-footed on this. You can't suggest that we're flat-footed and they're not acting expeditiously enough. So you need to, those opposite need to make up their mind about that. It's just completely inaccurate and quite honestly unfair. And I know coming into this place almost 10 years ago, we have better fuel reserves now than we had then under the former government, which saw the closure of refineries and certainly wasn't acting to secure fuel certainty as this government has done, off the back of what I might say have been extraordinary circumstances the world over. Crude has doubled in price in the last month alone, and we've seen an extraordinarily geographically difficult conflict in a strait of water that has been taken prisoner by Iran. So to suggest that we have been flat-footed and had no action is a complete misrepresentation of indeed the action that this government has taken. I rise today in strong support of the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Bill. That will again be a piece of legislation that we have worked quickly and adroitly to get through this place to help with the circumstances and a world in flux as we see it at the moment. This is a practical, targeted and time-sensitive reform designed to respond to extraordinary global circumstances that are placing significant pressure on Australia's road transport industry. And I want to shout out to the truckies of Australia today. You are turning up, delivering and doing your darndest for our nation, and we thank you for it. As we know, the conflict in the Middle East has emerged rapidly and with it sharp volatility in global fuel markets. The flow-on effects have been immediate and profound. Fuel prices are surging. Supply chains are under strain, and across Australia, road transport businesses, many of them small and family-run, are facing mounting financial pressure with very little time to respond. Our government sees you, we hear you, and we are working with you. The duration and full scale of these impacts remain uncertain, and what I mean by that is we don't know when this war is going to end, but we are working to mitigate the circumstances of it every minute of every day. But what is clear is that the consequences are being felt now. Deputy Speaker, this bill amends the Fair Work Act 2009 to ensure that our industrial relations framework is capable of responding quickly and effectively in times of national economic stress. It enables the Minister Minister Rishworth, who has worked day and night on this in recent days, to recognise when extraordinary circumstances are having a significant national impact and to trigger an expedited process so that the Fair Work Commission can act more quickly. That means faster decisions on contract chain orders, ensuring rising fuel costs can be dealt with fairly across supply chains rather than being borne disproportionately by drivers and small operators. It's an important safeguard and it's a necessary one in times like this, because in circumstances like this, delays have real consequences. Importantly, this bill does not alter the independent role of the Fair Work Commission. It respects that role. The Commission will continue to assess applications and make decisions independently, but what this bill does is ensure that in times of crisis it can act with urgency. This legislation builds on the significant steps the government has already taken to respond to this fuel crisis. We've acted quickly to protect Australians, doubling penalties for petrol price gouging and really teething up the ACCC to increase monitoring and enforcement and crack down. We've acted to stabilise supply, releasing a portion of Australia's fuel reserves. We've adjusted the fuel standards to increase availability, and we've been working with our international partners to ensure that those ships keep coming. We're a reliable partner with LNG and coal, and they know they need to reciprocate those deals, and they are, but we're working constructively with them. We've coordinated nationally, convening National Cabinet, working with states and territories, activating key emergency coordination mechanisms to ensure fuel continues to flow where it's needed, and we've been engaging directly with industry every step of the way. This bill is another step in this response, because when supply and price oversight are critical, we must also ensure fairness within the supply chain itself. If this bill isn't passed in this autumn sitting, the consequences are clear. Road transport contractors may be forced to absorb rising fuel costs for an indeterminate period. I thank the House.
Thank you. And I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're hearing the word now, aren't we? Hearing the word crisis. It took a little while before they started saying crisis, but by gosh, we're hearing it a lot now. We're hearing the word urgency. It took a little bit of time before they started saying the word urgency, but we're hearing the word a lot now. And of course, what we're seeing in this is they're rushing forward a bill, and you know why they're rushing forward? Because they're panicking, because they're not across the situation. I'll show you how much they're not across the situation. When I first brought this up 3 weeks ago on Sunrise, they said, don't worry, because we have electric trucks, electric prime movers. I mean, I was gobsmacked. And then I asked the question of the minister, how many days' supply of diesel do we have? And it was almost incredulous, like nothing to worry about here. Next, within a week, big problems. You know right now, this is how bad it's got. I have funeral directors contacting me. They don't have the fuel to pick up family members who have died and cart them back so that they can be dignifiedly, in a dignified way, kept in a condition that's appropriate before they're buried. And they say this is not a crisis. I tell you where you're going to have a big crisis is we have tractors now that are unable to produce the food that you need. So they are basically sitting in a paddock because we can't get the supply of diesel. At the start, just like the fuel crisis, it won't matter because there's stuff in storage. But as it starts to filter through and we can't get it to the marketplace, like we can't load cattle, you're going to start running out of food. And we have got to have a plan. That's why I say we must start rationing now. People aren't going to like it. People are going to be very upset by it. But it's better to show the people that you've got a plan, that you've worked out how much diesel is required, how much fuel is required, and you'll work your way down through the most essential parts of your economy that they get the product first. And if things sort themselves out in the Middle East, well, we can just wait till the fuel's running again and we can just go back to the way we were. But we've been fascinated, and I haven't, but this place has been fascinated by such rubbish as green hydrogen, solar panels, wind towers, climate change, And this issue should have been seen. I tell you why. Because one of the issues that we should be planning for, unfortunately, is President Xi says he's going to take Taiwan by 2027. It's in 2026. That will also shut down all your supply lines. They'll all get shut down. So we should have had that planned, that worked out, because the situation in a smaller form is what's happening now. And if we had that worked out, we'd be able to better handle this one. So we are now trying to, even now, there is no sense of really grasping this situation for exactly what it is before, in its more, to be quite frank, worrying form, it doesn't start arriving at the supermarkets. If it's arriving with funeral directors, if funeral directors in country areas are contacting me because they can't get access to fuel, I think that should ring a bell about how trucks are going to go in carting product around. I can assure you, every time they say there's more fuel, my phone rings hot. Because they say there's more fuel in Australia. They say, well, why haven't we got it? Why isn't it in regional areas? What have you done wrong? Have you got it hidden? Well, who has got this fuel? The mythical fuel company. It's just this. It's there. It's out in the ether. We just can't get it to the stores. We can't get it to the fuel stations. Every time you, if you have bulk users of fuel, like trucks, 1,800 litres in a B-double. So if they don't get it delivered bulk to them, so they use it at their depot, they go to the fuel stations. And when they go to the fuel stations, they run the towns out of fuel. This has not been managed. This has been a fiasco, I might say, and was first brought to the attention of this room, of this chamber, by One Nation, without a shadow of doubt. We were talking about ISIS brides, we were talking about fuel. And now everybody's playing catch-up, and we've got to, you better start coming up with rationing, you better start coming up with alternate paths for fuel to come in here, because if you can't work that out, we're going to have problems getting food to supermarkets.
Thank you, and I call the member for Gorton.
Speaker, our road transport industry is vital to keep Australia's economy moving. You see it in action in my community, on our roads in the western suburbs of Melbourne. The Western Freeway stretches over 250 kilometres, linking Western Victoria to the rest of Melbourne. It's a major freight route, and it's why we're upgrading the Western Freeway between Melton and Caroline Springs, because our truckies keep our economy moving. They spend their days on the road delivering the goods that our Aussie households and businesses rely on, and they are amongst those who are feeling the issues with fuel prices the most. And it's why this bill here is amending the Fair Work Act to enable the Commission to respond more quickly to contractual chain order applications in time-sensitive circumstances. Because we need to make sure hard-working truckies and smaller road transport businesses are not pushed to the brink by these severe costs. Deputy Speaker, I'm a proud member of the Transport Workers Union, a union that represents over 20,000 members in Victoria and Tasmania, many of which are truck drivers. These are mums and dads with families living in my electorate. And these truck drivers are the backbone of our economy. And after anticipating feedback from organisations like the TWU, the Australian Trucking Association, the National Road Freighters Association and the Australian Road Transport Industrial Organisation, we're amending the Fair Work Act to allow emergency powers to deal with surging fuel prices, causing imminent risk to transport businesses and our national supply chains. I'd like to thank these organisations for their support and advocacy, in particular the TWU. As the Albanese Labor government, we have consistently taken a stand to give transport workers a fair go, delivering landmark workplace relations reforms with a clear goal of fair minimum standards for employee-like workers and the road transport industry. These were changes that were responding to practices in the road transport industry that weren't sustainable, that were putting businesses, workers and their families under immense financial pressure. Our employee choice program has seen casual employees transition into permanent employment, and our Closing the Loopholes legislation removed the loopholes that undermine a level playing field for employees, as well as pay, job security and safety for workers. we're also looking after our truckies by cracking down on sham contracting, with stronger protections against sham contracting and compliance reform from the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Australian Taxation Office, and stronger penalties for employers who dodge their obligations to their employees. We are a party who fights for workers, and we fight for transport workers. And when it comes to fuel price hikes, we will not back down. But these surging costs are felt right across the community, including by everyday Aussies in my community who are feeling the surge in petrol prices. That's why we're also introducing new legislation to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging. What petrol companies are doing to inflate prices across servos in my community, across our cities, and in particular regional Australia, must stop. Because we won't cop corporations taking advantage of Aussie consumers, and conflict overseas is no excuse for that. My message to my community in Melbourne's western suburbs is that when you go to the servo, you deserve a fair go at the petrol pump, and any corporations that engage with misconduct, ripping you off, should face bigger penalties. We've already increased penalties up to $50 million, 5 times higher than they were before. And we've given the ACCC more tools, like extending petrol price monitoring powers and the ability to issue on-the-spot fines. Deputy Speaker, how have the opposition responded to the real concerns of Aussies about the price of petrol? With politics, with rhetoric, with bad faith attempts to manufacture fear and outrage. Instead of doing their job, they've rushed this bill in today in a blatant political stunt. This is not a genuine attempt to help Australians. It's just more evidence that those opposite are not focused on the real needs of everyday Aussies. An opposition that has voted against every single cost of living measure that this government introduces. They do nothing but play politics in their own party room. And now they're playing politics on the floor of this chamber. Our government is delivering for Australians. We have Australians' backs during times of crises. And we have the backs of truckies and Australians at the Bowser. And on that note, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I move an amendment to the amendment moved by Ms Watson-Brown as circulated in my name, but for the avoidance of doubt, that reads that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words, whilst not declining to give the Fair Work Amendment, Fairer Fuel Bill 2026, a second reading. The House 1 notes the Leader of the House has previously stated that the reason government's rush legislation is because, quote, they don't want there to be a debate in the People's House about the impact of this legislation, end quote. 2, notes that the government's shameful opportunism in preventing the House's consideration of the Fair Work Amendment, Fairer Fuel Bill 2026, or the impact of the legislation, and 3, calls on the government to explain why these provisions for a temporary crisis are permanent.
Okay, is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Right, the original question was that the bills be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The member for Forrest has now moved an amendment to the amendment moved by the member for Ryan. The question now is that the amendment moved by the member for Forrest be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Australia is facing a genuine national energy and fuel crisis that is devastating our nation. Across the country, particularly within our vital regional communities, everyday citizens are quite literally running on empty. Hard-working people are looking to the Labor government for leadership, urgency and decisive action. Instead, we and I are very disappointed. Unfortunately, this is a government that has completely run out of gas when it comes to this issue. Speaker, the reality is stark. Petrol is soaring to nearly $2.50 a litre, while diesel hits $3.20 in many of the towns in regional South Australia. These prices are hitting households, hitting fishers, farmers, tradies and farmers. Regional Australians rely on diesel vehicles for basic survival, yet they are currently being bled dry by Labor's errors around fuel management and ignorant, blatant price gouging market tactics. Families are carpooling just to save money, and with Easter approaching, families are cancelling planned holidays and visits to family members because travel is just too damn expensive. In my electorate, hard-working tourist operators in Wallaroo, Port Lincoln and Coffin Bay and the bottom end of York Peninsula, who rely on critical seasonal revenue, are watching bookings disappear. This is on top of the harmful algal bloom. Speaker, Australians expect real leadership. Instead, they receive silence, confusion and mixed messaging. The government's contradictions on this issue are breathtaking. Within days, we watched the flip-flop from saying there was no fuel problem to suddenly declaring a national crisis. We have seen multiple hastily convened national cabinet meetings achieve absolutely nothing. This government was caught completely flat-footed, totally asleep at the wheel, and in absolute denial about the scale of this issue. The economy-wide impact is severe. Fuel costs are hitting farmers hard, fishers hard, dedicated manufacturers are being squeezed, and the vital freight and logistics sector crushed. Predictably, these surging costs are going to be passed directly onto everyday customers at the local supermarket checkout. Meanwhile, small businesses who are already facing industrial relations pressure, crippling inflation, rising taxes and heavy compliance costs now have to take this brutal blow. The Coalition today offers a broader warning. The current crisis may be simple. The current crisis, sorry, Speaker, so it doesn't make sense. There is a genuine risk for an absolute economic earthquake if this is not addressed urgently, yet we see a complete failure to act. This government has introduced legislation but has not progressed it. They have failed entirely to act on essential price gouging protections. This crisis is now visible in both our regional and urban areas. The core message from the Coalition today is simple. This urgency is undeniably urgent and it is incredibly real. It is hitting vulnerable Australians exceptionally hard and immediate action is needed now. Labor must finally prioritise our struggling families and our hard-working farmers. Right now, everyday Australians are unfairly paying the ultimate price for constant government delay and stubborn denial. We cannot afford to waste any more time engaging in empty political spin while regional towns suffer through these wildly inflated prices. This parliament should be completely focused on getting fuel flowing and getting prices firmly under control right now. We need real solutions to ensure no community is left behind. And Speaker, Australia is a net energy exporter in the form of coal and gas, and why are we not working with our export partners to get agreements to ensure that the liquid fuels flow to this country? Speaker, I'll end with this. Mary Morris, a farmer from Udunda, I think said it best. I quote, "Today I received a phone call to say I was reclassified as critical and I might get fuel on April Fool's Day. If it comes, this is an absolute disgrace." Speaker, April Fool's Day, what a sick joke.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. Give the call to a member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Well, this whole debate has been an absolute joke, and I think the member opposite summed it up when he said he didn't know what he was talking about. What we've got is a situation where we will come to government and we had shortage of fuel stocks, shortage of supplies. We've addressed that, we've fixed that. Every day we have worked forward to get things done, and that's why we're backing our truckies to keep going. But what we've got is the coalition over there of the National Party, the Liberal Party and One Neuron, all fighting against keeping truckies on our road, keeping prices down and keeping people working. The fact of the matter is we have more supplies than we've ever had before. It's available. The distribution is the problem. They know it's the problem because people are hoarding fuel and more fuel needs to go out, and that's where the blockage is. But what do? Rather than stand up and do anything in any way, shape or form to support Australians, to support workers and to support the nation, they want to come in here and say we need to do this desperately, it's so important we're going to block it. We want to go and put it to a Senate committee and lock it away for ages. Never has hypocrisy been so writ large than what we see on those opposite.
Has concluded. In light of the resolution that was passed today, time has now expired. Order. I'm guided by the resolution that the House voted on earlier today, which stipulates that debate will cease and consideration will begin no later than 1 p.m. In accordance with the resolution agreed earlier today, the time allotted for the debate has now expired. The original question was that the bills be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting after words. The honourable member for Forrest has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the immediate question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Forrest be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? No. I think the noes have it, ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is, we are dealing with the second reading amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Forrest to the Honourable Members for Ryan's amendment. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the Honourable Members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the Honourable Members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 43, noes 93. The question before the House now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Ryan be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. A 1 minute division. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is the amendment moved by the Honourable Ryan be agreed to. The ayes will pass the chair and the ayes to the right and noes to the left. As there are fewer than 7 members on the side for the ayes in this division, I declare the question negatived in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The question now is, I'll just ask members to return to their seats quickly and quietly. Basm. Are they coming back in? Order of members can leave the chamber quickly and as quietly as possible. Order, the Leader of the House.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm just conscious, given the urgency we were told to deal with this, we've got no Liberal members of the front bench in the chamber at all. Should we wait any longer before we put the questions?
Well, I just wanted to give everyone the opportunity to have their say, but I don't want to detain the House any longer. So the question now is that the 2 bills be read a second time, so there will be 1 vote before the House on the 2 bills. Just want to make sure it's clear so everyone knows. Order, just so that everyone follows the process. So the question is that the bills be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
In accordance with the Sorry, my apologies. The second bill as well.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I call the Minister to move the third reading of the bills and call the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bills be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes. Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Order. If just members can, just take their time while they leave the House as quickly and as quietly as possible. I'll give the call to the Honourable Deputy Chair, but the member for Hinkler for the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, I present the following reports. Examination of Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission Annual Report 2024-25 and examination of the Australian Federal Police Annual Report 24-25. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with those reports.
Is leave granted? I'll just invite the Assistant Minister. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the Assistant Minister and give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise as Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report examining the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission ACIC Annual Report for 2024-25. This committee has a statutory duty to examine each annual report of the ACIC, review the performance by the ACIC of its functions, monitor crime trends which may indicate that changes to the ACIC are required, and report back to Parliament. The ACIC has been undergoing a period of change. It welcomed a new CEO in January 2024, Ms Heather Cook, and has been refining its purpose and performance criteria to align with recommendations from the ACIC review. Regarding the ACIC's annual report for 2024-25, the committee found the agency's performance and reporting to be highly satisfactory. The ACIC consistently performs to a high standard. It fully met 9 of its 11 performance criteria. For the 2 targets it substantially met in the period, the agency provided a satisfactory explanation for this in the report. The ACIC's key achievements in 2024-25 included the development of a national firearms register, processing over 7.26 million police checks, the expansion of the National Criminal Intelligence System and dissemination of intelligence products 12,500 times to 291 agencies. The ACIC is continuing to upgrade its information systems that are vital for law enforcement work, including the National Firearms Register. This will bring information from multiple jurisdictions together into a central hub, which should be ready for integration by the end of 2026. The ACIC is continuing to develop the National Criminal Intelligence System. The committee is pleased to report that all jurisdictions are now able to access this system, and almost all have been feeding data into the system. The ACIC is also working to introduce a national continuous checking capability for working with children and police checks. This will introduce a real-time checking capability as opposed to point-in-time checks. The committee looks forward to seeing this capability rolled out across the country. The committee acknowledges the ACIC's continued focus on staff wellbeing. The agency saw a significant improvement in its attrition rate from December 2024 to December 2025. and the committee is pleased to report that the ACIC is attracting high volumes of quality applicants to its recruitment processes. Overall, the committee is pleased with the performance of the ACIC. I note that from the 4th of June 2026, the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security will have oversight of the ACIC. And while there will be a change in parliamentary oversight committees, it will still be appropriate for the ACIC to provide written submissions or appear before the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement at public hearings for inquiries relating to serious and organised crime. As such, the committee looks forward to continuing engagement with the ACIC. I thank the officers of the ACIC for their important work reducing the harm to Australia from transnational, serious and organised crime. I commend the committee's report to the House. And Deputy Speaker, also rise as Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report examining the Australian Federal Police Annual Report for 2024-25. This committee has a statutory duty to examine each annual report of the AFP, review the performance by the AFP of its functions, monitor crime trends which may indicate that changes to the AFP are required, and report back to Parliament. I note the retirement of Mr Reece Kershaw, APM, as AFP Commissioner, and the appointment of Ms Chrissy Barrett, APM, to the role in October 2025. I wish to thank Mr Kershaw for his decades of service and for his engagement with the committee, and I welcome Commissioner Barrett to the role. I note her priorities for the AFP and look forward to engaging with her and her leadership team in this Parliament. Regarding the AFP's annual report for 2024-25, the committee found the AFP's performance and reporting to be highly satisfactory. The AFP met all but one of its performance targets during the year, and for the target that was not met, the AFP provided a satisfactory explanation in its report. I know key achievements for the AFP during the period included charging 96 people as a result of child exploitation investigations, restraining over $143.6 million in criminal assets, responding to 22,706 incidents at airports, and maintaining a presence across 34 countries. The AFP saw significant results from its operations, including Operation Firestorm, Kraken and Tirrandor. These respectively focused on taking down major scam centres, dismantling an encrypted communication platform before being used by organised crime groups to facilitate crimes, and a significant seizure of illicit drugs off the coast of Queensland. The committee commends the AFP for its results from these operations and for maintaining strong relationships with its international and domestic partners. The committee recently visited the Australian Centre for Counter Child Exploitation to hear how the AFP works to protect children from exploitation. The committee recognises the results of the AFP in this difficult and important area of work. The committee also visited the Joint Policing Cybercrime Coordination Centre to hear firsthand how the AFP works to address cybercrime. The committee commends the achievements of the AFP in this cyberspace as well. The committee acknowledges the AFP's continued focus on staff wellbeing. The AFP operates in a challenging environment that places significant demands on its staff. The AFP have introduced several initiatives to improve recruitment and wellbeing and has already seen positive impacts from these initiatives. I commend the AFP for continuing to perform well in a complex operating environment. I thank all officers of the AFP for their vital work protecting the safety of Australians. I also wish to thank the senior AFP officers who gave evidence to the committee at its hearing in February for this year's annual report examination, and I commend the committee's report to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Swan.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 3 of 2026, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to present Report 3 of 2026 to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. In this report, the committee considers 8 new bills and 195 new legislative instruments and commented on 1 bill and 6 instruments. The committee has sought further information from the Attorney-General in relation to the human rights compatibility of the Royal Commission's legislation amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026, which finally passed both houses on the 12th of March 2026. This bill facilitates the provision of intelligence information to a Royal Commission in circumstances where disclosure of such information would have otherwise been prevented by Commonwealth secrecy provisions. A Royal Commission can communicate this information to other agencies in certain circumstances. Information given to a Royal Commission under these measures is not admissible as evidence against the person disclosing it in secrecy proceedings in court. These measures apply specifically to the Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion Royal Commission, but could be expanded to other Royal Commissions in the future. Because intelligent information is highly likely to contain personal information, these measures engage and limit the right to privacy. These measures pursue the important objective of supporting a Royal Commission to receive information and documents that are relevant to its terms of reference. This is particularly important where a Royal Commission's terms of reference are aimed at investigating and preventing arbitrary loss of life, as is the case with the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission. The committee is seeking further information as to whether the limitation on the right to privacy is proportionate, including the effectiveness of safeguards that regulate the sharing of intelligence information. The committee is also concerned that a derivative use immunity has not been provided in relation to the disclosure of intelligence information and is seeking further information in relation to this matter. I also note that this bill has passed both houses within 7 sitting days of introduction. This expedited process meant that the committee was unable to examine this bill prior to its passage. The committee considers that parliamentarians ought to have the benefit of this committee's human rights advice prior to passing the legislation. This is important to ensure that the legislation that we pass in this place is more robust and has more great insights from a human rights perspective. In this report, the committee also commended the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Regulations 2025. Among other things, the regulations restrict lawyers' access to security information for proceedings relating to a remedy for a compulsory questioning warrant. The committee considers that while this measure pursues the legitimate objective of national security, there is a risk that it may not be proportionate limitation on the right to a fair hearing, and it may restrict a person's access to an effective remedy for violations of their rights resulting from compulsory questioning warrants. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely. These are important findings that we have provided, and we are ensuring that we are improving the scrutiny of legislation in this place. With these comments, I commend the committee's scrutiny report number 3, 2026 to the House.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statement, and interrupting you in accordance with Standing Order 43, the debate may be resumed at a later hour if need be. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, last week I had the privilege of attending the Northern Beaches District Awards presentation ceremony for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. It was an honour to be part of the celebrations to recognise the extraordinary dedication of the many RFS volunteers who give so much to keep our communities safe. Congratulations goes to the 13 members who received national medals and clasps and the 23 members who were awarded long service medals and clasps. These awards are an incredible testament to the years and, in many cases, decades of commitment. These awards represent more than just time served. They reflect courage, sacrifice and an unwavering willingness to step forward in times of crisis. Across generations, local families continue a proud tradition of service, passing down not just skills, but a deep sense of responsibility to their community. RFS volunteers Mick and Sharon Green embody this spirit. During the recent flooding event at Mackerel Beach, they spent hours helping residents only to lose their own home to a landslide that night. To Mick and Sharon and every volunteer recognised last week, and to all those who serve, thank you for your generosity and commitment to keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week in Menzies, I was out door knocking and I spoke with a young family. Both parents were working, doing their best to stay ahead of rising costs, and they told me that every dollar that they had would make a difference. That's why the Albanese Labor government's tax cuts matter. One this year and one next year. In Menzies, around 86,000 taxpayers will be receiving a tax cut, with an average benefit of $2,708 a year, or about $52 a week. That is money back in the pockets of locals to help with groceries, bills, school expenses. And yesterday marked 1 year since the now Leader of the Opposition said the Coalition would oppose tax cuts for every taxpayer, just as they've opposed every cost of living measure we put in place to help hard-working Australians. Now, the Liberal Party's election review, which was so atrocious they tried to hide it, found that the former member for Dixon was one of the least popular leaders ever. It's hard to imagine how they would do worse. Well, the Liberal Party decided to keep digging, because the now Leader Opposition was the architect of their economic policies. As a shadow treasurer, he went to the election promising higher taxes and bigger deficits. When it came to economic policy, the cupboard was bare. Their big idea was taxpayer-funded long lunches for bosses. Deputy Speaker, while those opposite oppose lower taxes and cost of living relief, we're going on with making sure Australians can earn more and keep more.
Has a call.
Okay. There's no crisis, so the Energy Minister told us. So why were fuel stations running out? Because you were panic buying, apparently. But still, he leaned against the dispatch box here in Parliament and said, there's no crisis. 6 ships were cancelled. For the first time, our Energy Minister has managed to stop the boats in Australian history. But hang on, he says, there's more coming. From where? The Gulf of America. Is it any wonder that we're starting to see diesel prices exceeding $3 at the bowser? Now he says it's a crisis, a national fuel crisis. So does the PM take action? No. He calls a national cabinet. What do they decide? That there's no crisis. Then there's 500 service stations around Australia running dry. Farmers in our country can't get their crops in, and suddenly, yes, it's a crisis again. So let's have a second national cabinet. I'm reminded that on the 11th of April 2022, someone said, I won't blame someone else, I'll accept responsibility. On the 24th of April 2022, they said Australia needs a government that will accept responsibility and not seek to blame others. Who said that? That would be the Prime Minister of Australia. Labor hasn't been upfront with Australians. Fuel is not guaranteed in this country. Australians are hurting, and it is clear that government has lost control and has no plan to get Australia back on track.
Member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, there is much that I love about this place. The chance to represent my community, meet interesting people and be part of a government that is delivering for working Australians. But as much as I love this place, Deputy Speaker, there are things I find pretty strange and sometimes downright confusing, such as when members on the opposite side of this House share stories of hardship from people in their electorates, stories of people who have told members opposite that they are struggling to pay a bill, struggling to make ends meet, struggling to fill a script. And the reason I find this so perplexing, Deputy Speaker, is that members on the opposite side of this House voted against tax cuts for all 14 million Australian taxpayers, which tax cuts would help the very residents who told the members opposite that they are doing it tough. Do these residents know the Coalition went to the last federal election with a policy of higher taxes and bigger deficits, that they voted against Labor measures to increase wages for low-income workers, that their voting track record illustrates a repeated pattern of voting against Australian workers earning more and keeping more of what they earn? On this side of the chamber, we listen to residents of our electorates who are doing it tough, but we don't just listen. We act and we deliver meaningful cost of living relief for Australian families, because Labor is the party of lower taxes, higher wages and bigger surpluses.
Yeah.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, the Earl Street Willsmere roundabout in Kew is one of the most dangerous intersections in the electorate of Kooyong. For decades, local residents have raised strong concerns about the risks that this roundabout poses. Burundara Council's transport team found that during peak hour, a car enters the roundabout every 2.6 seconds. With no safe pedestrian crossing and no signalisation, it is extremely difficult. It's unsafe for families with prams, kids walking to school, older residents, people with a disability, cyclists and commuters who are simply trying to move safely around their community. The Willsmere roundabout represents a fatality waiting to happen. The Burundara Council has developed a good plan to address the risks by signalising the intersection, and they have nominated the site for federal funding under the Black Spot program. Repeatedly, both the Burundara Council and I have written to the Victorian and federal ministers responsible who are in support of this plan, asking for urgent action. Deputy Speaker, all levels of government have to work together to ensure timely action and protect the safety of the people of Kew. It is time for action on the Willsmere roundabout.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, not only did yesterday mark my birthday and Greek Independence Day, but more importantly, it marked 12 months since the Albanese Labor government announced tax cuts for almost 14 million Australians. And today, Deputy Speaker, it's 12 months since the Coalition voted against these tax cuts, a decision made by the now Leader of the Opposition as Shadow Treasurer. And tomorrow, Deputy Speaker, will be the anniversary of the Leader of the Opposition telling 14 million Australians that the opposition would increase their taxes if they voted for them last year. Well, Deputy Speaker, on this side of the chamber, the number one priority is helping Australians with the cost of living whilst building a better, stronger future. That's why we legislated tax cuts and why we've ensured there will be future tax cuts coming this financial year. And that's why we've also cut student debt, cut the cost of PBS medicines, delivered the largest investment in bulk billing in Medicare's history, cut 30% off home batteries to lower power bills, supported apprentices with $10,000 bonuses and introduced paid prac for nursing, teaching, social work and midwifery students. I've heard people from across my community that these policies are having a positive impact, but they should, because this is what governments are meant to do, and this government is delivering whilst the opposition is just divided.
Member for Herbert.
We are seeing Mad Max levels around the country right now. Farmers' fuel is being stolen, their fuel drums drilled and drained, and what is this Labor minister doing? Nothing. But when Labor's Minister Chris Bowen was the Immigration Minister, he couldn't turn a boat back. But now, as the Energy Minister, he somehow has been able to turn back 6 ships full of fuel that Australians desperately need. It's quite remarkable. People can't afford to fuel up their cars, to drive to school, to drive to work, sporting events, because of this Labor minister's inaction and the gaslighting from the Prime Minister. Parents are going to have tough conversations coming up to Easter about the travel that they can't afford to go on, about the extra Easter eggs that they won't be able to get at the supermarket because the trucks can't deliver them. The Easter Bunny, he's got to have his work cut out for him because this government is not doing anything to lower the fuel prices. If you can't fill up your car, you can't go to the shop. If you can't fill up your car, you can't get the supplies that you need. Right. And Australians need a government that acts, explains, leads, and right now, all they're getting is deflection. This Prime Minister and this Labor Energy Minister should be marching in here, not worrying about what the opposition is doing, explaining to the Australian people what they're going to do to fix this fuel crisis.
Member for Werriwa has the call.
The Albanese Labor government is committing to easing the cost of living pressures for all Australians. The government has just demonstrated this in so many ways. In health, by increasing bulk billing and reducing the cost of PBS medicines. In education, by free TAFE and cutting student debt. In energy, with bill relief and not in the least tax cuts. On the latter, this government is returning more money to the pockets of taxpayers, not some, but all 14 million, from aged care workers to those in retail, from truck drivers to teachers. Everyone benefits from Labor's tax cuts. Those opposite in the lead up to last year's election unbelievably opposed Labor's latest round of tax cuts, and the electorate judged them accordingly. The tax cuts, beginning on July 1, are modest, up to $268 per year, but of course they will make a difference. When viewed cumulatively as a package, which began with the first round of tax cuts in 2024, they mean the average taxpayer is expected to be taking home $43 a week. Labor still believes you should keep more of what you earn, and the latest round of tax cuts prove this. Labor's tax cuts return back at creek and increase financial rewards from work. This is great news, and it makes me very proud to be a member of this Albanese Labor government.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, there is disappointment currently being felt by farmers across my electorate. The government has completely sold out Australian agriculture with an unfair free trade deal with the EU. Pushed through during a period of global crisis, this agreement is a missed opportunity. It falls drastically short of industry expectations. Make no mistake, what we have seen here cannot be characterised as a free trade agreement. It's far from free. It is a dog's breakfast. The EU continues to protect its own interests while Australia is left picking up the tab again. Consider the beef sector. This agreement grants just over 30,000 tonnes of access over the next decade, yet 50,000 tonnes was the absolute minimum to remain competitive. Speaker, this government has lost control of the economy. It's like a runaway truck with no brakes. And, Speaker, because that truck has no diesel, when it finally comes to a stop, they won't be able to start it up again. And, Speaker, I just want to share some facts about energy density for our Green and Teal voters. Prime movers cannot run on batteries. Mining trucks cannot run on batteries. Tractors cannot run on batteries. Fishing boats cannot run on batteries. Speaker, more than 50% of energy consumed in this country is liquid fuels. Get the diesel moving and get this economy moving.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate of Moore, families are feeling the pressure of cost of living every single day, whether it's mortgages, groceries, energy bills or the cost of raising children. That is why the Albanese Labor government has acted. We've delivered cost of living tax cuts to 14 million Australians, grounded in a simple principle. Australians should earn more and keep more of what they earn. We should also be clear about the alternative. Those opposite voted against tax cuts. They've also made it clear that if elected, they would increase taxes for the same 14 million Australians. The contrast is stark, Deputy Speaker. Our government is cutting taxes for working Australians this year and next. We are focused on easing the cost of pressure now while building a stronger economy for the future. That approach extends beyond tax. We have reduced student debt to support young Australians entering the workforce. We have cut the cost of medicine through the PBS. We have delivered the largest investment in bulk billing in Medicare's history. We are reducing energy bills with the support for home batteries, and we are backing skills, supporting apprentices with a $10,000 incentive and introducing paid placements for students in critical industries and professions. These are practical measures that make a difference in communities like Moore. While we are focused on delivering cost of living relief, those opposite remain focused on themselves.
Member for Casey.
Speaker, last week I was at Fast Fuel Mount Evelyn talking to the owner about how he could not get diesel. At the exact same time, Minister Bowen was telling us there was no issue here in Australia, no crisis at all. When I left that meeting, a young mum stopped me and she asked me when fuel prices would go down. She'd put $30 in the tank, and she said it had to last her 2 weeks until her next pay. There was literally tears in her eyes. And at the same time, we're going to hear the Treasurer today in question time talk about his plan to help. His plan to help? $5 a week that starts on the 1st of July this year. That's it. That is his only plan to help the Australian people, to help people in Casey. $5 a week on the 1st of July. 2.5 months away. This is a Treasurer that is big on spin. He will spin it all day today. He's got the backbench following the talking points today, talking about how they're doing something. Well, guess what, Treasurer? Words and spin do not put food on the table for my community. It does not bring petrol prices down, and it does not help anyone. This Treasurer has been in this building for over 20 years. He thinks that this spin that he throws actually makes a difference. Well, the Australian people have worked him out. They know he has no plan to support them or the Australian people.
Member for Hasluck.
We want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And this is not a slogan, it is a statement of intent. It is an intent that drives the Albanese Labor government, holding its focus where it needs to be on the Australian people. And who could disagree with this intent? Those opposite. A year ago tomorrow, the Coalition voted against tax cuts for Australian workers, a decision driven by the Leader of the Opposition, then Shadow Treasurer. Helping Australians with the cost of living is the Albanese Labor government's top priority. It is clearly not the Coalition's priority. While the Coalition committed themselves to increasing taxes, the Albanese Labor government cut the taxes of 14 million Australians. And we did not stop with tax cuts. We have cut student debt benefiting 16,000 students in my electorate of Hasluck and cut the cost of TAFE with fee-free courses. We have supported apprentices with $10,000 bonuses and introduced paid prac for nursing, teaching, social work and midwifery students. We have cut the cost of PBS medicines. We have cut the cost of seeing a GP with the largest investment in bulk billing, and we've opened Medicare urgent care clinics around the country and in Midland, Morley and Ellenbrook in Hasluck. We have cut the cost of home batteries by 30%, lowering power bills. The intent of a government matters, and ours is simple. We want Australians to earn more and keep more.
Member for Monash has the call.
Madam Deputy Speaker, right now in regional Australia, something is happening that should stop us in our tracks. Farmers, the people who feed this country, are being forced to guard their fuel like it's cash. Diesel is being siphoned from tanks. Equipment is being drained overnight. And instead of sleeping, farmers are staying up, patrolling their own properties, trying to protect what little supply they have left. This is not normal, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is not acceptable, because when a farmer has to become a security guard just to keep their operation running, something has gone seriously wrong. And it doesn't end at the farm gate. In Victoria, police are now increasing patrols across farming communities, tracking hotspots, monitoring rural roads, diverting already stretched resources to deal with fuel theft. This in a state that has become the crime capital of Australia. Madam Deputy Speaker, Victoria Police are already under-resourced, underpaid and overworked, dealing with rising youth crime, home invasions, domestic violence and mental health call-outs. And now we are asking them to pick up the pieces of fuel supply failure as well. This is what happens when governments lose control of supply, cost pressures and law and order. Australians deserve better.
Member for Braddon.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is cutting taxes for 14 million Australians this year and next year. Our tax cuts are putting money back in the pockets of 47,000 taxpayers in Braddon, who on average are saving $2,200 annually. Yet the Coalition voted against these tax cuts, a decision that was made when the Leader of the Opposition, when he was the Shadow Treasurer. The people of Braddon know that helping Australians with the cost of living is Labor's #1 priority. That's why we've cut student debt for nearly 8,000 people in Braddon. We've cut the cost of PBS medicines, delivering savings of almost 5.5 million so far in my electorate.
We've opened 2 urgent care clinics and 2 Medicare mental health clinics, delivering free, walk-in specialised health and mental health services to the people in Braddon without any cost to them. We've discounted home batteries by 30% to lower power bills, with almost 400 batteries installed to date in Braddon, with a usable capacity of over 6,000 kilowatt hours. And we've supported almost 1,000 enrolments in free TAFE courses that will deliver important skills and drive economic growth across Braddon, but also right across Tasmania. We on this side are focused on delivering cost of living relief. The Liberals and the Nationals are focused on themselves, and those things haven't changed.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If gaslighting was an energy resource, this Albanese government could light up the nation while it plunges into the abyss of their incompetence. The Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy are constantly telling Australians to stop panic buying fuel. In other words, it's everyday Australians who are the problem. I have a report for the Prime Minister. That is not true. It is the incompetence of this government that is the problem. Today, we have the government panic legislating on the ACCC and trucking. Panic legislating. I want to tell a story very briefly about citrus growers in my electorate who are today having to make the choice, do they actually harvest their crop? They are deciding that they probably will not be. And this is because they've already got messages from their agents at the markets that they will not be able to sell the fruit at the price that it costs farmers to get that fruit to market and then to the shops. Well, the outcome here is not great for Australians. From paddock to plate, the Albanese government needs to learn what that is about.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is an important anniversary. No, I'm not talking about the day that $100 notes were introduced to Australia for the first time, 52 years ago, or 20 years ago when Australia took home more medals than any other nation from the Melbourne Commonwealth Games. No, Deputy Speaker, this is a day that will live on in infamy. This is the day 1 year ago when the opposition opposed Labor's tax cuts and cost of living relief for millions of Australians. It is the day on which the opposition looked squarely in the eye of every struggling family in Australia and promised to pull the rug out from underneath them. A year on, they continue to squabble amongst themselves and indulge in stunt politics. Today's debacle, where they called on the government to rush through legislation to increase ACCC penalties for price gouging, then voted against it, makes the point. Meanwhile, the Albanese government has delivered. We've increased bulk billing, rolled out urgent care clinics, made medicines cheaper, cut student debt and introduced prac payments, rolled out 600,000 fee-free TAFE places and a $10,000 apprenticeship bonus, and helped first home buyers with a 5% deposit scheme. And now we're backing a pay rise for millions of workers. May the 26th of March be forever remembered as the day on which the opposition showed their true colours and sided against struggling Australian families.
Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Diesel has just hit $3.20 in Warrnambool in my electorate and in regional and rural towns right across Australia. We have people ringing in to talkback shows saying they're scared to drive by service stations, scared because of the price, scared because they're worried there might not be fuel in those service stations. They want to see national leadership because this is a national crisis. They want to see an end to the politics and the endless negativity from the government on this issue. They do not want to see a government that in a national crisis blames everyone else for the issues and takes no responsibility for what is occurring around this nation. The government is being kicked and screaming into having to take action. Yet we are still not seeing action. And here is the Prime Minister walking in now, and I say to the Prime Minister, your back chat, your negativity isn't working. People want to see national leadership from you, and they want to see it now.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 1 year ago, the Liberal Party rejected income tax cuts. 10 months ago, the Australian people elected the biggest Labor majority government ever. 5 days ago, South Australians elected another Labor government, and 4 South Australian Liberals were elected to the lower house. If you can't tell, I'm doing the numbers. And the final number I'll share is 14 million Australians now have a tax cut because of the Labor government. This government has been focused on one practical objective, making sure that we are working to keep Australians to keep more of what they earn. And that is exactly what our tax cuts are doing. They're delivering real relief to millions of working Australians, relief that the opposition tried to block. When these tax cuts came before the Parliament, there was a clear choice. And you know what? Australians knew who stood with them. We are the party of lower taxes. We are also the party that wants to see wages earning, whether that's minimum wage, whether that's aged care workers, whether that is childcare workers. We have people's back pockets and we have their backs, and we will continue to work every day hard to make sure that we do that.
And the Deputy Leader in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, in a crisis, people look for leadership, and they want to know that there is someone in command of the situation. And by the Energy Minister's own admission, we are in the midst of a national fuel crisis. And we start this crisis in one of the worst economic positions we can be in. Under the leadership of the Albanese government, inflation is up at 3.8%, interest rates are up, rents are up, power prices are up, health premiums are up, and now Australians are facing more pressure because fuel prices are up. They're also facing fuel shortages. There are 500 service stations across this country without fuel. Diesel is $3 per litre, petrol is over $2.50 per litre, and in a just-in-time diesel economy like ours, all those costs are being passed on to working Australians who've had their purchasing power taken away from them over the last 4 years under this Labor government. People want leadership. They want a plan. And our question to the Albanese government today, Prime Minister, where is your plan? Why haven't you called a national cabinet meeting for today, working with the state premiers to ensure that our service stations are ready to deliver fuel to the Australian people who need it? The truth is, you don't have a plan. You've been caught asleep at the wheel, and now world events are going to make a lot of working Australians pay through their hip pocket.
Call to the Honourable for Bennelong. Speaker, every day we have been in government, Labor has focused on cost of living challenges faced by Australians, and we know there is more to do. It's been 12 months since Labor announced top-up tax cuts for 14 million Australians. It's pretty simple for us, Speaker. Labor thinks that workers should earn more and keep more of what they earn. But we know that not everyone in here thinks that way, because in that same 12 months, we've had to fight the Liberals and Nationals who oppose Labor's top-up tax cuts. Speaker, not only did they vote against Labor's tax cuts, then they said they'd increase income taxes if they won the election, and now they've got the genius behind those decisions as the leader of their party. I mean, talk about failing up, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the three parties over there, Labor understands that to fix intergenerational equity, we need to give income taxpayers relief. And to do that, we need members of Parliament who are focused on the real issues, not focused on themselves. Because Australia re-elected a Labor government, they've had just that. Students have had 20% slashed off their debt, PBS medicines are down to $25 per script, more and more doctors are bulk billing, and nearly 300,000 Australians have installed a home battery. Supporting Australians is what Labor governments do. Speaker, bring on those July 1 tax cuts.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. If members can take their seats quickly and quietly, I'd like to inform the House of the death on 9th of March 2026 of Dr Wiley Talbot Gibbs, a member of this House for the division of Bowman from 1963 to 1969. As a mark of respect to the memory of Dr Wiley Gibbs, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Australians are hurting. Fuel prices are up by over 50%. Service stations are running dry. Farmers can't farm, truckies can't truck, miners can't mine. The cost of food is set to rise. Vital health services are at risk. When is the Prime Minister finally going to show leadership and fix this national crisis?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And indeed, the government not only accepts responsibility, we're taking action. Earlier today, those opposite said that we should bring on legislation for a vote, and then when we did, they voted against it. Then when we did, we voted against it.
Order.
Sound familiar?
Member Groom.
Sound familiar? It's exactly what they did between December and January. What we've done is introduced new laws to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging. We've convened the National Cabinet. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Coordinator. We've begun release of the 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol standards to get more fuel flowing. We've changed diesel standards so Australian refineries can supply more diesel. We've tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines. We've engaged with international partners to keep supply flowing. We've engaged with the states and territories on supply and distribution, including we've held one meeting in the National Cabinet. There'll be another one on Monday. We're holding a special energy ministers meeting. We've activated the National Coordination Mechanism, which has met twice. We've convened the National Oil Supplies Emergency Committee 6 times. We've unlocked money for financial counselling funding for impacted farmers. We've changed the law to make it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss, and ensured that the 2 refineries that remained after their period in office can keep going into the future. We've fixed the Fuel Security Services payment to make it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding. We've changed the law so the Fair Work Commission can demand companies that pay truckies fairly when fuel prices spike. As people have said, those opposite have said, the Shadow Treasurer said there are a lot of events outside of our control, recognition that there's this world conflict going on that is having an impact here. Now, don't come in here and pretend that that doesn't exist. We understand. We understand that it's real, and we understand that it makes a difference. And coming in here and pretending that this conflict, which we do not know when it will end, we hope it ends soon, is not having an impact right around the globe, is frankly just treating people like mugs. We know it's having an impact. We know it's having an impact. And others have said that as well. With maybe they could take the advice of the former leader of the National Party. People just need to calm themselves down, is what he said. Maybe he's talking about his colleagues.
Has concluded. Order. Order. The call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
With the war in the Middle East impacting global supply chains, how is the Albanese Labor government working across the board, including with industry, to support Australia's fuel security and supply? What has been the response?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Canberra for her question, ably assisted by young Joseph. And I congratulate her on expanding her family. Now, we understand, indeed, that all Australian families at the moment, business and farmers, are feeling the impact of the ongoing war in the Middle East. The government is working with partners across the board, taking action on Australia's fuel security and supply, whether it's with state and territory governments, whether it be with international partners or with industry. A calm, steady, fact-based approach is what we are focused on, because we want Australia to be over-prepared. I want us to have the strongest possible plan so we're ready for what may come. And indeed, it's been supported by industry. The BCA CEO, Bram Black, said this: Australia's companies are working collaboratively with government, and that's the point that I want to stress. This is a time where we really do need to adopt a Team Australia moment. It's only by working together that we'll get through it. Andrew McKellar from ACCI. We've seen a number of steps that the government are taking in terms of getting consultation with industry. Went on to say, National Cabinet, the appointment of Anthea Harris as the National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator, the things that they've done in terms of fuel standards and releasing some of those reserves. The National Farmers Federation, we acknowledge the global factors at the core of these issues and that the need for a calm and considered approach to supply chain issues is imperative. That's what the actual farmers have said through the NFF.
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. There is just far too much noise.
On these matters, we also act transparently. On Sunday, the minister reported that 6 out of the 81 ships which were due in April had been cancelled. I can confirm to the House that of those 6 cancelled ships, all have been replaced, and suppliers continue securing more cargoes. That's what we're doing, actually getting things done, while those opposite behave as if they're unaware that there is a war in the Middle East and can't believe there are consequences of it.
Order.
On Monday, we'll convene the National Cabinet to ensure as well that we get that coordination across the levels of government. Now, my message to Australians remains: do not take more fuel than you need. As a government, we are prepared so we can shield Australians from the worst of global uncertainty. The best way to do that is for all of us to keep working together in the national interest, and we'll continue to do that with industry, with international partners, with state and territory governments, even if those opposite want to not be a part of that coordinated action.
Give a call to a member for Lyne.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Anna, a single mum from Croydon Park in the Prime Minister's electorate, told 2GB this morning, and I quote, "I was driving my kids to their sports carnival today panicking, driving past 5 fuel stations with no fuel. What do I do if there's no fuel? What if my kids get sick and I can't pick them up?" End quote. When will the Prime Minister finally take action to ensure fuel gets to his own constituents?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Lyne for her question, and indeed the comments from Anna in Croydon Park, of course, are real, because people out there are facing a difficult circumstance. The government acknowledges that. We don't come in here and say there's not a war. We don't come in here and say there aren't issues of distribution. What we do is come in here and put forward practical plans to make a difference. And that is the responsible thing to do. And that is what the then Morrison government did during the difficulties of COVID, backed by the then opposition. Backed by the then opposition.
Order.
At a time where there are international factors that have an impact, then it is the responsible thing to do to work together as we are with industry, as we are with state and territory governments. And indeed, the comments of those opposite, whether it be Senator Canavan, the latest leader of the Nationals, obviously our prices will be impacted by the world price, whether it be...
Prime Minister will pause the member for line on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker, on relevance, the question did not relate to anything that the opposition has said. It's about what action is being taken to get fuel to his own constituents.
Yes, and the order and the type of question was a question regarding a topic, and the Prime Minister has addressed multiple parts of the question in terms of his answer. He's obviously reading some comments about the topic he was asked from the party that he was asked as well. The order. Well, if there is a relevant point of order regarding relevance, the Prime Minister's got to make his remarks relevant to whether he's quoting a leader or another member of the House or the Senate about what he was asked about. And at this stage he's doing that, but I'm going to listen carefully to make sure that he is. Yeah.
I would just like to be clear, though, just because the member is a member of the National Party of the Coalition.
Yeah. Oh, well, resume your seat. That's why I said what I followed with my comments. So I said, yes, if he's commenting a leader or a member regarding the member's party or leader, he's got to make his remarks relevant to the question that he was asked from that member. It's a fairly common sense thing, I would suggest. The Prime Minister in continuation, and he'll make his remarks directly relevant.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And I also refer to my previous answer where I outlined all of the measures that the government has taken, which are all about assisting Anna from Croydon Park and assisting, indeed, constituents wherever they are around Australia. But the idea that the context doesn't matter, that we can just wish away the impact that this is having right around the world is, of course, absurd. And that is what has been recognised across the board by members of the member for Lyon's own party. The member for Page said, I'd stress to people not necessarily to do that, panic buy. We obviously have reserve supplies, is what he went on to say. We're all hoping for an early conclusion to this conflict. That is what the member for Page had to say, and he was right. One of the many former members of the leaders of the National Party over there also said the big message for every Australian is don't panic. The suppliers are there. We all have a role to play in that. Stick to our normal daily operations and schedules, and don't think that we have to always keep topping up. The fuel is coming. That was the responsible former leader once removed of the National Party. The former National Party leader twice removed said a similar thing when he said people just need to calm themselves down. This government will continue to operate in an orderly way because that's how you get things done.
Order. The member for Bowman will leave the chamber under 94A. Interjecting 13 times in 4 questions is way too many times. Now the House has come to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government acting to get fuel where it needs to go?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my friend and very valued neighbour and South West Sydney colleague, the member for Werriwa, for the question. And, Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister has indicated, supply to our country does remain strong. Of the 6 ships that we informed the nation that had been cancelled on the weekend, all have been replaced with alternative supplies from alternative countries, and at least 3 other spot cargo offers have been confirmed and on their way to Australia. That's a good thing, and our 2 refineries are working full pelt with all their production exclusively for Australian use, and that is certainly, Mr Speaker, the way it should be at this situation. Now, that is not to say, Mr Speaker, of course, as the government has always recognised, that there aren't real shortages, particularly in regional areas, that need to be addressed. And what we're dealing with is a couple of things, and it's important to run through for the House. We saw demand increase very dramatically, and we saw suppliers, not unreasonably and in fact lawfully and legally, making sure that they supplied petrol to the people who had ordered in advance, i.e. people on contract. People in the spot market have not been able to be supplied at the same rate as those contracts are honoured in the first instance. There's people who ordered petrol in advance under the contract system. But we have been working very hard, Mr Speaker, and I do want to take this opportunity to say there are a lot of people working hard at the moment. People in refineries, truckies, people in my department, people in state departments working very hard, long hours, to try and see these shortages addressed. And on behalf of the government, I want to say thank you to them. Now, Mr Speaker, I can report to the House that today Ampol has advised me, for example, their year-on-year supplies to regional Australia and their supplies to independent distributors. For example, March this year compared to March last year, 40% higher to independent suppliers in regional New South Wales, 33% higher in regional Queensland, 66% higher in South Australia, 22% higher in Tasmania, 19% higher in Victoria and 64% higher in Western Australia. That's Ampol supplies to independent distributors. And their supplies in total, including to their own retail outlets, are up, for example, 34% in New South Wales and up 44% in South Australia. I would have thought members from regional South Australia would welcome that, Mr Speaker, and up 27% in total. Now, that does not mean there aren't shortages, as we're dealing with the increased demand and with recovering as the supply chain recovers, as it had to during COVID in so many instances. When you get a big increase in demand, it takes time for the supply chain to recover, to backfill the existing demand. But the fact that the supply to regional Australia is up substantially shows that the measures this government has put in place with industry, working closely in collaboration with the states, are seeing real progress, Mr Speaker, which is what Australians so desperately deserve and are receiving.
For Parks. Give a call to a member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Look, despite what my question is to the Minister for Agriculture, despite the answer for the Minister for Energy from funeral homes, we're actually being contacted now by funeral homes that can't get fuels, and certainly farmers. So does the Minister for Agriculture see any impediments for the production, processing and transport of crucial food, crucial groceries to metropolitan supermarkets? And if you do see any problems, what is your contingency plan?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite. I also want to thank all of my colleagues behind me who have been representing farmers and primary producers and talking to me about some of the challenges that they have been hearing in their electorate, because we do acknowledge that there are challenges, particularly for our farmers, our fishers and our primary producers, which is why I'm meeting with them on a regular basis to hear directly from them about what is happening on the ground and so that we can address the challenges that they are experiencing. As I have said in this place, we are working with them in terms of fertiliser. We've also, as you would be well aware, we can produce enough food in this country to more than feed the Australian people, which is why we currently export around 80% of our primary produce in terms of value. So the member opposite shouldn't be panicking people when it comes to food supply in this country. We will continue to work with our farmers in relation to fuel and fertiliser. Our government has already taken action, as the Minister and the Prime Minister has outlined.
The Minister's concluded her answer. To give the call to the honourable member. Give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to secure our fuel supply, and how are we keeping our transport industry strong during this fuel spike? What has been the response?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you. Can I thank the member for Gorton for her question, but also thank her for her advocacy for a great freight route, the Western Highway, that runs right along the spine of both of our electorates. This morning I again met with representatives from the transport and fuel sector. We are ensuring that government, industry, suppliers and unions are operating from the same information so that when we need to move quickly, we can. As a government, we have, so far, released 20% of the minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel, particularly directing it to regional communities. We've appointed the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator, Anita Harris, to work with states and industry to ensure fuel keeps flowing to where it is needed. We've amended the fuel standards for petrol and now the flashpoint for diesel to make sure that we can get more supply onto the market. We've passed legislation just before in the House to strengthen the ACCC's hands, and we continue to monitor airlines and airfares closely. We're working with regional partners like Singapore and Korea to shore up supply, strengthen our energy security and support the flow of essential goods. The PM, of course, will hold another National Cabinet on the fuel supply to ensure that we're getting that coordinated response right the way across the country on Monday. We said we would move quickly to introduce changes to the House to the Fair Work Act to ensure that our truck drivers and our logistics companies can quickly renegotiate their rates with Australia's major retailers. And today we moved to do just that, because our freight industry cannot bear the cost of increased fuel prices alone. Because a strong transport sector, it ensures our food moves from our farms to our tables, goods from warehouses to our shop fronts and fuel from our refineries to our petrol bowsers. And to ensure that the transport industry remains strong, they need to have the levers to adjust quickly to what we know is a changing environment. And our amendments have been welcomed by the Australian Trucking Association, National Road Freighters Association, Road Transport Association and the TWU. They told us they were vital and urgent. But we know who didn't seem to welcome the urgency of these amendments. It was those opposite. When this was brought up for debate today, their argument was that they couldn't possibly support a quicker contract train order because we were moving too fast. The member for Cook said that he'd spoken to a couple of trucking companies who were worried about going insolvent, and then he and his Liberal colleagues literally, again, scuttled out of this chamber instead of voting for these changes that the trucking industry have called as being urgent. The Leader of the Opposition, who's been busy there interjecting, couldn't even be bothered to turn up for the debate at all. Our parliament has been asked to act to support the trucking industry. They might have a lot of people with leader in their title over there opposite, but they are surely lacking in leadership when it comes to what is an important issue for our truck industry.
Give the call to the Honourable the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How many service stations in Australia are currently out of fuel, and will the Minister commit to publicly releasing daily updates of individual service stations that have run out of fuel? And if not, why not?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. New South Wales today, 178 with no diesel, 48 with no stock, a total stock out. Queensland, 55 with no diesel, 33 with no regular unleaded. Victoria, 45 with no diesel, that's down 20, and 72 with no unleaded, that's down 70. South Australia, 9 with no diesel, 10 with no unleaded. Western Australia, 40 with no diesel, 14 with no unleaded. Tasmania, 5 with no diesel, 9 with some sort of outage. No outages in the Northern Territory that are attributable to a lack of fuel supply. In the ACT currently 2 with no diesel and 1 with no unleaded, but as I said yesterday, I'm advised that these shortages in the ACT are typically dealt with within the hour. Now, Mr Speaker, I will continue, as appropriate, to be giving the Australian people updates, as I have done for the last month, Mr Speaker, as do state premiers. This data is collected. This data is collected primarily by the states. It's shared. The Commonwealth data is shared with the states regularly. The states share data with me regularly, and of course, premiers are providing daily updates as well.
Call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How are Australia and Germany strengthening cooperation between our defence forces and our defence industries, and why is this important?
We call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his great contribution as the government's Special Envoy for Defence. This morning I had the very real pleasure of meeting with my good friend Boris Pistorius, the German Minister for Defence. Germany is the third largest economy in the world with a growing defence budget. It is already far and away the largest contributor in support of Ukraine, and it is becoming one of the major defence players in the world. And given we share values, we have deep trust, the German-Australian defence relationship is profoundly important. And as Minister Pistorius has said, Germany is also a country which supports the global rules-based order, an order which gives agency to middle powers like Australia, an order which is very much, therefore, in our national interest. And precisely because the order is under pressure, it is an order which must be defended and spoken for right now, which is why we are so appreciative of the comments that Minister Pistorius and, for that matter, President von der Leyen have made in Canberra this week. Now, our relationship has an operational dimension. In 2023, when we sent our first E-7 to Europe in support of Ukraine, it operated out of the Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and in turn Germany participated in Exercise Talisman Sabre here last year, and it will do so again with its Eurofighters in Exercise Pitch Black in Darwin in July. Today we signed a letter of intent to cooperate in respect of space, because space domain awareness is a critical part of modern military capability. There is also a very significant defence industry dimension to the relationship. Rheinmetall, a German company, has established a facility in Brisbane which is providing high-skilled, high-wage jobs in your electorate, Mr Speaker, where it is building combat reconnaissance vehicles, the Boxers, for both the German and the Australian armies. And when Minister Pistorius visits Brisbane tomorrow, we will sign a letter of cooperation with TDW, a German company which will be involved in the manufacture of missiles here in Australia. We are on opposite sides of the globe, but in an increasingly connected world, the German-Australian defence relationship is becoming more and more important, and that is fantastic, because Germany is a reliable and trusted friend of Australia.
Call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Shane from Penrith told me, quote, "The way things are going, I won't be able to afford to go to work. It's either pay the bills and starve or eat and not pay the bills." That's the end of his quote. Minister, when will the government take action to ensure that fuel gets to where it needs to go so that Australians like Shane don't have to choose between eating and driving? And why won't the minister commit to daily updates of individual service stations that have run out of fuel?
We call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for a question. I would say to Shane, as I'd say to the honourable member, as I say to the House, this government has been taking action since the 28th of February to ensure that our nation deals with this very difficult international situation in a way which makes sure that Australians have confidence that they have supply and that the supply that comes to Australia is distributed to them, Mr Speaker, and that's what we've been doing. Now, we've always said, in relation to the honourable member talks about petrol prices, we've always said, as my predecessors have said, as has long been the situation for energy ministers and treasurers to consistently say, because it happens to be true, the biggest impact on petrol prices will be oil prices internationally. That will always be the case, and oil prices are high for pretty obvious reasons. That would be the case regardless of who is in office. In relation, the honourable member put a lot into the question, to be fair. In relation to service station updates, I've been giving those each day, more than happy to do so. And I would point out to the House that every state has an app or a website where service station information is available, Mr. Speaker, and every state collects that. Every state collects that as a matter of law. If honourable members want to argue for a national system, that has been tried before, Mr. Speaker, and I seem to recall who was for it and who was against it.
The call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Can the Minister provide clarity about the arrival control determination regarding Iranian visitor visas? Who is affected and who is not affected? And who will be shown compassion in sympathetic cases?
Give the call to the Leader of the House and the Minister for Immigration and Citizenship.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Menzies for the question and want to acknowledge the extraordinary work he's been doing with the Iranian Australian community in his electorate, and acknowledge the consultation that both the Assistant Minister for Multicultural Affairs and the Assistant Minister for Immigration have been doing, as well as myself, with the community in the lead-up to making the determination which I signed off on yesterday. It's very important for us to understand what this determination is, who it affects, who it doesn't, and why the government has put it in place. It is always the case when temporary visas are issued that one of the things that my officials weigh up is how likely is it that someone will seek to continue to stay beyond the length of the visa. And what that means is when you get a sudden conflict, like has happened with Iran, you have a large number of people who've been issued visas who, if they applied now, would in fact not be eligible for those visas. And until these determinations were possible, we could only go through that case by case. And this is the first time that I know of for a long time where the number of visas that were already issued was as large as this, in the order of more than 7,000 temporary visas that had already been issued. All of them issued properly, but in a circumstance which no longer applied. And the government has a very clear view that decisions about permanent stays in Australia should be a deliberate decision of the government, not a random consequence of who was planning to book a holiday here. In terms of who is affected, the order only applies to people with visitor visas. We have not applied it to any other form of temporary visa. It does not apply to the spouse, de facto partner or dependent child of an Australian citizen. It does not apply to somebody who holds a permanent visa. It does not apply to anybody who is already here. It does not apply to the parent of a child who is under 18 in Australia. It doesn't apply to somebody who has what we call a permitted travel certificate. Now, these travel certificates, because there will be members of Parliament who are approached and asked to bring these cases forward, and I just want to explain what they are. The department is still able, where there are compelling circumstances, to say that individual should be able to come on the visitor visa. But those decisions are made case by the department. I have directed the department, as a result of the consultation that I referred to before, including some specific advocacy that came from the member for Menzies, the member for Deakin and the member for Bennelong, to specifically ask my officials to show sympathetic consideration for any cases that involve the parents of Australian citizens, regardless of the age of the Australian citizens. But obviously the compassionate circumstances will be broader than that. But it's just very important. I wanted to have the chance to, and grateful for the chance for the member for Menzies to explain who it applies to, who it doesn't, and what the pathway is for sympathetic consideration.
We'll go to the next question. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the Special Visitors Gallery today is a delegation from the Australian Political Exchange Council 16 delegation from the Philippines, led by the Honourable Congressman Charisse Ann Hernandez. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Given the Minister's advice today that more than 500 petrol stations are without at least one type of fuel across Australia, can the Minister guarantee that Australians planning to travel to the regions to see their families over Easter will be able to fill up their cars to come home? And why won't the Minister commit to daily updates of individual service stations that run out of fuel?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. And I reiterate the figures I revealed earlier in question time. For example, Ampol's distribution to regional Queensland, for example, which is up very substantially year on year, which shows The entire industry is working hard to catch up with the massive spike in demand that we saw after the 28th of February, and I would have thought the honourable member would welcome that increase in supply and recognise that it is working and will work to deal with those shortages, which we all agree are unacceptable. And that's, as I said, there are so many people working so hard across government and across industry, collaboratively, to see this dealt with. And that is helpful, Mr Speaker. I will tell the House what is unhelpful, Mr Speaker, is not recognising that Australia's fuel supply is secure, is not accepting the fact that the ships that have been cancelled have been replaced, is misleading Australians that somehow some of the fuel from our refineries is being exported at the moment, which just isn't true, Mr Speaker, somehow linking it to net zero. That is all untrue and unhelpful, Mr Speaker. This is a time for the nation to come together. And Mr Speaker, we'll be working hard and are working hard and have been working hard to ensure Australians have access to fuel, not only over Easter, which the honourable member just asked me about, but...
Has the minister concluded his answer? The manager on a point of order.
Yeah, it's a very specific question. It asks for a guarantee and whether you will provide public data about individual service stations. Why the needless secrecy?
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just to raise again that it now has to be deliberate from the Manager of Opposition Business to continually take points of order to pretend to the House that not all of the elements of a question were part of the question when he's raising points of order on direct relevance.
The manager's entitled to raise his point of order and he's doing his job, but I just ask him when he's doing his job to ensure that the standing orders are being followed. And the minister is in mid-flight when he's talking about Easter, and he was specifically asked about the petrol supplies during Easter and what the minister was doing about that. It's very difficult, and I give some leeway to the manager because of the position he has. But I just ask all of members to respect the standing orders, and you can't pick and choose which part of the question you think has been answered or hasn't been answered. It's always been done in a total environment. So just going to make the order, but I'll make sure the manager is respected with his points of order, and I'm going to make sure the minister is also respected with his answer, because he is being directly relevant to the question that he was asked, and I'll ask him to continue.
Thank you, sir. I was making the point that the government has been working not just in the lead-up to Easter, and we will continue work in the lead-up to Easter, and of course we'll all be working, Mr Speaker, during Easter with the industry to make sure that's the case. In relation to updates, I've provided updates in the House each day. No doubt I'll do that next week. No doubt I'll be active in the public over the weekend, Mr Speaker. I'll be answering questions as I have done many, many days since the 28th of February. I will also point out that premiers are doing the same. That's a good thing. Premier Minns is providing a daily update on service station closures in his state, Mr Speaker. That's appropriate. The information gathering powers that his state, I welcome the action he's taken. I do point out that every single state runs a service station website which has information available to them, Mr Speaker. There was a chance a few years ago to have a national website. The Liberal Party opposed that. That's okay. The states are providing very useful updates, as well as the Commonwealth.
Call to the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese government delivering for low-paid workers?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Gellibrand for his question and his passionate support for workers right across this country, of course also in Melbourne. Our government is committed to get wages moving, and today our Labor government announced that we will again advocate to the Fair Work Commission for an economically sustainable real wage increase for our lowest paid workers on minimum award wages. Now, this would help almost 2.7 million workers across the country, including cleaners, retail workers, security guards, hospitality workers, many who rely on minimum award wages. These workers are often on lower wages, more likely to be women, employed on a casual basis, working part-time or younger. Our government's submission to the Fair Work Commission advocating for a real wage increase is supporting these Australians. Australians like James, who I met today, who works at security at the airport. Workers like James rely on award wages to put food on the table, pay the bills and plan for the future. James told me workers like him, and I quote, deserve a real wage increase for all the time and effort they put in and ensure that they can go home and not be stressed. He said that's exactly what a wage increase will mean. This Labor government has advocated for a wage increase for minimum award wage earners every single year that we have been in government. And since coming to government, the minimum wage has increased by more than $9,000 a year. And of course, we have legislated to protect penalty and overtime rates for these same workers because it is an important part of their pay packet. Our government is also committed to getting wages moving through reinvigorating enterprise bargaining. Under this government, we've seen record number of workers on enterprise bargaining agreements, the highest since enterprise bargaining first commenced. The most recent data shows that 2.7 million workers are on these agreements. The most recent data also shows workers covered by enterprise agreements are receiving decent annual wage increases. Whether it's sticking up for our minimum award wage earners, supporting workers getting a better deal at work, ensuring workers who are doing the same job get the same pay, it is only this Labor government that can be trusted to support workers right around this country.
The call to the member for Calais.
To the Prime Minister. Our communities are being throttled by the twin crises of the fuel supply emergency and the indefinite closure of the Great Western Highway caused by the failure of a bridge built by a convict chain gang in 1832. 1. Will you now support my fair fuel price bill that would bring in federal government fuel price controls and stop the rip-offs? 2. Will your government slash the fuel excise tax? And 3. Will you and the New South Wales government deliver a support package for our local businesses being smashed up by this highway closure?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Calais for his question and thank him as well for the courtesy of raising it with me in a meeting that we held earlier this morning. I'm always happy to meet with members of Parliament regardless of where they sit, particularly about issues relating to their local electorates, and the member for Clare is of course concerned about the impact that the closure of the Great Western Highway has on his electorate, because that's essentially the entry from Sydney and the Blue Mountains through to the Greater West, including Lithgow and Bathurst and Orange, and all of those people are dependent upon this road. Specialist engineers have advised the road is not safe and it obviously can't reopen until it is safe. The member also has advised that some of the alternative routes, that there are safety issues with regard to them, and I've undertaken, I'll be raising that with the New South Wales Minister as well to make sure that those issues are dealt with. It's a serious situation. It's not a quick or a simple repair. Significant cracking and movement have been detected in the substructure of, as the member has said, it's 194 years old, Mitchell's Causeway, also known as the Convict Bridge, because literally that was when it was built. And the truth is that all governments, state and federal, probably should have done something about this quite clearly before. And the fact that it has had such an impact is indeed of real concern. On the 19th of March, the New South Wales Government announced the establishment of the Great Western Highway Community Coordination Task Force. This is designed to streamline support to those impacted by the prolonged closure of the Great Western Highway. So the member has raised the issue of businesses in that area that will go through that particular task force as well. And I'll speak with the New South Wales Government about these issues. The New South Wales Government has announced that $50 million for the detour routes, and my office is in ongoing contact with Minister Aitchison's office will continue to engage. I understand that your office has been offered a briefing by Minister Acheson's office on the situation. If that is not the case, certainly I'll undertake to personally take that up with Jenny. She's an effective minister, and I'm sure that she will be concerned about the impact which is there.
Call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Why is the Albanese Labor government's cost of living help so important? And how does this compare to other approaches? Thank you.
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. The member for Tangney is a much loved and respected member of our team, and I'm very grateful to him for our question. As the Employment Minister was saying a moment ago, the government's submission to the annual wage review today is all about a decent pay rise to help Australian workers on awards with the cost of living. We know that people are under pressure. We saw that in the inflation and confidence numbers this week. We know that they're worried about developments in the Middle East and what that means for us, especially when it comes to fuel. And from a purely economic and markets point of view, Mr Speaker, the end of the war in the Middle East can't come soon enough. But in the interim, we are working very hard, engaging with suppliers and regulators and industries, states, and with our international partners to secure supply. We are doing what we can to ensure that the war is no excuse to rip people off at the Bowser. And that's why the increases to the penalties that passed the House today and hopefully the Senate this Savo are so important, Mr Speaker, to make sure that Australian motorists aren't being treated as mugs. Now, that legislation passed the House earlier today despite the bizarre efforts that we saw from the opposition. They came in here this morning, they suspended standing orders, they demanded that it be considered immediately, and then they voted against it, Mr Speaker. Then they voted against it. They gave angry speeches about how urgent it was, and then they voted to delay it, Mr Speaker. And it gets worse. When it came time for the final vote, when it came time to support the motorists and drivers of this country, they literally scurried out of the chamber, Mr Speaker, and doesn't that say it all? Now, Mr Speaker, today is not the first time that the member for Hume has voted against the interests of Australians under pressure. As it turns out, Mr Speaker, today is the one-year anniversary of the member for Hume getting all of those colleagues to vote against tax cuts for 14 million Australian workers. And 1 year ago tomorrow, he promised that if he was the Treasurer of this country, that he would repeal those tax cuts for 14 million Australians. He took to the election a policy of higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. If he had his way, Australians would be worse off and the budget would be weaker. And we know they haven't learned a thing from the last election. We know they haven't changed a bit because they then went and made him the leader of the opposition. But his successor as Shadow Treasurer is no better. The Shadow Treasurer has spent recent weeks betting against Australia on the share market, getting the fuel excise wrong and behaving in here like some kind of karaoke clown, Mr Speaker. But we have been dealing with these serious issues in a serious way. The tax cuts are part of that. Our efforts in fuel markets are part of that, and our efforts to get a decent pay rise for award workers are as well.
Give a call to the honourable member for Barker.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Mary Morris, a fourth-generation farmer from Udunda, needs fuel today for her tractors, for her spray unit, to seed her crop, not to mention for her truck and her utes. Mary's been told that despite her business being recategorised as critical and ordering her fuel on the 4th of March, the earliest she can expect her fuel is the 1st of April. Minister, why is Mary having to wait 4 weeks for the fuel she needs to farm?
Order. Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
The Minister for Aged Care was ceasing to. The Minister for Aged Care is warned. The Minister hasn't even begun his question. To be interjecting so disorderly is completely against the standing orders. Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, firstly, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. And if the honourable member wants to give me Mary's details, as other honourable members have been to see me in my office and raise cases on behalf of their constituents.
Order. The member
and
for Lyne.
I will take it up and see what can be done talking to suppliers, Mr Speaker, because I understand the pressure that Mary's under and have done that on multiple occasions for members opposite. Mr Speaker, more broadly, I will say I told the House earlier, for example, that Ampol's supply to regional South Australia is up 44%. I'm now in a position to share on behalf of the figures of Viva, the other refiner. The Deputy Prime Ministers and the member for Corangamite are very proud of our Geelong refinery, as we are, Mr Speaker. Their supply to regional Australia, year on year, 43% up in New South Wales, 22% up in Queensland, 14% up in South Australia and 8% up in Western Australia. If you take Ampol and Viva together, they are supplying a lot more petrol and diesel to regional Australia now than they were a year ago, Mr Speaker. A year ago. That is catching up with that massive increase in demand that we saw in the days following the 28th of February, Mr Speaker. So that is showing progress in a difficult circumstance, Mr Speaker. And again, this government is working across the board with industry, with states, with peak groups, with farming groups. The National Farmers Federation, I want to give a particular mention to their constructive approach with me and the Minister for Agriculture and others, and across the board, the Treasurer and all of us, been working very constructively with us in this, because they recognise this is an internationally very difficult circumstance, and it's time for people of goodwill to come together, and that's what adults in the room do.
To the call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. How is the Albanese government acting to protect consumers, maintain economic stability and ensure that businesses are operating responsibly in the face of heightened global security? Volatility.
Give a call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the member for Moore for his question and acknowledge that he's been a champion for consumers and for cost of living supports throughout his time in this chamber. Speaker, many Australians are under pressure, and recent global events are adding further stress and uncertainty. The rising cost of fuel in particular is a major challenge. Nobody, and I mean nobody, should be trying to take advantage of the conflict in the Middle East to price gouge and profiteer. I urge all business to operate responsibly and to treat their fellow Australians with respect. We are taking action to protect Australian motorists. In 2022, we increased the maximum penalty for anti-competitive behaviour fivefold to $50 million. And yesterday, the Treasurer introduced legislation after having worked with the Assistant Minister for Competition, which again will increase the maximum penalties the ACCC can hand down, taking it from $50 million to $100 million. Today, we passed that legislation through the House. Unfortunately, Speaker, as always, the opposition has been confused and opportunistic. They said that we needed to act quickly, but now they're also claiming that we're rushing things, and it's not the first time we've heard this. Well, we make no apologies for acting swiftly on these matters. And I have a message for any fuel retailers who seek to make Australians pay more than they should. It is those who are trying to make a quick buck who will ultimately pay the most. We have also extended the ACCC's petrol price monitoring program for a further 5 years and ensured it can issue infringement notices where it suspects misleading conduct. The ACCC has put the sector on notice and made clear it will not hesitate to act if laws are broken, moving quickly to safeguard supply through tightly controlled supply coordination while stepping up price surveillance and enforcement. We know that it's not just petrol and that things can be tough, and that's why our government continues to roll out responsible, targeted cost of living relief. This includes 2 rounds of further tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, cutting student debt, cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare and making it easier and more affordable to see a doctor. Almost all of those measures voted against by those opposite. We're also backing increases to minimum and award wages, delivering cheaper energy, free TAFE and boosting government-funded paid parental leave. We are closely monitoring events in the Middle East and their impact on the Australian economy. and we will continue to take action to ensure that our markets operate fairly and competitively, and will continue to roll out responsible, targeted cost of living relief.
The call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, constituents have told me today that fuel is now $3.15 in Fowler, southwest of Sydney. Since my question to the Treasurer on Tuesday when he failed to answer, will you follow Italy's Prime Minister and cut fuel excise temporarily to provide immediate relief at the Bowser?
Good question. Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Fowler for her question, and it goes to the pressures that people are under when costs rise. And I'd say to your constituents in Fowler two things. The first is, yes, the war in the Middle East is having an impact right around the world, whether it be in Fowler, in Grainler, whether it be in Europe, in Asia, in North America, South America, everywhere. Nowhere is immune from the impact that this Middle East war is having, and that flows down to, from an impact on the national economy, right through to an impact on individuals. And so our job is to do what we can to shield people such as her constituent from the worst impacts of what is a global event. Not one that we chose, not one that we're participating in, but one which impacts us. And that's why, as well as the Treasurer and Assistant Treasurer have just said, the tax cuts that have gone to every single worker in your electorate will make a difference. Some 65,000 taxpayers in your electorate alone are getting an average tax cut of more than $2,000 every year. That's why, as well, the student debt relief that helped 23,000 of your constituents will make a difference as well. The $15.7 million that's been saved on 3 million scripts in Fowler will make a difference for those constituents, as well as the 15,600 people who've gone to the Liverpool Medicare Urgent Care Clinic has made a difference as well. In addition to that,
the Prime Minister will pause. The member for Fowler on a point of the Prime Minister's completed his answer. Resume your seat. The call now goes to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. Minister, how has the Albanese government been supporting communities impacted by severe tropical cyclone Narelle? And can you, Minister, please update on the current situation?
The call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lingiari for her question, and I thank her, the member for Solomon, the member for Leichhardt and the Minister for Indigenous Australians in the other place on their commitment for keeping communities informed and safe in what has been an incredibly difficult period in the north with floods and cyclones. I also want to acknowledge our emergency service workers, from the SES to health workers, first responders to our defence personnel and spontaneous volunteers who have been working incredibly hard in extremely tough conditions. Last Thursday we held 2 National Coordination Mechanism meetings for severe tropical cyclone Narelle to provide situational awareness on the weather impacts and ensure preparedness across government and agencies. NEMA activated the National Crisis Coordination Team to assist with planning for and coordination of the Australian Government's response. We've had NEMA officials embedded in Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia to provide support during these events. And we've been working really closely with the Northern Territory and Queensland governments to enact a range of assistance packages. In the Northern Territory, we've activated support in 20 local government areas, with personal hardship available in 9 local government areas and 3 unincorporated areas. This is in addition to the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment being activated in a number of areas, including Katherine, Daly River and Palumpa. We've had ADF personnel on the ground in Katherine for clean-up support, as well as helping with the evacuation of hundreds of people from Numbulwar to Darwin. We also have an AUSMAP field hospital which has been set up in East Katherine to assist with transfers from Katherine District Hospital. In Queensland, we have jointly activated disaster recovery funding arrangements in 61 local government areas. Long-term recovery will be strengthened by a suite of additional support packages worth over $107 million, funded jointly by the Albanese and Crisafulli governments. This builds on the more than $66 million in measures already announced in response to the Queensland monsoon trough, Cyclone Koji and severe weather events that commenced on the 24th of December last year. This morning in the National Situation Room I received a further updated brief, and today Tropical Cyclone Narelle will make its way down the WA coast as a severe Category 3 with wind gusts up to 185 kilometres an hour. It may strengthen to a Category 4 before it impacts the far western Pilbara coast tonight. People should stay vigilant as conditions will change quickly. Follow flood advice warnings, be prepared to enact your emergency plan and ensure your emergency kit has everything you need, including food supplies, spare batteries and important documents. I've been in contact with my WA counterpart, Minister Papalia in the WA government, and offered the Albanese government support and assistance. Mr Speaker, disaster recovery is a long and challenging road, but the Albanese government is here for the long term and will continue to work with all the states and territories as we move from response to recovery this higher risk weather season.
Put the call to the honourable member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Godden Food, a food wholesaler who operate through my electorate between Sydney and Brisbane with 50 trucks, were told at 3 p.m. yesterday that they could not access any fuel from their distributor. They state that as a result, this will lead to an increase in food prices at the supermarket. Prime Minister, when will you take action to ensure the fuel gets to where it needs to get to?
Call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And earlier today there were 2 pieces of legislation before the Parliament. One was on the ACCC and the increased penalties. The second went directly to the issue of trucking and transport. And indeed, what happened was that the coalition came in here and moved a suspension of standing orders to bring forward the legislation through all stages on the ACCC to increase penalties. They did that, and in that debate they said, we'll support anything to do with the fuel crisis, and it needs to be done today. Not delayed, done today. So the Manager of Opposition, Leader of the House, moved a motion to an amendment to ensure that the 2 pieces of legislation that were before the House, both increased penalties for any breach and abuse of price gouging, one would have thought, something that would receive support, but also directly about trucking, directly about the question that's raised by the member for Macpherson. And what? It's completely direct.
Order. Look, the Prime Minister was in the middle of talking about the question. The answer was asked, but I'll listen to the manager.
Goes to direct relevance. There's a food wholesaler who has 50 trucks that can't get fuel. That's the question.
You don't need, just to remind the manager, you don't need to explain it all. I know it's the point of relevance. So when he was asked about access and the trucks from Sydney to Gold Coast or the area from the member's electorate and the price impacts on that and when will the Prime Minister take action, if he's talking about legislation that he's introduced or the government's done, that is action. That I think anyone. When will the Prime Minister take action to ensure fuel gets to where it is? He's giving order. He's giving information to the House, which of course is directly relevant.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I was asked about when will we take action. Today, this morning we did. What's it got to do with trucking? Well, that's what the legislation was.
Order.
You asked it to be brought forward.
Order.
You then voted against your own suspension of standing orders. And
Order.
then when the legislation was put before the Parliament, you scurried out. You scurried out. The Liberal Party weren't even here to vote to defend the exact circumstances raised by the member for McPherson.
Order.
And then they had the hike to the same person who moved the suspension of standing orders, writes the question, gives it to the member for McPherson and says, "Here, ask this." Well, I say to the member for McPherson who's new, you don't have to read out every question you're given. I say to the member for McPherson, be very wary of what this guy gives you.
Members on my left, enough. Members on my left.
Because we had direct legislation to make a difference before the Parliament today, and they voted against it.
Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief by making medicines cheaper for all Australians? How are new medicines being added to the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme helping to improve the lives of Australians with multiple myeloma?
Give the call to order. Members on my left, I want silence in the House. A serious question was asked by the member for Macquarie, and I'd like the minister to be heard in silence. The minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Macquarie. Firstly, for her support for all of the new services we've rolled out in her electorate: a new Medicare mental health centre, an endometriosis clinic, a second headspace, and of course the urgent care clinic in Windsor that opened this year. But also for her question, because she knows that there are more than 20,000 Australians today battling myeloma, and 2,500 new cases diagnosed every single year. And the 5-year survival rate for myeloma is just 60%, with 1,200 Australians or more losing their battle with this bone marrow cancer every single year. And Mr. Speaker, part of the reason why that survival rate is relatively low has been the lack of new treatments on the PBS, but that is changing. Last November, we listed the first new treatment for myeloma on the PBS for 12 years. Darzalex is a first-line treatment for people who've just been diagnosed, and before it was listed in November, it cost patients $440,000 for a course of treatment. But now, around 1,300 or 1,400 patients every single year are receiving this life-changing treatment for just PBS prices. And next week, we'll list another treatment, the second in just 6 months after 12 years of nothing. Elrexfio will be available for patients whose myeloma has relapsed after several lines of other treatment. And instead of paying $5,000 for every script for this treatment, again, they'll pay no more than $25. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to say that we're very close to finalising a deal with state governments to deliver a CAR T-cell therapy, Carvicti, that was recommended to us a little while ago and has to be delivered through the state hospital system. Yesterday, I met with leaders of the myeloma community, including their president, Jeff Brown, who AFL fans will remember as the former president of the Collingwood Football Club. We've forgiven him for that, but because he does such great work in his community. He was here with clinicians Hayley Beer and Professor Simon Harrison, both from the Peter Mac Centre, not just giving me advice and insights, but I know meeting members and senators across the parliament, across the political divide, and I thank people for taking those meetings and for them for coming to Parliament. People like Jeff and the much-loved Sandy Roberts are the public face of this community, but behind them, literally hundreds of patients and family members and clinicians drive this vigorous community seeking to battle this insidious disease. And they all know the value and the cherished value of the PBS, bringing the best medicines from around the world to Australia at affordable prices for patients.
Call to the Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Order. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. The call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, this document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Before we move to the matter of public importance, I'd also pleased to advise the House that just joining us in the gallery now are representatives of the Australian Association of Voice Actors, Simon Kennedy, Theresa Lim and Cecilia Ramsdale. Welcome to Question Time. Before I give the call, I shall advise the House that I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to provide national leadership. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, across our great country, Australians are hurting. They're hurting. Australians are pulling up at the petrol station to see those yellow plastic tickets saying the Bowser is empty, there's no fuel. Service stations are running dry. Prices are surging, up over 50%, far more for diesel, and of course that's so important to our farmers, our truckies. Uncertainty's growing, and Australians can see it with their own eyes. They don't need bureaucrats to tell them about it. They don't need prime ministers or ministers to tell them about it. Not that they were all yeah, exactly. They are living it every single day, Deputy Speaker, every single day. We see farmers sleeping alongside their machinery to protect the fuel they need to plant or harvest their crops. That's what's happening, Deputy Speaker. We see fuel being siphoned from vehicles so that Australians in suburbs around our country, can have the fuel that they need and so they can make ends meet. Truck drivers cutting back on deliveries because they simply can't afford the fuel. They can't rely on the supply because it has become unreliable. And yet, in the face of all this, we have seen Labor ministers standing up and telling Australians it's all okay. It's all tickety-boo. There's not a problem here. And that Australians shouldn't believe what they're seeing. It's all misinformation. It's all fake news, Deputy Speaker. They have said that supply is stronger than ever. Stocks are higher than ever. There is no crisis. We're not there yet, Deputy Speaker. But Australians are there, Deputy Speaker. They know when they fill up their car, when they look at the price they pay or they look at those tickets saying there's nothing in the Bowser, they know what's going on. There are small businesses across this country forced to choose between passing on their costs to customers or struggling to lay off workers. We heard about Mary earlier on. We heard about Godden Foods earlier on as well. We got some kind of completely unintelligible answer on Godden Foods. It certainly didn't mention the challenges that Godden Foods were facing. Now, before any of this happened, Australia's economy and Australians were under strain. That's it. 2 interest rate increases, more expected. Inflation surging, Deputy Speaker. And Australians struggling to make ends meet with an economy that is not working for them. And Deputy Speaker, I will lay out a couple of facts that I think are quite striking. The Treasurer likes to crow about how under his time as Treasurer, the economy has grown in aggregate by 7.5%. And he thinks that's terribly impressive. What he forgets to say is that the population of Australia has grown, wait for it, by 7.5%. Exactly the same number. Exactly the same number. And we know nearly all of that is immigration. Deputy, this is an economy that does not deliver to Australians. It gets worse, though, because even for that flat outcome, GDP per person hasn't moved, hasn't gone up. Even to achieve that, Australians have had to work more hours per person, 4.5%. They're working harder for less in an economy with raging inflation, rising interest rates, government spending growing faster than anything in the economy, Deputy Speaker. Non-market services, all the things that government funds, growing faster than the private sector that's been crowded out by a government that thinks a government-directed economy is the answer to everything, Deputy Speaker. But it's not. It's not. And in that context, when Australians are working harder for less, when they're going backwards, we are hit with a fuel crisis that this government has completely failed to acknowledge and certainly failed to take action on and fix, Deputy Speaker. Now, Labor's response to this has been absolutely shocking. When the Prime Minister was in opposition, he said that leadership was all about taking responsibility. He said it many, many times. He said, and I'll quote, Australia needed a government that would accept a responsibility and tell it straight. That's what he said. He said, as Prime Minister, the buck would stop with him. They were his words. But now in office, faced with a fuel crisis, it's all changed, Deputy Speaker. It's all changed. They took days and days and days before they could accept there was a national crisis, and well before that it was all completely fine. But what Australians really want from this government and from this Prime Minister is leadership. That's what they want. They want leadership. And the Premier of Queensland, who shows leadership all the time, David Crisafulli, has said, all we're after is a national plan. It is a national crisis and it does need action. That's all we're after. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns has said that the response to the crisis needs to be done on a national level. Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen has said action should be coordinated at the national level. I mean, these premiers aren't on our side of politics, but they know who needs to take responsibility. And even the Prime Minister himself has accepted that national coordination is essential. It's just he's forgotten to do it, Deputy Speaker. He's forgotten to do it. Now, we're all taught from a young age that we're going to meet adversity in our lives. Tough things happen. Tough things happen in our country. Tough things happen in our lives. But what matters is how you respond to it, Deputy Speaker, how you respond to it. Clearly our parents didn't have this Prime Minister or this government in mind when they said it, because you can contrast this government's inaction with what we did to secure our fuel supplies in this country, and the two actions that this minister, the Energy Minister, is most fond of reciting were done by us when we were in government. We guaranteed the future of our refineries in Geelong and at Lyndon. I stood up with the head of the AWU and announced the refinery guarantee up at Lytton in Queensland, and I stood to celebrate with the Deputy Prime Minister in Geelong to secure the future of those refineries, which have been the only good news in achieving in what's been done over the last couple of weeks. But the extraordinary thing is this Energy Minister forced one of those refineries to export all their petrol. He forced them with his emissions obsession to export their petrol. And it took him weeks before he worked this out and actually finally changed the rules when he came under pressure. The other initiative that he loves to talk about is the extra storages that have been built and the mandatory stockholding obligation put in place by us. We invested $200 million to build an extra 780 megalitres, 780 megalitres of diesel storage, which have obviously contributed to higher stock holdings than we otherwise would have had, Deputy Speaker. Now, Australians are right to ask why this government has responded so pathetically to what we've seen. But we know they are obsessed with net zero. We know that they don't want to see coal and gas and fuel in this country into the future. They haven't approved projects. They've made it harder for those industries to survive and sustain our energy system in this country, Deputy Speaker. They've funded activists to engage in lawfare, the EDO, out there stopping these projects week by week, undermining our fuel security in this country. And they've put in place the safeguard mechanism with high penalties and high taxes. Effectively, this is a carbon tax on industry in this country. It's a carbon tax on our manufacturers, on our aluminium smelters, on our fuel refineries. And I tell you what, Deputy Speaker, when we get into government, it's going. It's going. That carbon tax that they have snuck in and are imposing on all Australians, along with their vehicle emissions tax, another carbon tax, Deputy Speaker. We know they're looking at farmers. They're going to go after them. Their capacity investment scheme that's working as a carbon tax in the electricity system. This government has undermined our energy security and our fuel security since they came into government. Now, Deputy Speaker, this Prime Minister has failed to take leadership. Every Australian is paying a price for that. The government needs to take responsibility and fix the problem in front of it and become a responsible government for this great country.
Yeah. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy. And if members are leaving, please do so quietly. And
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
And those that stay should be quiet too.
It is true that Australians want strong and principled leadership. And that leadership is never more important than in a crisis. And that's why that leadership is exactly what the Albanese government has been providing in this crisis. We have taken swift action to put our reserves onshore, to release 20% of those reserves, to change fuel standards so more of Australia's fuel stays in Australia. We've done a deal to make sure that that fuel gets where it needs to be in the regions. We've got the ACCC to police price gouging. We've appointed a fuel coordinator to work with the states, and now the Prime Minister is convening National Cabinet to provide national leadership. Colleagues, this is leadership. This is action. This is taking responsibility in a crisis. This is what serious times require. Now, as a contrast to the leadership provided by the Prime Minister and the Albanese government, let's have a quick review on the conduct of the Leader of the Opposition during this crisis. Well, friends, I wouldn't call it textbook leadership, the way that he has carried on. This is a man who let 4 out of 6 Australian refineries close on his leadership when he was the Energy Minister, placing Australia in the precarious position that we currently find ourselves in. This is the man who made Australian fuel reserves be located in Texas, where they would have been of no use to us in this crisis. And yet here he is, complaining about the current situation as if he had nothing to do with it. The hypocrisy, Deputy Speaker, the gall, the front. You couldn't make it up. In a time of crisis, this Leader of the Opposition has been playing politics and creating fear. And then he comes into this House and suggests a matter of public importance related to leadership. Well, friends, this is a masterclass in bad leadership from the Leader of the Opposition. And if you want to know why Australians are moving in their droves from the Liberals to One Nation, well, this is an example of why. They're moving because in a national crisis, the Leader of the Opposition, a person who purports to be the alternative Prime Minister, somebody who says they could be in government, is offering no solutions, only slogans. A litany of complaints, not a single constructive suggestion. Big on blame, blank on policy. And Australians are looking at this as an alternative party of government and saying, well, if you've got no solutions to the crisis that we're in, if you're unwilling to play any constructive role, if you want to paint yourself just as a party of complaint, then why would I bother voting for you? I may as well vote for the genuine party of complaint, One Nation. If they want a rock thrower, they'll find a rock thrower in One Nation. The truth is, Deputy Speaker, that is the reason why Australians are moving in droves from the Liberals to One Nation. Because if the Liberal Party has abandoned its claim to be a real alternative party of government, then why would any Australian vote for them? In the Labor Party, we are dealing with this challenge. We are in the white water, navigating through choppy currents with decisive action while they are shouting from the bank. And the Australian people know that that is not leadership. The Australian people know that they shouldn't invest their vote in a party that doesn't have any solutions, only complaints. That is why they are losing voters by droves to One Nation. Deputy Speaker, it is a bit hard to take a lecture on leadership from the Leader of the Opposition. And let's walk through some qualities of leadership. Qualities of leadership that any Australian would ascribe or want some leader to be in. You know, one quality of leadership, Deputy Speaker, that Australians would want in somebody who claims to be an alternative Prime Minister of this country, they'd want trust. They'd want to know that they were voting for someone who they could trust, someone who tells the truth, someone who is upfront. Well, when it comes to that, Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has got a little bit of work to do. This is the Leader of the Opposition who, in 2022, when he was the Energy Minister, and who, because of his incompetence, because of how badly he had stewarded the nation's energy system, he had left energy prices rising by more than 10%. Instead of being upfront about his failures, about telling the truth to the Australian people about the energy bill shock he was about to inflict on them, instead of being transparent, on the 7th of April 2022, he amended regulations so that that offer would not be released until after the election. Can you believe it? The Energy Minister of Australia, on one of the most important issues in his portfolio, immediately before an election, chooses to conceal this information from the Australian people. This man was a Minister of the Crown, a man who puts the horrific in honorific, someone who doesn't deserve to hold that role if he can't even be honest about the basic facts in his own portfolio. Even worse, friends, even worse, when he was caught out for this action, when it was revealed that he had hidden this information from the Australian people, instead of being upfront about it, instead of admitting that he'd messed up, that he'd withheld this information from the Australian people, instead he tried to obfuscate. On the 26th of October 2022, the Leader of the Opposition was asked if he knew before the election that prices would rise, and he replied, "No, I didn't. No, I didn't." Then he told Sky News that the price rise notice, that was something from the AER, the Australian Energy Regulator. It puts it out, he said. Not me. Nothing to do with me. I didn't see it. Well, this wasn't entirely accurate, friends. This wasn't entirely accurate. And on the 1st of November, just a few months later, he finally fessed up. Better late than never. He was asked the direct question: did you sign the regulation delaying the notification of the price rise? In the National Press Club, he finally gave the truth. "I did," said the current Leader of the Opposition. Honesty is an essential element of leadership. Trust in Australia's leaders is an important quality. Integrity is essential to what Australians want in their political leaders. And consistently, time and again, the Leader of the Opposition has failed to deliver that honesty, failed to deliver that integrity, failed to gain the trust of the Australian people. And not only, Deputy Speaker, not only does this Leader of the Opposition lack trust, lack integrity, he lacks conviction. This is a man who rose to become the leader of the Liberal Party on the basis of his great crusade to get rid of net zero. That's what he's passionate about, Deputy Speaker. That's what he believes in. When you peel back the onion, right at its core is opposition to net zero. He's a conviction politician. Well, those convictions have come recently. In 2020, this is what the current Leader of the Opposition said. He said, "We are obviously committed to global net zero. That's in the Paris Agreement. We absolutely share that commitment. Many times we've said we want to get there as soon as possible." Deputy Speaker, the person whose claim to the Liberal leadership was his passionate conviction about net zero has only had that conviction for a few years. And a few years ago, he was talking up his own trajectory towards that same goal. You couldn't make it up. An energy minister who pursues net zero, then dumps it when political expediency suits him and he wants to tear down the leader in front of him. An energy minister who conceals from the Australian people the most important information about their energy price rises. Someone who not only conceals it, but then misleads the Australian people in relation to that information. Someone who had 22 energy policies during his time as energy minister and didn't stick a single one of them. This is a person who has been in Parliament for a long time with very limited achievements. He's good at coming up with new policies, much less good at delivering them. The only good quality of the Leader of the Opposition is that I have to say he does support his colleagues. And this is an important quality of leadership, friends. You want a leader who's slow to criticise and quick to praise. Good leaders are there with encouragement. They recognise colleagues when they do the right thing. And this is something that Leader of the Opposition certainly has done. And in 2019, when more than 1,000 new car parking spaces for commuters were delivered at Campbelltown Station, the Leader of the Opposition was there with a positive, encouraging word on that achievement. He jumped straight onto Facebook. Fantastic. Great move. Well done, Angus. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I enjoyed the audition from the Assistant Minister for the Treasurer's job. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has an economic model. It is to stoke inflation, then tax the inflation. And what we have now with this government is a complete failure of leadership about the type of country we should want to be, where we want to go, and what we need to build for a more confident Australia for the next generation. No one is under any illusion that we are in difficult international circumstances. Well, poor nations are weak nations. We need to be bold, we need to be confident, and we need to be strong as a country, and that happens when we are prosperous and Australian families, communities and small business are strong. When Australian families, small business and communities are weak, we have the foundations of a weaker nation. And what we're not getting right now, Deputy Speaker, is the leadership we desperately need to confront this crisis. And we've witnessed it in this chamber, where we've had the Energy Minister who's come in here, and it was only less than a month ago, and said there is no supply crisis for fuel. Everyone on the opposition benches allegedly was making it all up. He couldn't see the reality of the risks to supply chains, that when oil stopped being dug out of the ground in the Middle East, that eventually that might lead refined into what comes out of the Bowser. He said there were no supply problems. Within 3 days, he was back in the chamber and humiliating back down, having to acknowledge there was now a national crisis. And now every day he comes into this chamber and has to explain to the Australian people just how many petrol stations are running out of petrol, running out of diesel. It is the economic model of the Albanese government. There is plenty of fuel for inflation, just not for farmers and families. Right. They stoke the inflation in the economy and then they tax the inflation and push Australian standards of living backwards. Inflation continues to outstrip wages and Australian standards of living are going backwards. And they have no answers to these problems, whether it is the Prime Minister, the Treasurer or the Energy Minister, in an environment of what they have now dubbed a crisis. We have inflation raging and their only answer is how they keep pouring petrol on the inflation fire, and Australian standards of living are declining in the process. What we need now is real leadership. We don't need the dithering. We don't need the appointment of commissars or czars or statutory officers so that in only a few months' time, when the full consequences of the Prime Minister's leadership is revealed, or the absence of his leadership is revealed, they have somebody to sack. The Australian people voted for this government in disproportionate numbers in seats to stand up and steward the nation at a difficult time. But we have seen none of that, and we shouldn't be surprised, Deputy Speaker, because the pattern since the election has been when there are difficult times ahead and when there are difficult circumstances to confront, the Prime Minister scurries out of this chamber, the Treasurer scurries out of this chamber as quickly as possible, and if there is a difficult question to be asked, their only answer is bluster and attack at the opposition, not responsibility and leadership. We've seen that just in the context of the ongoing problem, the one they refuse to acknowledge, which is $15 billion of public money being handed to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. And if a Prime Minister won't take an audit or accountability of that public money and won't take the steps and show the basic tests of leadership, which is public money shouldn't go to organised crime. Public money shouldn't go to organised crime. When you don't have that basic test of leadership under this Prime Minister, how can the Australian people have confidence with any other measure that they are going to take? By either turning a blind eye, willful ignorance or complete disinterest. Because as we head to Easter, there are going to be so many families who are already looking at the cost of Easter eggs, the cost of groceries, the cost of a simple holiday. And we're not talking lavish ones, we're talking going to a caravan park and saying, can we afford it this Easter, and will we even be in a position to afford it next Easter? The Australian people are living with this failure of leadership of this Prime Minister, and they are going sadly to live it for many times to come.
Member for Brisbane has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For those opposite to raise a matter of public importance about national leadership is delusional, in my opinion. So what is delusional leadership? Dare I put those two words together? It's a dangerous style where leaders lose touch with reality, ignore the feedback and the evidence, some of which we just heard from the member for Goldstein, and it often leads to poor outcomes. For those opposite, the last 10 years have been an ongoing shambles of delusional leadership. But let's define what a good leader is. I'll build on our former Speaker, the Minister. A good leader inspires, empowers, guides a team towards a shared vision while acting with integrity and empathy. And that's exactly what our Prime Minister does. Deputy Speaker, we know Australians are doing it tough at the moment, and our government is leading, our Prime Minister is leading. We're listening to the Australian people and we're acting. Now, our number one priority at the moment is to address cost of living. So let's go through it. We've delivered a tax cut for 14 million Australian taxpayers. That's leadership. We're making medicines cheaper. That's leadership. We're helping Australians see a GP for free and get healthcare closer to home. That's leadership. We're wiping 20% off student debt. That's leadership. We're delivering energy bill relief for households and businesses. That's leadership. We've delivered more choice and lower costs and better healthcare for women. That's leadership. We've delivered 3-day childcare guarantee. That's leadership. We're delivering fee-free TAFE to students across the country. That's leadership. We expanded 5% deposits for all first home buyers. That's leadership. We're implementing the biggest home build in Australia's history. That's leadership. We are investing in more crisis and transitional accommodation, ensuring vulnerable Australians have a roof over their heads. That's leadership. We've delivered pay rises for workers in the care sector and for millions of low-paid workers. That's leadership. And we're rolling out cheaper home batteries to help lower power bills across the country. That's leadership. We're cracking down on supermarket price gouging, as well as petrol stations that are using the current war to rip people off. That's leadership. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've seen global uncertainty really test leaders around the world, whether it's been the war in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine. Some of our traditional international agreements are really being challenged. So national leadership is not just about looking after people at home, but it's about protecting our national interests abroad. And leadership is critical in these types of uncertain and turbulent times. Leaders need to be steady and reliable and be prepared to make tough decisions in the best interest of our community and our nation. Now, since Labor came to power, Australia and our world more broadly has been rocked by climate events, the war in Ukraine, the rise of extremism, significant shifts in global security and trade, and more recently, the war in the Middle East. Deputy Speaker, it takes leadership to act quickly and decisively to ensure the risks to Australians during these times are limited, to lead with calmness in a way that unites and not divides the cultures that are the strength of our country. In these circumstances, the Albanese government has stepped up, improved energy security through the relentless pursuit of renewable energy and cheaper energy, tougher hate laws, new trade deals and security agreements with the EU and Canada, stronger relationships with our Indo-Pacific neighbours, our future Made in Australia program to protect our sovereignty. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese leadership is grand. It's in stark contrast to the leadership from the other side. Their history is indicative of a complete lack of having a shared vision, empowerment, responsibility, integrity and empathy. Think Tony Abbott. Think of how he spoke about our first female Prime Minister. Think Peter Dutton, who almost destroyed our national healthcare system. Think Scott Morrison, who said, I don't hold the hose, mate, and lucky you weren't met with bullets when he was speaking about a rally full of women. Shame. The man who hid his multiple ministries from the Australian people. Shame. The man who presided over robo-debt, which caused harm to so many vulnerable Australians, and a man who failed to protect a young staffer from harm. Those opposite used their first female leader in order to line up the next, the member for Humes. It's been a revolving door of failed leadership from those opposite. While those opposite continue to try and figure out what leadership is and who their leaders should be, on this side of the House we've got steady leadership and we will continue to deliver for all Australians.
Yeah. I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Just Deputy Speaker's fine.
Madam, I like the madam.
I don't.
What is national leadership? It certainly isn't what the member opposite was just prescribing to this House. Is it the courage to confront a crisis before it becomes a catastrophe, what we're seeing right now? Is it the responsibility to act when families are breaking under pressures they did not create? Is it the willingness to see that Australians are barely holding on by their fingertips? Yes, that is leadership. You know what isn't? It isn't saying fuel supply remains strong, as the Minister for Energy, Chris Bowen, has said, while Australians are pulling into surveys to find empty pumps. It isn't insisting Australians' fuel supply is secure, while families are driving from suburb to suburb just to find petrol. And it isn't telling Parliament we are a long way from a fuel emergency, when for many Australians that emergency has arrived. Because right now across Australia, families are asking, where is the leadership we were promised? We have parents skipping meals so children don't have to, workers juggling 2, 3 jobs and still falling behind, families who once donated to food drives now relying on them, worried children wondering if their parents can keep a roof over their heads. This is not abstract, this is not theoretical, this is real. This is a lived reality Australians are facing every single day. Across Australia, petrol is pushing well above $2.50 a litre and diesel even higher. But in some suburbs, the price isn't even the worst part. Drivers are pulling into servos to find empty Bowsers, taped off pumps, handwritten notes apologising for shortages. Behaviour is shifting. People are driving less, going out less, seeing family and friends less. Confidence is tightening. The national mood is under strain. This is Adam, who relies on petrol for workshop work and diesel to keep his delivery vehicles moving. If fuel rationing comes in, it won't just hurt, it will directly affect his ability to operate and serve his customers. This is Carol from Glenmore Park, who told me we are receiving emails from suppliers adding an extra 3.5% to cover their diesel. On our own diesel bill, it has also doubled, so it's a double whammy. And these are not outliers. These are not the exceptions. This is the lived reality of Australians right now. And this is where the pressure shifts from cost to something deeper. Because when the cost of fuel rises, life begins to contract. And for many Australians, especially in Western Sydney, there is no alternative. Nearly half of people rely on a private vehicle to get to work. The car is not a convenience, it is a necessity, which means when transport costs rise too fast, families are pushed in what experts are calling transport poverty, spending more than 10% of their income just to move through daily life. And when that happens, the consequences ripple outward. Longer commutes, less reliable access to work, greater risk of job instability, opportunities narrow, pressure builds. So I ask again, what is national leadership? Is it watching mortgage stress climb to levels we have not seen in decades, where families are cutting back just to afford the basics, including getting to work? Is it watching families fall into food insecurity in one of the wealthiest nations on earth, while the cost of simply moving through daily life keeps rising? Is it watching parents choose between groceries and petrol, rent and medication bills, and putting food on the table? No, that is not leadership. Leadership is about stepping into the storm we're facing now and saying we will not let Australians face this alone. Leadership is recognising that when 3.7 million Australians, including 750,000 children, are living below the poverty line, this is not a tight month. It is a national emergency. Leadership is understanding that when people are cutting back not on luxuries but on movement, connection and opportunity, something deeper is going on. And leadership is acting with urgency equal to the scale of the crisis. When we're in a crisis, we feel powerless because the government isn't showing leadership. We can choose to act, we can choose to lead. The government's just not doing it. National leadership is not measured by how loudly you speak at the dispatch box with all your theatrics to push away the reality of the crisis. It is measured by how firmly you stand when families are breaking. And right now, Australia needs leadership that understands not just what things cost, but what those costs are doing to people's lives.
Member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, they want to talk about leadership. It's leadership time. This Labor government is a team. The Prime Minister, our ministers, us backbenchers, we work together as one because we know unity delivers the best outcomes for our electorates and our country. My role in the team is to be on the ground. I door knock, I phone bank, and I meet with local constituents, and I make myself quite available. And I can say the same for all of us on this side of the chamber. Because of this, we know about the pressure of families right now, and the pressure is real. Families are stretched, costs are up, people are worried, and they expect us to act quickly and together. We recognise that and we take it very seriously. So I welcome the Coalition's words earlier today about working together. But do they actually mean it? Because when it came to deal with those measures, they did not want to engage with the Fair Work amendments. These are practical changes that would support our trucking industries right now. Instead, we saw the member for Goldstein turn into another story about the union conspiracies. Now, that does not help a single family fill up their car, it does not help a single truckie keep their business going, and it does not bring prices down. If the Coalition is serious about helping Australians, then this is the work in front of us. Now, Deputy Speaker, on the very day of this conflict when it began, fuel retailers put their prices up. They saw the news cycle, they saw the fear building, they knew Australians would be worried, and they took advantage of it. This is predatory. It is companies exploiting anxiety to boost their profits, with no thought to how it will make this crisis worse for families getting ready for Easter. But we also have to be honest about what we are seeing in the community. We've not learnt from the toilet paper gate during the pandemic. People are filling up when they don't need to, bringing jerry cans, buying them more than what they need, not thinking about the person next to them. That behaviour drives demand higher and pushes prices up even further. At moments like this, we have a choice in how we behave. Now, we can panic, we can treat it like, every other person for themselves, or we can choose something better. The kindest thing you can do right now is to look out for your neighbour. Make sure there is enough for everyone. Act with care, act with restraint. Because we are a kind and united country at its core. That is who we are, and we can choose to act that way when it matters most. This whole parliament should be demonstrating that kind of behaviour. That is leadership, Deputy Speaker. And this government has done that consistently through the cost of living relief. $25 medicines on the PBS, paid parental leave expanded to 24 weeks, another pay rise for 2.7 million Aussie workers backed in today, paid pracs for nursing, teaching, social work and midwifery students, 30% off home batteries to permanently cut down power bills, expand bulk billing, delivered another pay rise to aged care nurses following the first instalment in March. 1 million households are benefiting from back-to-back increases to rent assistance. 1.1 million Australians are benefiting from higher social security payments. And we're delivering tax relief to every single taxpayer, with round 2 coming this year and round 3 coming the year after. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, they want to talk about leadership? The Liberal Party is on its second leader this term, has had mass resignations, is yet to produce actual clear policy positions and actually stick to it, and is being dragged by another party whose only idea is to divide this country based on where they come from or ban Australians who happen to have my colour of skin. All constituents expect better. Instead of calming the situation, those opposite have made it worse by claiming there is a supply shortage. There is not. Not a single shipment of fuel has been delayed. In fact, we have acted, we've released 20% of our minimum fuel reserves, we've amended fuel standards to increase supply, we've empowered the ACCC to improve distribution, especially into the regional areas, and we're working with international partners to maintain supply. We are using every lever available to keep fuel flowing and ease pressure on prices. And we introduced our bill to crack down on price gouging and backing in our truckies. Now that's what leadership looks like, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This matter of public importance debate is the government's failure to provide national leadership moved by Leader of the Opposition, Member for Hume, and never has there been a time to look at leadership more than right now. The Prime Minister mentioned in question time today used the word over-prepared. We're certainly not over-prepared when it comes to the national fuel crisis. We heard the Minister for Climate Change and Energy on Monday say, "I'm done," and he certainly is. Certainly when he outsources his work, his job, to Anthea Harris, who at the moment is doing the review into the Water Act, but now she's also been tasked with the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator's role, which should be something that the Minister does himself. Now, all politics is local, we all know that, and when you look at the E10 and diesel prices in the Riverina electorate, it's terrible, awful reading. Coolman, E10, 274.9, diesel 330.9 cents a litre. But you go through Cootamundra 262.9 and 328.9, Cowra 259.9, $3.19.9 for diesel. Crookwell 263.9, 314.9, Grenfell 259.9, diesel 327.9, Gundagai E10 252.9, diesel 315.9, Junee 259.9, diesel 313.9, Lockhart 264.9, 314.9, Temora 260.9 and 316.9, Tumbarumba 266.7, 324.7 for diesel, Tumut 254.9, 320.9, Wagga Wagga, it's a big city, largest inland city in New South Wales, 247.9 and 313.9, Yass 246.9, 312.9 for diesel, Young 247.9, $3.05.9 for diesel. They're figures that are so high, too high, that's if you can actually fill your tank. And it's sowing season. Our farmers are out there about to scarify their paddocks, direct drill, get ready for sowing. Indeed, come harvest time, if they haven't planted, it's going to be a food security disaster, if it isn't already. Now, just think about this, consider this, the setting, a collapsing Australia plagued by fuel shortages. One of humankind's most precious resources, oil, has been depleted and the world plunged into war, famine and financial chaos. The countryside is losing its way. There is little water, What water there is, people are fighting over it too. Food security is almost non-existent. You cannot grow food without fertiliser, fuel or water. The government is nowhere to be seen. Am I reading the plot for the 1979 blockbuster Mad Max? Sadly, no. I'm not. This is Australia in March 2026. And I'm not over-egging it. I'm not being melodramatic. I'm not hamming it up. This is the truth. People are getting out of control. There's petrol hoarding. There's panic buying. There's fuel theft. Abuse being slung at servos. Empty bowsers across the regions. And I've just read you the prices of fuel. It's not a low-budget dystopian action film. It's the here and now. Right now. Tragically, right now. Treasurer, why won't he provide some relief at the bowser by cutting the fuel excise? Increase the fuel tax credit. There are actions that can be done, that should be done, that must be done, but they're not being done. And farmers and trucking companies are copping it in the neck. Prime Minister, why won't he pull the levers available to him to help the situation? And he'll say, well, I am, but it's not happening. Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries and Forestry, just do something, anything. Minister for Climate Change and Energy, we need real action and we need it now. Now, what I was reading sounded like Mad Max, and it was Mad Max, but it's also Mad Australia in 2026, and it's happening right now. Central casting need look no further than the government front bench to find its characters for the 2026 version of Mad Max. But I ask, who, oh who, will play the central roles? Jim Goose, Grease Rat, Clunk and Grinner. We know who they will be.
Yeah. Member for Bean.
Yeah. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I hope the reference to Mad Max wasn't referring to any of the members of this House with the prefix to their names of Mac, because I have due respect for all those members. But Deputy Speaker, this evening I'm looking forward to attending the routine by acclaimed Canadian mime artist Jolene Secunda down at the Tuggeranong Performing Arts Centre in my electorate. It's been described as Death of the Salesman meets Mr Bean. What I know for certain, though, Deputy Speaker, it will be more impressive than the routine that we have witnessed from across the aisles today. It is crucial in times of uncertainty that this House comes together and acts, and the Albanese Labor government is doing just that. The recent conflict in the Middle East has compounded uncertainty in the global economy and led to significant volatility in oil and petrol prices. We're not immune from that uncertainty and volatility across the global economy, and that's why our priorities remain addressing inflation, productivity and that global uncertainty. And our work on fairer petrol prices and stronger supply chains is an important part of these efforts. Legislation passed through this House earlier today that will help consumers get a fair go at the petrol pump, with bigger penalties for misconduct, including the fuel sector. Nobody, no organisation, no sector, no member of this parliament should be using such volatile circumstances to profit off Australians. That's not in the spirit of this country and cannot be permitted to occur. That is why we're putting petrol companies on notice. And it's time for the Liberals and Nationals to put their money where their mouth is and for a change, stand with the Australian people instead of standing divided against them. They may love to come into this place and grandstand, make grand speeches to clip for their socials and websites, but when it comes to actually making a difference for their communities, they are missing in action, Deputy Speaker. Every opportunity that they have had to support cost of living relief, they have opposed.
Shame.
And Deputy Speaker, reminding people in this House that often the best way to determine future behaviour is remembering the words that people have used in the past. Here's a bit of a game for the House late on Thursday. Who was it that derided work from home arrangements as professional apartheid? That'd be the Shadow Treasurer. Who criticised better wages for frontline workers, including aged care workers and early childhood educators, as borrowing from future generations? That would be the Shadow Treasurer. Who railed against paid parental leave, labelling it as a very bad scheme and saying it's not my choice that women have children, it's not, it's genetic.
Who would do that?
It would be the Shadow Treasurer.
Surprise, surprise.
Who advocating replacing the progressive income tax system with a flat tax and broadening and doubling the GST to 20%? In his words, we must stop fiddling at the margins. We have to move towards a simpler 20% flat personal company and consumption tax. That would be the Shadow Treasurer. It's getting a bit easy, Deputy Speaker. Who championed the privatisation of Medicare so there could be a transfer of the health financing burden shifted from government to individuals? Yes, that would be the Shadow Treasurer. Who criticised the Rudd Labor government's stimulus during the global financial crisis as a shameful act that did more harm than good? Who has consistently criticised low interest rates, claiming nobody wins from low interest rates? Well, that's a message. That's the message many people across my electorate would love to hear. Deputy Speaker, who advocated repealing the right to disconnect? That would be the Shadow. That would be the Shadow Treasurer.
Shame.
Who argued that Australia is no longer able to make things? In his own words, the days of Australia being an island continent producing finished goods for domestic consumption are over. You would have thought that maybe it's a description of the approach of the coalition to oil refinery in this country over the last decade. But, Deputy Speaker, what we know is that leadership isn't about the one to yell the loudest in the room. And I'm proud to be able to stand on this side of the chamber that is actually taking action and displaying clear leadership and supporting Australians right across the community. It's time for those opposite to do the same.
Member for Casey has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We really need to understand right now that there are two challenges the Australian people are facing. Obviously, the fuel crisis in getting fuel, and particularly diesel, and the impacts on price. But we shouldn't forget that Australians were paying the price and struggling before this, with inflation at 3.8% and 2 increases in the interest rates. Now, the question about leadership is about understanding that you can't control events, but it's what you do to prepare for them and how you handle them. And let's understand that this crisis, this conflict in the Middle East, didn't operate in a vacuum. This started October 7, 2023. There was conflict in the Middle East. It escalated last year when Iran was impacted directly by Israel and the US. There were warning signs that this would happen. Every military expert in the world will tell you that in the last 6 to 8 weeks before the conflict started, there was a significant shift in military assets from the United States into the area. Experts knew this was coming. This government had 2.5 years to prepare for this by bringing fuel stocks forward, getting the numbers up significantly. They did not do that. Preparation can happen over 2.5 years to mitigate some of the pain. The other thing that this government could have done was focus on bringing inflation into the band sustainably into the band to give the Australian people and to give the RBA some buffer so they wouldn't need to raise rates. But for over 3.5 years, this Prime Minister and this Treasurer focused on treating the symptoms of the economic challenges, not the causes. And so many on this side spoke over this time, myself included, about the folly of looking at the symptoms and not the causes. Because when you treat the symptoms for a couple of years, you take away a little bit of pain, but you make the pain worse when you can no longer deliver the medicine. And that is what we are seeing with this government. They gave temporary relief, but they didn't address productivity. Productivity is continuing to be in freefall under this government, and this government has not delivered. And I want to look at the member for Parramatta. He was talking about trust. Well, let's talk about trust in leadership from this Prime Minister. 97 times before the 2022 election, this Prime Minister promised the Australian people that he would reduce power bills by $275. Promised the Australian people. He said, I don't think, I know, I've done the modelling. No Australian got that reduction. Nope. In fact, their price went up double digits. Yep. The member for Deakin let the cat out of the bag when he interjected last year and said, well, that line worked for 3 years. Sums it up from this government. That line worked for 3 years. Right. This Prime Minister, when we talk about trust, also said before he was elected, my word is my bond. I will not change the tax system. I will not change the superannuation system. 2 weeks ago, this Prime Minister changed the superannuation system in this country, breaking his word to the Australian people. Now, the member for Parramatta talks about trust. I hope he stands up in caucus or in cabinet and calls out the Prime Minister for breaking the trust of the Australian people. Sure he won't. And the test now for the member for Parramatta, who is so concerned about trust in leadership, and all those opposite, is the next budget, because the Prime Minister said, my word is my bond, before the last election. He promised the Australian people there would be no changes to the tax system, no changes to negative gearing, no changes to capital gains. That was the Prime Minister's word before the last election. Well, let's watch the budget. If there is any changes to those two taxes, by the member for Parramatta's own standard that he set today, this Prime Minister is not fit to lead this country. That is the test that the member for Parramatta has set for his own leader, because he said that leaders need to have trust. Well, if you break your promise, your bond to the Australian people, you are breaking trust with the Australian people and you are not a leader. Let's find out in the next 3 weeks where this Prime Minister stands, because he has abandoned the Australian people.
Time. Excuse me. Member for Petrie, I'm trying to give the member for Spence the call. Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I saw today's MPI, honestly, I found it quite funny that the Leader of the Opposition would pose a question about providing national leadership. So I did something simple. I Googled what makes a good leader. A good leader inspires, empowers and guides a team toward a shared vision while acting with integrity and empathy. The member for Riverina might like to listen to this. Essential qualities include clear communication, decisiveness, resilience and the ability to build, mentor and trust their team to succeed. They lead by example, are self-aware and prioritise continuous learning. Now, I'll give the Leader of the Opposition this. He has certainly inspired, empowered and guided his mates towards a shared vision of sitting on that front bench together, no matter who is in their way. When it comes to integrity and empathy, Australians have long memories, because how much integrity and empathy was shown to the Honourable Susan Lee when she was knifed in the back, right. The first female leader of the Liberal Party. Shame. When it comes to communication, what we hear from those opposite is plenty of noise, but very little solutions to the issues. Slogans without substance, week in, week out. When it comes to decisiveness, we see hesitation, we see backflips, and we see a party that cannot settle on what it actually stands for, as we saw just this morning in this chamber. On resilience, well, a resilient team or a coalition does not fracture the moment pressure is applied, and yet, time and again, that is exactly what we see from those opposite. And on building and trusting a team, mentoring, backing your colleagues, the revolving door on that front bench tells its very own story. Because leadership is not about who you stand next to when it's convenient. It's about who you stand by when it's difficult. And times are difficult. Let's make no mistake. And we do have a great leader in the Prime Minister. Now, if we really want to talk about national leadership, then let's talk about what it actually looks like in practice. cutting student debt by 20%, delivering relief to more than 19,000 people across the electorate of my electorate, Spence. That is good leadership. Strengthening Medicare, opening additional 50 urgent care clinics so Australians can walk in, get treated, and not have to worry about the bill, with nearly 2 million Australians benefiting, is good leadership. It looks like backing first homeowners, first home buyers, giving them the chance to enter the market with a 5% deposit. That is good leadership. Easing pressure on energy bills with 30% off home batteries, helping households take control of their costs while we build a more sustainable and connected energy future. That's good leadership. It looks like investing in skills, in workers, in the future of this country, with free TAFE opening doors for hundreds of thousands of Australians and up to $10,000 in support for housing apprenticeships. Because if you want to build more homes, you need more tradies to do it. It looks like backing families, expanding paid parental leave to 24 weeks with super, lifting wages and delivering cheaper childcare, including a 3-day guarantee that families in Spence are already calling life-changing. That is what good leadership looks like. It is about making decisions that improve people's lives, even when those decisions are not easy. It is about governing with purpose, not just opposing for the sake of it. And when I look across this government since coming to office, I see consistency. I see discipline. I see a clear focus on everyday Australians. I see colleagues in this House and in the other place who are out there in their communities, listening, engaging and delivering. Not chasing headlines, not chasing internal power struggles, but getting on with the job we were elected to do. Because leadership is about responsibility, it is about outcomes, and it's about who you choose to stand with when it matters most. On this side of the House, we choose to stand with Australians. We choose getting on with the job, delivering for communities like mine in the north, while those opposite are still fighting like they've got no sense of direction. They are like a ship with a broken rudder, stuck going around in circles and getting nowhere. This side of the House, we are focused on leading for everyday Australians to ensure that tomorrow is better. And I thank the House.
Thank you. And the time for this discussion has concluded. I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wish to add to an answer. In question time today in relation to service stations in Victoria, I said there were 45 stations with no diesel and 72 stations with no unleaded. It was in fact the other way around. I misread it. It's 72 with no diesel and 45 with no unleaded. I just wanted to make sure that the House was clear.
Thank you. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests: the Appropriation Bill No. 3, 2025-2026 without request, the Appropriation Bill No. 4, 25-26 and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2025-26. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an Act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. I call on the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Leader of the House.
I move the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. And I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 1, High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026. Minister move motion for the second reading.
And give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the revised explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
You have the call.
Deputy Speaker, Australia is an island nation and a maritime nation with the ocean wrapped around our national identity in a sustaining and defining embrace. First Nations people have a profound and enduring connection with sea country, which is central to cultural and spiritual identity, social and economic life and well-being. The ocean is critical to our economic prosperity and health, It connects us with our region and the rest of the world. In June 2023, the United Nations adopted the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond natural jurisdiction, also known as the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty. The treaty provides greater environmental protection for the ocean by providing a global framework for protecting and sustainably using marine biodiversity outside our maritime borders, that is, the high seas and the seabed beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. Around 60% of the global ocean is beyond national jurisdiction, but only around 1% is currently protected. The treaty will complement existing international and regional instruments, frameworks and bodies. It will enhance cooperation between parties as well as between the existing global and regional ocean governance regimes, and will play a critical role in achieving the global target to protect 30% of the world's marine areas by 2030. The treaty will also complement Australia's own domestic and regional practices in sustainable ocean management and protection. More than half of Australia's maritime jurisdiction is now protected in marine parks. That includes about a quarter of our marine estate, 2.2 million square kilometres in highly protected areas. At last year's United Nations Ocean Conference, Australia went further, committing to work towards lifting that to 30% highly protected by the year 2030. Australia was proud to sign the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty on 20 September 2023, the day it opened for signature after playing an active role in its inception and development over 2 decades. Today, I am proud to introduce the High Seas Biodiversity Bill. This implementing legislation will enable us to ratify the treaty, noting that the treaty entered into force on 17 January this year. Deputy Speaker, in 2024, the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties recommended that Australia take binding treaty action and become a party to the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty. This bill creates a new regulatory regime to implement into Australian law relevant obligations under the treaty relating to marine genetic resources and digital sequence information, area-based management tools such as marine protected areas, and environmental impact assessments. Part 2 of the bill establishes oversight for the collection and utilisation of marine genetic resources from areas beyond national jurisdiction and related digital sequence information. The bill implements a notification-based regime requiring certain persons to provide information on the collection and utilisation of marine genetic resources and digital sequence information. This information will later be provided to the clearinghouse mechanism, an open access platform managed by the Secretariat under the agreement. The bill also imposes reporting and record-keeping requirements on relevant repositories and databases, and will provide for an online register to receive required information, enable public access and promote transparency. The register will be operated by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Deputy Speaker, Part 3 of the bill creates a framework for Australia to recognise and declare area-based management tools such as marine protected areas and their associated management plans established by the Treaties Conference of the Parties, and for Australians to comply with them. The government is preparing for the first generation of high seas marine protected area proposals as contemplated by the treaty. Work is underway to lay the groundwork for Australia to lead on and support others on such proposals, including gathering the underpinning science and data and engaging with stakeholders. Part 4 of this bill will put in place an environmental impact assessment process to manage the risk of harm to the marine environment in areas beyond national jurisdiction from planned activities by Australian entities. It also implements obligations with respect to planned activities within Australia's jurisdiction that may have significant impacts on the marine environment in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The purpose of Part 4 is to ensure that the potential impacts of such activities are assessed in accordance with the treaty before the Minister makes a decision on whether to authorise the activity. Deputy Speaker, to secure the health and resilience of the high seas and all other areas beyond national jurisdiction, we must cooperate and coordinate with other countries and act to implement relevant provisions of UNCLOS. Ratifying the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty demonstrates Australia's commitment to international law and the multilateral system more generally. The Albanese government is committed to working with key partners in our region and beyond to safeguard the health of our shared ocean domain, which must be protected for its own sake, for the sake of environmental conditions and marine biodiversity on its own terms, and to support a sustainable blue economy for future generations. In the first term of the Albanese government, Australia delivered the largest act of global marine protection in calendar year 2023 by strengthening the Macquarie Island Marine Park. And then we delivered the largest act of global marine protection in calendar year 2024 by strengthening the Herder Macdonald Island Marine Park. As a result of those key improvements to the national network of marine protected areas that was designed by the Gillard Labor government, Australia now protects more than 4.6 million square kilometres, or 52% of Australia's ocean. 24% of our ocean is under a high level of protection in no-take zones, and we are working towards protecting 30% by 2030. As a nation whose character and well-being is deeply sustained by the ocean, our focused and active support for the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty is what the Australian community rightly expects.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the High Seas Biodiversity Bill and to outline the Coalition's position on this important legislation. The Coalition supports this bill. It's necessary legislation, and it's legislation that will finally put in place the High Seas Treaty negotiated under the auspices of the United Nations. A treaty that has been a long time in the making, and one that frankly has been unnecessarily delayed by the current government. This is not a new conversation. This is not a new issue. Under the previous coalition government, Australia played a constructive and engaged role in the international negotiations that led to this treaty. We understood what was at stake, not just environmentally, but economically and strategically. Critically, those negotiations ensured that Australia's exclusive economic zone, also known as the EEZ, one of the largest in the world, in fact the third largest, was properly recognised in international law. That matters. It matters because our EEZ underpins our sovereign rights over vast marine resources. It matters because it allows us to manage those resources sustainably. And it matters because it ensures that Australia retains control over how we protect and utilise our marine environment. As a nation, we have benefited enormously from that outcome. We have benefited in environmental terms through strong protections and careful stewardship of our oceans, and we have benefited economically through the responsible management of fisheries, energy resources and emerging marine industries. The negotiations that delivered this treaty did not happen overnight. They were complex, they were detailed, and then they were led in large part under the previous coalition government right up until 2023, and the current government became a signatory to the treaty in 2024. And yet, here we are, 2 years later, only now dealing with ratification. 2 years. What has the government been doing for the last 2 years? Not much, it seems, because in that time, more than 80 countries, around 85 in fact, have already ratified the treaty. So again, I ask, why the delay? A government that says it can walk and chew gum at the same time seems it can't. Why has Australia fallen behind when it comes to formalising an agreement that we helped shape? A process that, as I outlined, started under the coalition. There was no progress. Then all of a sudden, there was this urgency to get it done. Our understanding is that this sudden urgency is not driven by domestic priorities but by international optics because of the first ever Ocean COP slated for late 2026 and the government seeking to save face on the global stage. No doubt in this case, and it's disappointing, because the Parliament should not be driven by appearances, it should be driven by outcomes. It's especially disappointing given that the Coalition has offered bipartisan support for this legislation throughout the process. We've been clear, we've been consistent and we've been constructive. We recognise the importance of this treaty and we recognise the importance of getting the implementation right. Deputy Speaker, this bill does more than simply ratify an international agreement. It seeks to establish new regulatory frameworks to give effect to the treaty's provisions, particularly in areas such as marine genetic resources and digital sequence information, area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments. These are complex and evolving areas. Marine genetic resources, for example, represent a growing field of scientific and commercial interest. They have the potential to unlock new medicines, new technologies and new economic opportunities. But with that potential comes responsibility. Responsibility to ensure that access is fair, responsibility to ensure that benefits are shared appropriately, and responsibility to ensure that innovation does not come at the expense of environmental integrity. Similarly, area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments are critical mechanisms for protecting biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The Coalition supports these objectives, but we are equally clear on this point. Implementation must be practical, efficient and coherent. These new rules should complement existing global and regional frameworks, not duplicate them. We already have a range of international agreements and regional bodies governing ocean management. The last thing we need is a patchwork of overlapping regulations that create confusion, increase costs and undermine effectiveness. Good policy is not just about ambition, it is about execution, and the government has also pointed to the global target of protecting 30% of the world's marine areas by 2030. On its face, it's a noble ambition, and the Coalition recognises the importance of protecting marine biodiversity. But we also recognise a pattern from this government, a pattern of announcing big targets without credible plans to deliver them. We've seen it in housing, where the government's target of 1.2 million homes is already falling short. We've seen in other policy areas where rhetoric has outpaced reality. So when it comes to this 30% marine protection target, the question is not whether it sounds good. There are several questions that remain. How will it be achieved? What are the practical steps? What are the timelines? What are the impacts on industries and regional communities and on Australia's economic interests? These are not unreasonable questions, they are necessary questions. And at this stage, the detail remains unclear. We understand that some of the government's plans to meet this target are currently under review. We welcome that review, and we look forward to seeing the detail of that review. Because if this target is to be meaningful, it must be backed by a clear, credible and achievable plan. In closing, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports this bill. We support it because it gives effect to a treaty that Australia helped negotiate. We support it because it provides a framework for protecting biodiversity in the high seas. And we support it because it aligns with Australia's long-standing commitment to responsible ocean stewardship, but does not mean a blank cheque. That does not mean a blank cheque. We will continue to scrutinise the implementation of this treaty. We will continue to advocate for practical, efficient and effective regulation, and will continue to hold the government to account for delays, for lack of detail and for any failure to deliver on its commitments. Australia has a proud record when it comes to managing our oceans. That record was strengthened under the Coalition, and we intend to ensure that it's not diminished under this government.
So the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I've got a quick question for you. What covers 3.8 million square kilometres, or, in another way of putting it, what covers 52% of Australian waters? And the answer is, of course, the network of Australian marine parks. And this network includes parts of the Coral Sea, off Queensland's coast, the waters around Lord Howe Island and Norfolk Island, Macquarie Island in the Southern Ocean, the Murray Marine Park off South Australia, and the Cocos Keeling Islands in the Indian Ocean, and so many more. Deputy Speaker, I was raised by a marine biologist, and in practical terms, what that meant was that not only was this my dad's area of study, but the bottom floor of our house was filled with tanks with all sorts of different marine animals in them. It's a scary prospect when you're a little kid, but what we came to know in our household as we were older was that protecting marine life is incredibly important. Protecting marine areas and ensuring sustainable management of the fishing industry is a priority for this Albanese Labor government too. In 2023, the government tripled the size of the Macquarie Island Marine Park, placing an extra 385,000 square kilometres of Australia's oceans under high protection. And that was the biggest act of conservation in the world that year, and was followed in 2024 when Labor quadrupled the size of the Heard and McDonald Islands Marine Park. And that was the biggest act of conservation on the planet in that year. With this proven record, It is no surprise that Australia is a world leader when it comes to marine conservation. And we're taking an active part in working with other countries to better protect more of the world's oceans. This is necessary because around 60% of the world's oceans are beyond national jurisdiction, but only about 1% of these waters is currently protected. In June 2023, the United Nations adopted the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. It's a mouthful, but its role, its job, and our reason for working with it is because it fundamentally helps to protect our oceans and the creatures that call them home. And thankfully, it is also known as the BBNJ Agreement, or the High Seas Treaty, which is how I'll be referring to it from now on. Australia has participated in more than 2 decades of work and negotiations for this treaty, showing our commitment to marine conservation. We were a founding signatory to the treaty, signing it on the first day it was open for signature, on the 20th of September in 2003. And we are co-chairing the process to prepare for the very first meeting of the conference of the parties involved. The High Seas Treaty will create a comprehensive international legal structure dedicated to protecting and responsibly managing marine biodiversity in areas that lie beyond the control of individual nations. Because the ocean and the environment don't see borders, but that doesn't mean that they don't deserve protection. It is designed to work alongside and to reinforce existing global and regional agreements, filling critical gaps in ocean governance where regulation has previously been limited. By promoting stronger cooperation and coordinated action among countries, the High Seas Treaty will play a pivotal role in safeguarding marine ecosystems, supporting sustainable use of ocean resources, and maintaining ocean health. It will be a key mechanism in advancing the global commitment to conserve at least 30% of the world's oceans by 2030.
It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to a member for Clark.
And I thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've got a lot of time for the Prime Minister. I think he's a pretty decent character, and I think he's doing a pretty good job. But I will not be silent as he continues to stand in the way of meaningful gambling reform in this country. I will not stay silent when I see him continue to silence his backbenchers who want to see meaningful reform. No wonder there's a kerfuffle in the Cabinet when so many members of his own government are outraged that the government has not even bothered to respond to the report by the House of Reps Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, known as the You Win Some, You Lose More report, or known more often actually as the Murphy report, seeing as the late Peter Murphy was the chair of that very important committee. How on earth the Prime Minister continue to obstruct meaningful reform, can continue to tolerate that the government has not even responded to that report, it absolutely beggars belief. Did you know, Speaker, that that report was handed to the government more than 1,000 days ago? And we know from good research that in that period of 1,000 days, well over 1,000 Australians affected by gambling addiction have suicided. That is the human face of this matter, Speaker, that over 1,000 people affected by gambling addiction have suicided since that report was brought down. And that's not to mention, well, I will mention, that the hundreds of thousands of people who are suffering the ill effects of gambling addiction, who have lost more money than they can afford and are in dire financial strife, who have lost their job, who have lost relationships, have lost their family, have lost their mental health. We know also from credible research, Speaker, out of Victoria, that gambling addiction is the second most prevalent reason for crime in that state after drug addiction. But yet the government continues to stand by and do nothing. And I was outraged. I think a lot of people were outraged the other day, Speaker, when the member for Curtin asked a very reasonable question in question time of the Prime Minister, and she asked, when will the government respond to that report that was handed to the government over 1,000 days ago? And the Prime Minister stood there, Speaker, and he misled the Parliament when he said the government has responded to the report and has implemented those 31 recommendations. But in fact, when you look at those recommendations in detail, it is patently obvious that the government has not introduced a single one of those reforms. Not one out of 31, Speaker. And it certainly has not implemented the flagship reform of a phased ban on gambling advertising. And then to make matters even worse, the Prime Minister referred to BetStop, which, yes, I agree with the Prime Minister, it's a very good reform. It's not a silver bullet, but it is helping thousands of Australians to deal with gambling addiction. But that reform was an initiative of the Morrison government. It was not an initiative of the government in this parliament or the Labor government in the previous parliament. It was a coalition reform. And, you know, it's bad enough that the government hasn't even responded to the Murphy report, but then to be crowing about the achievements of other governments and making it its own, I mean, I think this is quite scandalous. And the public see through this, Speaker. The government see through this. The public see through this. No wonder there is this kerfuffle in the caucus, the Labor caucus, among numerous backbenchers, some of whom have spoken to me about this, and in fact I would add a number of members of the opposition have spoken to me about this, and they all agree it is completely and utterly unacceptable that the Prime Minister stands in the way. Now, I'm focusing on the Prime Minister, Speaker, because it is patently obvious that a big majority of members of this House, a big majority of the Labor backbench, want to see the Murphy report recommendations implemented.
Can the ministers at the table just please keep it down a little bit? The member Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. It is patently obvious that a majority of the members of this House, a majority of the members of the government want to see the Murphy report recommendations implemented speedily and in full. And it's an open secret in this place that the only reason nothing is happening is because the Prime Minister personally is standing in the way, because he's putting his relationship with the sporting codes, with the gambling companies and the media companies ahead of the interest of millions of Australians who are affected by this. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to a member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. In the election campaign, I was really pleased to campaign for a community battery in the suburb of Dickson within the electorate I represent. And so a few weeks ago, I was really excited to be at the launch or the switching on of that battery with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, ACT Chief Minister and ACT Environment Minister, Suzanne Orr. This battery enables households in Dickson who may not have, who don't have the capacity to have a battery themselves, to store more of the energy that's generated by solar panels and keep that energy so we can use more of it and put it back into the grid. It enables the storage and sharing of energy and, in a very practical sense, our community owning our own energy future. And that's what the energy transition looks like when it's working. Right here in a suburb like Dickson and in places all around this country. Our Parliament's meeting at a time of great global uncertainty, and people in my community here in Canberra are, really obviously feeling deep concern about the situation globally, but also feeling the impacts here and worried about our energy security and fuel security. So this is a great example of where the renewable energy transition helps us to have more control over our own energy and our energy sovereignty. And what's really important with that is that people who have less capacity to afford some of the personal renewable items need to be supported to be part of that transition, and that's exactly what community battery is about. Here in Canberra, the electric vehicle discount, cutting the fringe benefits tax and import tariffs on eligible electric vehicles, has helped drive a surge in EV ownership across Australia and particularly here in Canberra. Here in the ACT government have also provided their own incentives, and this has meant that more Canberrans than ever are driving electric, and I believe leading the country in that regard. On home batteries, the Cheaper Home Batteries program has now supported over 250,000 installations. That is a landmark number and helping all those Australian households to store energy that they've generated themselves. Energy independence for a huge and growing number of Australian families. And on large-scale renewables, project after project has been ticked off. Offshore wind zones declared, solar and wind farms approved, transmission corridors moving through planning. The pipeline is filling and it is delivering more and more energy. We're getting on with the huge transition to a renewable future. And as I mentioned, at a time where we are faced with uncertainty, these renewable energy sources that we have right here in Australia an abundance of are really a huge benefit to our community and a huge advantage in us making that transition, and at the same time ensuring that we have control over our energy sources. But it's really important that we don't ignore the green divide, and our government has been working hard to ensure that when it comes to that transition, no one is left behind. At the moment, who are the people who aren't feeling the pinch of the higher petrol prices are people who could already afford an electric vehicle. Well, those who aren't sweating on quarterly electricity bills are those who already have solar on their roof. But we need to make sure that the clean energy transition is accessible for everyone, and I know that people in my community want to be part of that as well. It's important to them. At the moment, renters can't put solar on a roof that they can't own, and most people are unlikely to be in a position to afford the dollars for a new EV, regardless of some of the fantastic incentives that we've provided. So this is a problem that we want to continue to work on, and there's a geopolitical reason that it's urgent as well. Our renewable resources, solar, wind and hydro, are cannot be caught up in these global conflicts in the ways that the traditional fossil fuels that need to be shipped around the world can. And that's why it's another reason why it's critically important that we focus on the transition to renewables and ensure that no one is left behind in that transition. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to Member O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as we wrap up this week's parliamentary sittings and head home, us Western Australians heading home to a state where a cyclone is tracking down the west coast. Currently off the Pilbara coast, a couple of 100 kilometres at a level 3 cyclone, and forecast to track down through the Murchison, crossing around Denham, and then moving through the northern and then into the southern wheat belt of Western Australia. So that will encompass a lot of communities that both the member for Durack and I represent. So hoping and praying that everybody stays safe, that the winds, which are forecast on Saturday to get up to around 70 kilometres an hour, which is hopefully not too damaging down in my part of the world, but I'm sure they'll be stronger further north, and let's hope that the damage is not limited, and it does bring some serious rains for the wheat belt. I know that farmers are getting ready for seeding. Let's hope that they have enough fuel and fertiliser to get those crops in when the rain comes. But I'm looking forward to being back in the electorate tomorrow with my people, if I can get a flight home. But if not, I'll be driving to be there and sort of be amongst the community when that cyclone arrives. But, Deputy Speaker, on to other events that happened in this place this week. We welcomed the President of the European Commission here, and she gave an address about a whole range of things, including security and other issues. And briefly during that address, she touched on what was referred to as a free trade agreement, but I would, having looked at the agreement, would think it's anything but free trade. The European Union was formed as a trading bloc post-World War II, and it has been designed to protect their farmers, essentially, their farming communities, and I guess I understand the rationale for that. Post-World War II, when hunger had been a very real issue across those European countries, they wanted to protect their farming communities, and they've done that now for 70-odd years. And going on the agreement that was reached between the Australian Government and the European Union, they are still protecting their farmers, believe me. And let's take the example, one example that's been quoted is that of dairy farmers and cheesemakers. European farmers receive a 30% subsidy to produce cheese, and Australian farmers, of course, get no subsidy. But we have now given those 30% subsidised farmers absolutely unfettered access to our market and got virtually nothing in return. But, Mr Speaker, the area that I am most disturbed and indeed angry about is lamb and mutton access to the European Union. Now, the current government singled out the sheep farmers across my electorate of O'Connor for serious punishment when they closed down the live export trade. That took away the market for between 500,000 and 1 million animals per year in the live trade, and those animals will now have to be processed locally, despite the fact that we have abattoirs closing through lack of throughput and lack of supply. Those abattoirs are closing, but the product that they process will need to be marketed around the rest of the world. And so it was very important for the sheep farmers of O'Connor and indeed more broadly West Australia, reeling from that decision around the live export trade, that the government got a really good deal on chilled lamb. Now, from what I can gather, and the details are a little bit scant at this stage, 3 years ago, this current government put negotiations on hold because they couldn't get a good deal for beef and lamb, but it would appear they've just rolled over, perhaps because the President was coming to Australia and they were desperate for some economic good news, made an announcement that we'd agreed to a deal. It is a terrible deal. There is nothing in it for the farming community more broadly, but particularly there is nothing in it for West Australian sheep producers.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. I am so excited to get a tour of the new Illawarra Regional Multicultural Centre in Coniston tomorrow. During the 2025 election, I committed $5 million for the MCCI to develop this critical multicultural hub, and I am absolutely thrilled to see this funding now delivered. The Illawarra region is incredibly proud of our multicultural community. We have more than 70 multicultural associations, and they contribute so much to our vibrant social fabric. Whether through events, dance, food, music, art and more, our multicultural communities are a celebrated and embraced part of our local spirit. For the last 50 years, the Multicultural Communities Council of the Illawarra, otherwise known as MCCI, has been working to support these diverse groups, and they are a much trusted and relied upon source of guidance and care for so many. With such an extensive array of cultures, religions and traditions, it's no wonder that there is a growing need for inclusive and accessible infrastructure to support the many events throughout our social calendar. That's where the Illawarra Regional Multicultural Centre will come in. This will be a one-stop shop for our community's major and minor multicultural gatherings, a hub of connection, celebration, diversity and inclusion, embracing all that the Illawarra region's diversity has to offer. With future plans for cooking and outdoor facilities as well, and I'm still working on the barbecue there, I know that this regional centre will play a pivotal role in the lives of so many people in our community. Not only this, but it will also become the new headquarters for MCCI's team, providing a fit-for-purpose, modern and accessible space for its staff, some meeting areas, some training rooms and a service centre for people who need a helping hand, and much, much more. I was so impressed when I attended the MCCI workshop with Raz Frisk from Archilab Designs. Raz is a Danish architect who has a unique way of working with organisations to bring their group vision for working and community spaces to life. To see all of the MCCI staff and our community engaged so enthusiastically with this process was really inspirational, and I'm so excited to finally see the concept plans that Archilab has produced. They are seriously impressive. I have no doubt that this centre will become the shining example of what can be achieved when community works together to build something for themselves, with heart, with inclusion and with all the community spirit that the Illawarra is well known for. I want to say a very big thank you to MCCI CEO Chris Lacey, Chairperson Tom Beggick and the entire MCCI team. You are amazing, and I want to thank you for your incredible work in getting this centre off the ground and for the work that you do every single day supporting our vibrant multicultural community. Speaker, I have also been really pleased recently to support another fantastic local community organisation helping people in need in my electorate. Southern Youth and Family Services is a fantastic not-for-profit organisation that works to support disadvantaged families and young people across the Illawarra. SIFS, as it is known, provides a range of services including accommodation, counselling, mediation and programs targeted at improving outcomes for at-risk local families. And that's why I was so very pleased to support the work SIFS is doing with $15,000 for the Cringilla Learning Resource Support Program with the help of the Australian Neighbourhood Houses and Centres Association under the Strong and Resilient Communities Activity Grants Program. The Cringilla Learning Resource Support Program aims to equip disadvantaged young people with the tools that they need to re-engage with education and employment, succeed academically and feel a sense of belonging. Providing essential back-to-school supplies as well as connecting families with wraparound support services, SIFS aims to address the complex challenges that lead to disengagement and disadvantage. I recently visited the Cringilla Community Centre to see firsthand the fantastic supplies that the funding has helped to make available for local families. It was great to hear from Amanda Giles, the principal at Cringilla Public School, and Paula Thurgate, the Community Liaison Officer at Warrawong Public School, about the difference that these supplies have made to their students. I'd sincerely like to thank the CEO of Southern Youth and Family Services, Narelle Clay, as well as Persa Atkins and Gorana Deljanovska from Cringilla Community Centre and their entire teams.
The member's time has concluded. Give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I seek leave to table a submission to the Parliamentary Joint Committee Select Committee on Electoral Matters inquiry into the 2025 election.
Is leave granted?
The government hasn't seen the document. Leave is not granted.
The member Goldstein.
Well, it just continues the ongoing efforts of the Albanese government to confront the brutal realities of what has happened in the Goldstein electorate over the past 2 election cycles. A submission was made to the Joint Select Committee on Electoral Matters and has twice been declined, and now it has been declined in the House of Representatives. What does it tell? It tells a very truthful story about what has actually happened in Goldstein, where it was, while robust, nonetheless an electoral contest in previous elections. Nothing has been seen like it since the 2022 and 2025 election, where we've had teal front groups that have been created for the sole purpose of endorsing candidates under the basis that apparently they're independent. And one of the things that they don't want to show, Deputy Speaker, is the Instagram pages of the Voices of Goldstein page, which hasn't posted since May 2022. The so-called community-based organisation just dissipates the minute it achieves its objective, which is getting a teal elected into the parliament, or the fact that the Voices of Goldstein group had deeply unsavoury figures attached to it, including people who told other people to shut up and compared prime ministers of this country serving their nation to the equivalent of Adolf Hitler This is not my opinion. This is literally what's come out from their own content and behaviour. Of course, we've also seen campaigners engaging in such prolific behaviour that the candidates have had to apologise for their despicable behaviour. And, of course, we've got deep dishonesty where supporters of candidates claim they have no association and no attachment to the candidate, and the candidate denies their involvement, but yet their own spouse produces things on Facebook saying that that is not in fact correct, and they were attached to the campaign. We've seen evidence where there have been deliberate online hit squads that have been used to target other candidates and, of course, boost the Teal candidate in the context of their Wikipedia pages, something that's been extensively covered in The Australian. We've also seen evidence where Teal campaigners deliberately vandalised candidates' home. In this case, I need to acknowledge it was my home, and with actual photographic evidence of them actually doing that, including putting content on their own private fence without their permission. Also, ongoing issues around security, where candidates have found themselves in a situation of intimidation, having to get upgrades of security at their private residence, as well as the AFP involved for protection in the 2022 election, and, of course, the ongoing targeting by certain Teal strategists towards Jewish community representatives. This is one that I think is particularly despicable, Speaker. Following the 2022 election, when I was no longer a member in this House, the Teal campaigners organised, when I was on holiday, to have campaign material put up around the holiday home I was staying in so that they could continue to rub in the face. The obsession and the nastiness of the Teal movement is truly something to behold, with photographic evidence, again, Deputy Speaker, but the government doesn't want that going into the parliamentary record. Then, of course, there's the overt homophobic content that was produced and has even been studied by the Australian National University, including hard evidence from social media posts. They don't want that in the parliamentary record either. They don't want evidence of Teals being directly caught Teal-handed, engaging in theft, including of private property. They don't want included content produced by groups like the Smart Energy Council, who claim that they are somehow not an independent organisation, but actively and continue to be involved in misleading the community. Of course, we also have groups like the so-called Hothouse magazine that are involved in illegally vandalising public property across the Goldstein electorate. I understand they did in places like Flinders and elsewhere. Then, of course, we have Dan Ilic. We all know Dan Ilic, the comedian, who was actively involved not in just launching the Teal campaign in 2025, but also authorised content which vandalised other people's campaign material as well. Then, of course, we have Teal groups claiming, oh, it's terrible, no one was participating in campaign or content or campaign debates where they were supposed to be independent, except for the fact that the evidence shows that they were all organised by the candidate, including specifically listing the donors from their campaign webpage, including, of course, finally, the involvement of the Australian Labor Party, including the member for Isaacs, Mark Dreyfus, who was involved in campaign material for the Teals.
The member's time has concluded. Just remind him not to be holding up documents when he's giving addresses at the dispatch box. The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. On 17 March 2026, I attended a citizenship ceremony where I met Niloufar from Iran. She handed me a letter in which she had expressed how she felt about becoming an Australian citizen. She wrote that becoming an Australian citizen is a profound honour. Australia represents values that many people across the world deeply admire: freedom, democracy, equality before the law, and respect for human dignity. These principles form the foundation of a just and compassionate society. I couldn't agree more, and I suggest that there has never been a clearer moment as Australians to undertake to walk forward together in pursuit of maintaining these values. There has never been a clearer, more urgent moment to do this. The freedoms, democracy and human dignity that we enjoy here in Australia, that Niloufar so passionately expressed support for, go hand in hand with and can only flourish when national and regional security, sovereign capability and economic and energy self-resilience are assured. Equally, we will only be invested in assuring these things when we are deeply invested in the merit and protection of the values that underpin them. So this is Australia's moment to say yes, we will continue to do the work to put our country in the best possible position to be able and willing to protect those values. Now, a fundamental feature of this work must lie in recognising our geography. An island continent, seaborne supply is our lifeline. The absence of ships bringing in critical supplies, including the fuel and fertiliser that power our economy and power our defence capability, means Australia's national and economic security is put at risk if they don't arrive. So the 5 S's, Speaker, form the backbone of protecting this: ships, submarines, space, sovereignty and sustainability. The first S, ships, both to protect our maritime borders and trade routes, and Australian flagged ships to conduct strategic supply as part of a dedicated maritime industrial base. The second S, submarines, nuclear-powered submarines, to act as a credible and effective deterrent to any adversary that would seek to challenge our expansive maritime trade routes, which are of existential importance. The third S, space, to support our Defence Force and to contribute to satellite communications and operations, to missile warning, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, environmental monitoring and space control, all of which is needed to ensure access to space, to counter emerging space threats and to enhance space domain awareness. The fourth S, sovereignty, to gradually reduce the volume of seaborne supply we require for a functioning and prosperous economy and for a capable and effective defence force. If it is made in Australia, Speaker, it is here in Australia for the benefit of Australia and for our region. This government's A Future Made in Australia speaks to sovereignty and strategic resilience because it is rightly focused on a diversified economy that facilitates and welcomes private sector investment from both large businesses and from SMEs across industry, rewards risks taken in innovation, technology, quantum computing and clean energy, and importantly, attracts more global capital. The fifth S, sustainability, which speaks to the importance of sustaining productive and mutually beneficial relationships with our regional partners, our traditional allies, and our European, Asian and Canadian middle power friends. First and foremost, the need to continue to generate, maintain and then further build regional security is an imperative, and this has been rightly recognised with this government's facilitation of both the Jakarta Treaty with Indonesia and the Pukpuk Treaty with Papua New Guinea. Regional security and stability leads to the creation and maintenance of circumstances in which the aspirations of the Indo-Pacific can be best realised, steering economic development and prosperity for all countries in the region. Stable regions have stable, resilient and fair economic environments that can grow and thrive, which is good for citizens and important good for the preservation of liberal democracy. So returning to Niloufar, Speaker, she's now a citizen of Australia, an island country where the values she would fight for every day are the values she gets to live under. And now more than ever, this is our moment to stand together as a chamber and as a country to ensure this never changes.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.